Hello? Not sure if I'm streaming yet. Oh shit. I think I'm gonna turn up the volume too a little bit. Hello, yeah, I'm streaming. I'm back. The game's very addictive, so yeah, I want to play it again. Even though it was pissing me off yesterday, it's still very addictive. Just messing with the volume right quick. Um, okay. Yeah, okay. I got it done. I'm on a different file. I didn't leave off where I left off yesterday. I made it because I made another file that I was playing on the side just to make sure I didn't miss anything, and I did miss some things. So I'm going to continue with this file because this file has the shit that I missed, and I'm pretty much at pretty much the same um, accomplishment that I had on my other file that I was streaming with. God damn it. But I've made some different decisions here. Like, I'm using tools now. Like, if I had even been using the tools originally, it would have had a much easier time, especially on them roulette enemy, or not roulette, those royale rooms with all the enemies. There's so many of them in this game. But the tools really help in those fights. And I noticed, like, in one of them, you get an NPC that shows up to help you that I didn't get on my other file. Like, oh, that would have made it much easier then, huh? Like, I had the map lady show up to help me fight in one of the rooms, one of the Ant Royale rooms. She helped me to beat them. I was like, damn, that's cool. She has cool moves. Like, the map lady is cool as shit. I like her. She's got a cool design and she has cool fighting abilities. She's like a ninja. Oh, do I want to open this? What the fuck is this? It's just I'm kind of done with this area. What the hell does this even do? I'm curious. I don't know what this does. Oh, this is the string machine. It's a rosary thing. Okay, that's right. Yeah, those are actually useful. I need those. That's just a bench. I've never used a rosary machine. So, now I know. But yeah, we're gonna pretty much continue where we left off, since I'm pretty much caught up. I don't know if this... Oh yeah, I killed the enemy I killed that one enemy that barfs. There's an enemy up there that, like, barfs on you. I killed them and got, like, a beast shard. And I didn't notice how much I need the shards for the tools, because the tools use up a lot of the shards. So I'm going to be trying to collect those as much as possible. And I have consumable shards. Like, I gotta see, just to prove that I got a beast shard. I beat that barfing enemy up that was, like, in the ceiling barfing on you. Then you gotta run a big line path across. I got them. I killed them. I just chipped them away while hiding under the platform. Still need to finish some of these quests. How far along am I in that other one? Okay. This one takes a while. You gotta kill 100 different enemy types. I got 2 of these. I need to go back and finish that. I'll probably do that off stream. But I don't know. I'll probably have to go back there anyway. Because I don't think you can even kill those things. I need a bench. Well, there was a bench. I just didn't sit on it. But yeah, I've recognized something about this game. This game's not meant to be a sequel to Hollow Knight. I mean, it is a sequel to Hollow Knight, but it's not just a sequel to Hollow Knight. And I think, you know, going in with a different understanding of what type of game this is supposed to be, I can appreciate it more. It's not just a sequel to Hollow Knight. It's a harder Hollow Knight. It's intended to be a challenge mode type of Hollow Knight. So with that understanding, I can adjust better to the game. It's more fun when you think of it, when you understand it that way. Yeah, she helped me in a fight on this file. There was that ant room that I did all by myself on my other file. She didn't show up at all. And I didn't have my tool either. Like the tool at the top left, like I can throw out a tool and it like hits people multiple times if they walk into it. I didn't have that either. I didn't have that when I fought the ants in this one yet either. I had her, she helped me. But now I go in rooms with that tool that I just threw out, and it really helps. It's not as hard to do those rooms if you have tools. Yeah, they just keep coming, them fucking worms, them brain worms. So no matter though, she can enlighten me when, yeah, she's trying to find her master still. Oh, we need to eat a rosary that we just made. We only have enough for one map. Belhart map. I don't really need that one. I need this one. Why do you keep going up in price, bitch? I'm gonna get this instead. We'll come back for that map. You need to make your shit less expensive though. I might go back and backtrack so I can get some more rosaries. Because I still haven't explored enough of the Shellwood anyway. Oh, you motherfucker. I need to kill him for my Farloom quest. He's disappearing like a bitch. Okay, I'm gonna have him walk into that. I might die. He's too low to the ground to even walk into it. Fuck him. I remember when I first came here on my other file, I didn't even have the wall jump. It took me forever to find it. God damn it. Let's go down first. This guy's throwing shit at me. There's something I wanted to listen to about the game as well. It's a podcast. I bought the big key on this file, but it doesn't actually go here. This requires another key. I found out where that big key goes, though. It's in the dock area, which opens up an entrance to the Far Heights, which is another area that's just also full of fire. Oh, I don't want to fight you. I don't have enough health to fuck with you. Yeah, this is where the mole was. We killed him. Or that barfing enemy. He's no longer here. We got rid of him. That's where that connects to. I'm gonna go down and just go back to town because I don't have any health. I'm also making some ramen. So I'm gonna get up in a minute. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, good thing we had the wall jump. We can just jump back up if we fall. Good. I hate accidentally falling down there. Sit on that bench. I mean, it doesn't matter if I die, though, because I don't really have any rosaries anymore. What do you sell? Oh. Traveler. Oh, I will want that in a minute. Okay. Let's get on the train. We're gonna go back to Shellwood. Let me get my ramen right quick, and then I'm gonna play that podcast while I eat my ramen. about the game, so it'll be interesting to listen to. Oh, I'm mute for 1 second. Okay. I don't have to mute anymore anyway. Still not done with the my ramen, but it's almost done. Travel a little bit while I wait. Show it. He just swims in a big pile of bells like he's Scrooge McDuck. It's just bells instead of coins. I notice these fucking flowers don't drop anything. They don't drop shards, they don't drop money, they're useless. They're completely useless. I hate them. Worst enemy in the game, and they drop nothing. There's no shards, nothing. What good are they? They suck ass. Okay, I'm gonna get up right quick. Gotta check the water. Might as well switch my screen too. Switch the screen. We'll just watch it. We'll just straight up watch it instead of hearing it in the background like we've done before. I'm gonna be eating anyway. I'm not gonna be playing the game. Might as well just be doing this, showing this. One moment. Gotta sign in. this isn't showing on screen. Oh, it sucked. Okay. Alright. I'll switch over now. Alright. I'll be right back. Alright. Okay. Enough stalling. I gotta mute the game right quick. Oh, I'm so thirsty. But yeah, I got my food now. No more stalling. Just a mute. Open volumes. Okay. Anyway, what the hell is this? What Silk Song is like for someone bad I'll probably listen to this in the background, but this is not the podcast. That's something else that popped up on my feed. No rope, no chance. Oh yeah, these crazy hikers and climbers be doing the dumbest shit and making so many mistakes. It's crazy. I don't even know why Asmongold is recommended to me. Oh, it's someone reacting to Asmongold. Yeah, I unfollowed this shitty content creator. I don't like Asmongold anymore. He turned into a Nazi, or at least a mouthpiece for Nazis. I don't know if he truly believes what he's saying. He sure does like saying what they like right now. So fuck them. This is Oh No, It's Alex. I don't think I like Oh No, It's Alex anymore either. He seems to be like too much of a Asmongold stan. So I'm just gonna like don't recommend that channel anymore. Yang, yeah. What is he talking about? Third-party devs are frustrated with yeah. Nintendo's copywriting an assload of basic concepts in video games now. So this is really gonna fuck up indie development. Like Nintendo needs to be taken down, dude. There needs to be like some class action challenge against them. They're doing too much. Oh, Mercury Mouse. I remember her. I haven't watched her in a while. She has a haunted channel content. She used to also stream on Twitch. I don't know if she does anymore. But we're gonna watch the podcast that I was looking for, Willie versus. They're talking about Silk Song. I saw it and I wanted to watch it. It said the skong is long and Freak Beast certified. All right. These are OGs in the content creator space. They've been around for a while. Since PewDiePie was new, they've been around. They're from those days. They were never like PewDiePie though, but they're pretty more under the radar. They've never been that big, but yeah, they're well known in the spaces despite not being very big. And I like to come back from time to time to listen to them.
I
They used to be a big group, but then they broke up. But only two of them decided to stay friends or collaborate together. They got a podcast called Castle Super Beast, which is like a meme from Dark Souls 3 that they did. They had when they were originally a big old group full of four guys, and they were streaming Dark Souls 3, and they were talking about the Boreal Valley, that area where you go fight. Um, yeah, well that'd be spoilers, but yeah, if anyone hasn't played it, yeah, it's a big castle area in the snowy biome, of course. That's where the meme comes from. It's too hard to explain, but let's see what they say about Silk Song.
have skonged a couple of
Wait a
hours.
minute. I didn't start from the beginning. Like the opening background is like, or it used to be. Yeah, they're sitting on thrones like they're gods from Elden Ring. It's pretty funny. But
I
the
have
opening background also used to be the Boreal Valley.
skonged a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm.
So
He's
basically,
he's skonged a couple hours
out of the first area into that into that first whatever zone. I think the last two things I did was because you can progress in any direction, right?
You can progress in many
Kinda.
directions, though the early game is significantly more linear than the later game because of progression and movement abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. For Lisa 1, you can read a wiki about what happens in it, and that's all the context you need. You don't need to play it. For Skong, the last thing I did was unlocked fast travel.
That's good.
Which is adorable.
Very adorable.
And did a bunch of did the dive jump platform
so
thing
doggy.
to get all the way to above the camp, and I fought a barf monster.
Oh, that.
Yeah, I killed them. I just killed them on this file. I didn't kill them on the file I was playing on yesterday, though. We're just gonna abandon that file for now. But I probably will go back to it just to show the outcome of being in prison, because my character got put in prison, like Bloodborne style. So I might go back just to show that. But depending on if I don't get sent to prison on the file I'm playing. Otherwise, I'll just stay on that one. Pretty sure I will though.
Thing is,
and I fought a barf monster.
oh, that thing is a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, I killed it.
Yep.
Yeah, you got a single shard, didn't you?
I killed it.
No,
Well,
You get a dark beast. You get a dark beast shard. What are you talking about? I don't know what he means by you get a single shard. He never killed it?
Wait, oh, the reward.
yeah.
Yeah. I got a beast shard. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, wow.
Um,
That fucking thing's an asshole.
but it was just like, okay, so I'm looking at it and it's like, what are you
No, beast shards are useful though if you're using tools. I don't know if he's using tools. I haven't watched his stream of it.
supposed to do here? It does a ton of damage. Oh, you can keep running to the left. Oh, what if I just chill underneath here and jump up and hit it one at a time? And then you can
do it.
Yeah. And I was like, and I saw him taking damage, and I was like, oh yeah. Okay, we're gonna see what happens.
Let's ask a different question. In terms of movement / traversal abilities, what do you have right now?
All I have is the lance throw. That's it.
That's not a movement ability. Maybe he asked for more than movement.
The Lancer that lets you do what?
It's the attack she does in Hollow Knight where she throws out the lance with silk and then pulls it back in.
Oh, okay, sorry. You mean the R1 ability, the one that uses silk?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
Also, I swap my buttons because in Hollow Knight I want healing on R1, so I swap circle in R1.
Okay.
Because actually,
Silk Spear. You're talking about Silk Spear. Okay.
The spear, yes. Side note, when you want to dash and have charged attacks ready to fight a boss, but you're holding and you're charging down the attack button, but then you want to use an opportunity to heal between aggressive boss fights phases of, like, say, Night King Grim, having heal on circles.
There's not a problem in this game though. You just have to press the button once. You don't have to charge to heal in this game. Because you only heal for one amount, like one set amount of heal is the rate you can heal for. So they only let you only have to press the button once. It's not like in Hollow Knight where you can just keep charging until you heal the amount that you want.
Sucks because you have to let go of your charge to do the heal. So moving heal up to R1 allows you to keep your charge and then cancel straight into the heal, and then not have to let go and do that, right? So,
okay. Well, to you, I say that makes perfect sense for Hollow Knight, but in Silk Song, the heal is a single button press that locks you into place. So
exactly.
It's not nearly like you can actually get the charge out through the heal animation.
Okay, so I swapped it preemptively because that's what I played Hollow Knight like, and I'm expecting that button to get more magic spells on different directions.
What button do you have the silk move on right now?
The silk move is on circle.
Okay.
And heal is on R1.
Okay. And the rest are as they were. It's the same thing. You're gonna end up changing that.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
All he did was swap them. They were basically the same setup. He just swapped the buttons. Well, I don't know.
Keep going as much as you want, but you're gonna end up changing.
Well, in Hollow Knight's harder fights, I was like, this is a detriment in the ability to need me to hold down these two face buttons or press these two face buttons, in a way that is not intuitive. So I kind of assumed that Hornet was going to get abilities kind of like that, but maybe not.
Yeah. So I'm gonna so you don't have any traversals, so I'm gonna limit my discussion to things you either know in your heart to be true like a double jump.
Sure.
There is a double jump in the game.
A charge slash, I'm sure. Yeah.
Or something that was shown off in a prior trailer.
Right. Sure. I did do one of those bouncing red flower traversal things, and I was like, oh, okay, I see what we're doing here. You know.
So I have played an absolute shit ton of Silk Song. I've streamed it I think 6 nights now.
Yeah.
I'm way in there. I'm encountering a very strange thing happening with Silk Song. It is so much larger than Hollow Knight that I feel like I've been
Yeah. When I was playing yesterday, I was kind of shitting on on the decision that the devs made with these challenge rooms. I'm like, wow, this looks like stalling mechanics or some shit. This game must just be smaller than Hollow Knight or something. Because these boss rooms look like, or these Royale challenge rooms just look like they're stalling mechanics. Like, why would they do this unless there's just not enough content? But I guess I'm gonna be proved wrong. No, those things exist now, I think, because they just want the game to be hard. This is a challenge mode, Hollow Knight, basically.
halfway through the game for nearly the whole time I've been playing it.
Okay.
Almost the whole time. I'm like, oh, I'm like halfway through. And then I open up like 4 more areas. I'm like, oh, I'm like halfway through.
Oh, wait a minute, I talked over him. Let me go back.
So I have played an absolute shit ton of Silk Song. I've streamed it I think 6 nights now.
Yeah.
I'm way in there. I'm encountering a very strange thing happening with Silk Song. It is so much larger than Hollow Knight that I feel like I've been halfway through the game for nearly the whole time I've been playing it.
Right. I'm done eating, so I'm going to switch over to the game now, but we're still going to be listening to them. But yeah, I just wanted to do that because I was eating. But one moment. I'll turn the volume back on for the game. Okay. Yeah, half sound is not bad. I'll turn it back up after they're done talking though. Where did they go?
Okay.
Almost the whole time I'm like, oh, I'm like halfway through. And then I open up like 4 more areas. I'm like, oh, I'm like halfway through.
So is it because there's 2 things about Hollow Knight. One was every time you walk into a big majestic area and it feels like important, or is it that you have a big boss fight with something significant and that the gravity of that makes you feel like something happened?
It's neither.
Neither. Okay.
It's neither of those things. So there's a bunch of reasons that combine to that. First of all, you get a huge amount of powerful traversal abilities really fast.
Nice.
Not fast enough. It took too long to get the wall jump.
Really
compared to Hollow Knight. Compared to Hollow Knight,
you get her run.
You get that much
quicker.
quicker.
You get the float, and you get
I have all 3.
like an air dash, like that.
Which all
like
so I'm expecting
super fast.
So I'm looking at it going, right, what I want and expect is her kit from her boss fight to be fully available. Right?
No, you get way more than her kit, right? Because you also get a double jump. She doesn't have a double jump in Hollow Knight, right? And it's been in trailers, and it's also I don't know if you looked at the fucking controller layout very closely, but you also get a harpoon. Which is mapped to L2.
Okay.
Basically, you get to do everything that she could have done, and then there's a float and a run and all that. But you get a lot of those like super early.
Cool.
I don't have the harpoon yet.
Notice that a lot of the areas that you deal with in Silk Song horizontally are like 3 times as large as they are in Hollow Knight, because they expect you to be running your shit off.
There's
Like
a
that.
lot of
Exactly.
length to that map and stuff. What I've seen, yeah. What also just shout outs to the clear reference of
He is
animation
right.
on its sleeve.
Hollow Knight is not
when
as
she turns
horizontal.
around and does the full Alucard, leaning down and
Yeah.
then starts running. I'm like, it's the exact Alucard animation. Turn around one to the
sure
other.
is.
It's an
Um,
Naruto
and
run,
when she
actually.
jumps-
There's a lot
she
more
has no cloak.
Castlevania in this game than there was in Hollow Knight.
Okay.
She's just doing a
And
Naruto
then
run.
second, I'm seeing Metroid Fusion, when she jumps and grabs the ledge and you flip off of it. You
Yeah.
know, that's a very Samus-ass level platforming thing. So,
So I'm going to tell you something that I only just started doing. It's really important because it's part of her core kit and it's never explained. If you slash a projectile and there is a clash, the projectile loses its hitbox entirely.
Yeah, I noticed that.
okay. Good
So
to know.
if an enemy throws like a knife at you and you slash and you see the ting, the projectile is now part of the background.
Okay,
It
yeah.
essentially no longer
yeah,
exists.
yeah.
Similarly, if you parry an enemy slash part of their hitbox,
Yes.
the distended hitbox that is part of their move will lose its hitbox properties,
And
but their body will not.
yes, Hollow Knight worked that way. There are moments of Night King Gring swinging at me where I clashed with his sword, and yeah, that one attack gets its hit removed off of it, but the next in the combo obviously doesn't.
Also, I haven't used it very much, but if you want to start sequence breaking some shit and you get really good at the pogo with her new dive kick, if you click in an R3, she'll use Silk to do a taunt. Taunt will lure enemies closer to her, which you can then use to platform to places that you wouldn't otherwise be able to go.
Interesting. I mean, right away in the first area, I pogoed up to get the extra berry, you know, and I was like, okay, I see
Yeah.
what you want me to do here. It's not the Hollow Knight
Fuck.
pogo, it's the diagonal, obviously, but the fact that you know the boss fight version does a full screen dive, and right now you have a shallow one is like, I'm like, yeah, okay, I want that upgraded version for sure.
Well, you're not going to get it, but it needs to be pogo distance for platforming reasons, because the game's going to ask a lot of you platforming wise. Did you beat the Path of Pain?
I like the platforming. The platforming is very agreeable.
Okay,
That's the one thing I've not
the
been
Path of
complaining
Pain
about
was
too
for
much.
real in Hollow Knight.
Oh, I don't remember.
You would remember. It's fucked.
Okay.
The Path of Pain was for real, and it required all of your platforming abilities and really pushed the pogo idea to the maximum. Like
Okay.
it pushed that idea as far as it can go.
Okay.
So when you look at Hornet and you start playing Skong, I'm far enough in that I can say this with like full like confidence. This is the type of game that you get when you let a couple of guys build their own toy forever for themselves.
He's right.
Under the impression that they themselves will be playing it forever.
Mhm.
And what I mean by that, if you're like, man, I wish I could play Silk Song, but is there any story that I need to find out about Hollow Knight? No,
No.
there's none. You absolutely need absolutely no foreknowledge.
I've not
of
seen
Hollow
any
Knight.
reason that I
to
would
play
need
Silk
to
Song
know
at
the
all.
first game so far.
I would highly recommend that you beat Hollow Knight
It's pretty-
before starting Silk Song, because Silk Song is full
Harder.
difficulty level higher
Harder.
in every way.
Yeah.
Everything
harder.
does double damage compared to the Hollow Knight equivalent. Because Hornet is sprinting everywhere all the time, you actually have way less time to react to
Motherfucker.
enemies coming into your field of view. The platforming is, on average, way harder. And part of that is
Oh.
that the dive kick is way more finicky
Mhm.
than the pogo.
Then the pogo, yeah. You're not slashing straight down. That changes a lot.
I have seen a lot of people. So I adapted to the dive kick immediately and had no trouble. But I've seen a lot of people going like, "Oh, the angle on the fucking dive kick is stupid." God damn.
I've had no problem with the dive kick. The dive kick
then
is
I went back
great
to
to
Hollow
me.
Knight and discovered
My issue with the pogo is that it's too
down
slow in this
Pogo
game.
in Hollow Knight is like fucking super powered compared to her dive kick. It's so much better
Mm.
than her dive kick.
I gotta say, the pogo in this game kind of sucks compared to Hollow Knight. Like the down slash is what they're talking about. Her dive kick is better than the pogo in this game. because in Hollow Knight it's faster, it's instant. For some reason, the devs decided to make the down slash in Silk Song have a weird little delay before it actually activates, and it sucks. It's way slower. The Hollow Knight one was better, but I think they wanted. I don't know why. I don't know if that necessarily makes the game harder, but I get that's my reasoning for why they did a lot of the decisions in this game that I'm finding. But that one doesn't check out. I don't know why they would make it that way. Why would you make it delay like that? It doesn't make it harder, it just makes it more annoying to even do.
Okay.
It's so for me. It's not the angle. It's the distance. You know,
Yeah.
of reading how shallow it is and like wanting
You have
that
to be
dive.
really close to things to pogo on them.
Yeah, and I'm like her attack when she does it to you is like a much further one, and you know even after just coming off of Shinobi where you can do a dive kick shallow or hold it for a deep one, you know that would change up, that would improve everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna go play Shinobi as well.
Dive kick, you know.
Okay.
Also, I thought. Oh,
What if instead of getting a full distance dive kick, you got a completely different pogo attack instead?
interesting. Okay. Oh. Cool.
Just like
Yeah,
what
yeah,
if you could choose from a wide variety of pogo attacks?
Oh.
Long
cooking
pin.
stuff.
Oh my
Interesting.
god.
Okay.
So, this is minor mechanical, but it's very
Wait a minute.
early. So there's no charm system.
This is something I never found. I only decided to come in here and get this because I found out you can break these purple things when I was testing it out in another area where, like up top, like there's an area up top after you beat a boss that the sister, the Thorn sister, whatever she's called. I killed her. There's another one of these hives here, and I found something in there, or I found a path in there. What the fuck is the long pin? It's another weapon? Wait, is this the harpoon he's talking about? Weighted pin and heft. I need to be at a bench to put it on. Is this another weapon I can just straight up put on? Form to pierce tough shells, huh? Oh, this is fucking sick. I did not know this was here. I'm so lucky I got this. Let's get the fuck out. Let's go sit down and put that on right now. I wonder if it's a weapon or if it's like a ability. Okay. What does it do? It's an ability. Okay. But what does it do? This is another tool. So I'm going to have to really farm up some tools. Oh. Alright, we'll try that out. That might be useful in the boss fights. Or the Royale challenge rooms. Let's test it on you. Damn it, it went over. I gotta be like right next to an enemy to use it. Can't try to arc it in there. This uses up a lot of shells too, so I need to be... Okay, we got what they got. We basically got what they got. I got 12 of them. That makes them much easier to fight, that's for sure. Yeah, they're less annoying now. Okay. I got 3 of those purple things. Need to come back and farm there later. Alright, let's go back in progress. We'll come back here some other time. What do you want, loser? Okay. Yeah, I can work with that. I can get the hang of that. Okay. Oh, who is this? Hello, Metal Mate. Love your stream. Rebby45684. Will like to be a fan and a friend. Let's hang out together on Discord. What is wrong with you guys? Why do you think I'm gonna fall for this? No. Why are you quit giving me your Discord, robots? You just make it obvious you're a robot. Like, how old do you, like, only little kids would fall for this, alright? I'm clearly a grown adult. I would, not that I say you should go prey on little kids either. I hope you're not. Don't go trick them either, you sick fucks. But, yeah, get away. I don't want to buy what you're selling. Fucking robot. Let's just get out of here. We're gonna go progress now. Oh, we didn't go up here. This is one thing we didn't do. I hate you. 12 things I hate about you. I should have put on the magnet for this. They're gonna be dropping a lot of rosary. Fucking conehead. See, that's why you need the magnet for shit like this. Is there a bench? There is. Let's go sit down and change. Oh, we never bought this one. Okay. How much do you cost? 40, fine. Alright, here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and listen to them now. I just wanted to check out what this new tool we got was.
You got
like her attack when she does it to you is like a much further one, and even after just coming off of Shinobi, where you can do a dive kick shallow or hold it for a deep one, that would change up. That would improve everything for me if I could just get a full distance dive kick.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't put it on. Fuck.
Also,
I didn't put it on.
What if instead of getting a full distance dive kick, you got a completely different pogo attack instead?
Interesting.
Nice.
Okay. Oh.
I was expecting that anyway.
Cool.
From some of the trailers I saw, it looked like
you could choose from a wide variety of pogo attacks.
Ah, equipping stuff. Interesting. Okay.
So, this is minor mechanical, but it's fairly early. So there's no charm system that combines with itself.
No, and I noticed it was more limited because you were stuck putting navigational charms in the navigational slot.
And I had to take out and I put on a magnet.
Passives in the passive.
A magnet.
Yeah.
Okay,
I like freedom. I like.
Okay, I'm like kind of having to dance around.
Personally,
this a little bit.
For anybody who's out there, personally, I don't mind if you can say whatever to me about it. The game is all right. It's totally fine. There's such a minimal. Yeah, it's okay.
And also, you will get one of these fairly quickly. So, you start off the game and you have a slot for yellow charms, blue charms, and red charms, which are like passive abilities, defensive abilities, and attacks.
They're all color coded.
There's also a white charm slot for like the Silk Spear, right? And you may discover, in fact, that you could switch to a different set of attacks that have different sets of colors available.
They're called the crest.
So instead of
they call the crest.
it's like
this.
3 yellows and one blue and no
Right,
red.
right now
one-
it's all
this
the same,
weapon
but
has
it's gonna
different
change.
Or there's one that has
okay.
3 reds for
Yeah.
3 sub weapons and like
Fantastic.
one of the other 2, right?
Okay, customizability, good.
That's pretty
Right?
cool,
And
actually.
that is what's replacing the
Open system.
the I'm gonna mix and match charms to get weird effects. Is I'm going to replace my entire moveset,
Mhm.
and then that entire moveset is going to change what types of things I can have equipped.
That makes up for it then, yes. Because playing with charms was really, really dope. And finding
I didn't
builds,
even
but
have to buy that
of
other
course,
one.
Not
Damn
doing
it.
the same thing
Waste
is
of money.
an understandable thing for your sequels.
Yeah.
So.
Also, Hornet's navigational upgrades are stronger and better than the Hollow Knight's navigational upgrades.
Yeah, her run is definitely better. That's for sure.
Because Hollow
But
Knight's air dash was
Her
an air
pogo
dash.
is not. Her pogo sucks.
Hornet's air dash is an air dash and a full body sprint that includes a vault that launches you off platforms.
Okay. Navigational, yeah, it's traversal, not because I'm like Hollow
Sorry,
Knight.
her traversal abilities are just straight upgrades to the Knight's traversal abilities. They are
Except-
better.
Okay,
Except for
because like
her
I'm like
pogo.
Hollow Knight gets a fucking teleport back home anytime you want ass, spell. But yeah, movement. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that
But
becomes handy.
you also get like charms that don't have like unique. They don't create like a unique effect when you combine them, but they synergize extremely well. Like I found a sub weapon that shoots out a drill that hits like 10 times, and I have a charm that adds poison damage to sub weapon hits.
Okay.
So it fires out and it's purple and it does like fucking 10 hits plus 6 more hits of poison damage.
So I have to say that right off the
That's
bat,
pretty
when
sick.
I saw
That reminds me
how
of that ability I got in
much
Hollow Knight.
you healed with her silk ability, I immediately thought, oh, they're gonna ramp this difficulty up like a motherfucker.
So here's the thing.
This
When I
healing is too
started-
good.
When I started, people were like, I don't like the heal because you can't heal as many as you want.
Fuck, I don't have enough.
Right? It's always 3, right? Are you all right, sir? Did he just bite his tongue? Are you dying?
Blast it. We're in Dune.
no.
We're
Oh, no,
definitely in
Willie's dying.
Dune.
Anyway, so he can still hear me.
I don't think I'm supposed to be
But,
here.
Hornet's heal is 3 pips every time. It's pretty fast, and it will lock you in place in the air if you do it. Well, we need to take a break.
Oh, Willie hurt himself a little bit.
We take a
Okay.
break.
I'm okay.
Well, what's
okay.
up, man?
I'm okay. I'm
Oh
okay.
shit.
Okay, that was all right.
Excuse
A
me.
little word. All right.
I'm not bleeding out the tongue.
Oh, you
outta
totally bit
here.
your own mouth, didn't you?
I'm okay.
Now I can go get
her
that.
Heal,
I'm
like,
gonna get
locks
that.
you into place in the air. So if you get
bench.
to like a really high spot in like a boss fight,
Yeah.
you can heal up there. Nothing can touch you. The reason why you get 3 pips and it's fairly generous is because everything does like twice as much damage to Hornet as it did in Hollow Knight.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it does.
You're starting with 5 crests. You can get hit 3 times. You're gonna die. And contact damage with bosses is 2 pips.
Yeah. So I saw. So the barfing boss like was 4, I think, or so. Like it was.
Well, he's fucked up. He's like an obstacle. He's not even. You're not even supposed to fight him.
Yeah,
So I noticed
killed
that
him
right
though.
off the bat, and I'm like, okay, yeah, you're letting. And again, the heal is so aggressive. So I'm like, they are giving you a massive heal because you're gonna fucking eat
Yeah,
it.
you actually have a really small health bar, like a weirdly tiny
Oh,
health bar.
fuck. This thing.
It's one of the reasons why I feel that this game is a direct sequel to Hollow Knight. In that, like, hey, you beat Hollow Knight last week, right?
Yeah, right.
Because Hornet has like half as much health as the Knight, and she is twice as mobile.
Damn it.
And
They have such
the
range.
Boss fights and the arena fights really expect you to be fucking going for it. Like I was doing some of the stuff the other night, some arena fights where there's
Yeah, the
kind of,
arena
like,
fights is
multiple mini bosses at
All
me
those many
simultaneously.
enemies. Yeah.
That I'm like, this is just as hard as like the really
A real
hard
boss,
shit,
yeah.
like a Dark Souls or an Elden Ring.
Yeah, it
Now,
is.
you also had the
So
ability,
you-
with the
unless you
knight
got
to,
tools, it becomes much
make a
easier if you got
build
tools.
That was less about finesse and perfection and more about like taking hits, right? And like, if you wanted to be like sturdy with your
can't do that.
charms.
So You can't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
You
noticing.
can, however, make a build
Shit.
that is more about perfection. You can't sturdy up. You can actually frail up if you prefer.
Oh my god.
The build that I'm running now
Oh,
has
gosh.
traded the heal for an attack. I no longer have a regular heal. My heal is now an attack.
Okay.
That's fucking
So,
good. You get strong
like,
at least.
Freak beast alert. If I can put on the warning, warning, freak beasts are discussing. That's
Yeah.
hot as shit and I love it. However,
It's,
You
I
don't be a
have
freak
heard-
beast.
that people are having a bad time.
it's really
Yeah.
hard.
A lot of people
Like,
getting salty like I was
This-
yesterday.
I would put the difficulty level
'Cause I was in that
of
ant room by
Silksong
myself with no
around,
tools.
Like
That ant room's easier without, when you use tools, though.
in between Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree.
Because I have another file that I
And
did it on.
It's not a DLC. It's its own game. But it was a DLC. And you can
It was
feel,
supposed to be.
You can feel
How do you
that
get up
this
there?
game was built out as the
Oh, I see.
thing you do at the end of Hollow Knight after you beat Hollow Knight.
Yeah.
But now
okay.
it's its own thing.
Okay.
And it was play tested for 7 years
Yeah.
by like 10 guys who got super good at it. By the way, patch coming out next week.
I
Oh,
saw.
yeah.
Already gonna nerf some of the bosses.
Exactly. So I'm like,
Yeah.
first news thing I saw, patch is coming out to make the game easier, and I was like, damn, already.
This is the Dark Souls
Yeah.
of
The bosses they're
Of Hollow
nerfing
Knight.
are
Okay.
not the boss they need to nerf. There's one called Morrowind, which is pretty
Yeah,
crazy.
Morrowind
I'm not
was the one I heard
surprised.
about.
However, you can skip it.
Optional.
It's a skippable
Oh, you
boss.
can skip them? I didn't know that.
There is a boss. I'll just say that it's the Savage boss.
Mhm.
That is like, I fought the second encounter with it, and it's one of the first times I've ever like been streaming a game and said the phrase, "What do you even want from me?"
Okay. Now,
We'll keep a lookout for that one.
Like I was actually like gobsmacked.
okay. Now that Barfo
Oh, shit.
was something that I felt was like
We'll come back and
probably
fight you.
Again, it's either it's an obstacle or a come back later situation potentially in the flow of things, right? Don't stand here and swing at it.
That is you will have an ability that will allow you to ignore him.
Okay. Are there so far, however, like as many hours as you're in now, multiple examples of this is a challenge you should handle later, but you can do it now if you're stubborn?
Oh, all the time.
Great.
Now here's the thing. Now above my head is the text "Freak Beast discussion alert only for sickos."
Correct.
I ran
shit.
into an issue where I was talking to Paige about this, and I talked about it on stream, in which I had to go through an entire like Reddit thread and Blue Sky
Bring your
thread
ass up
and
here.
back and forth with people because I was like, I'm a little disappointed that the Metroid elements of Silk Song aren't
shit.
as present as I thought they would be, because it's actually quite rare that I have to
Fucking see his
get
ass.
stuck or get run into an
Fuck all
area
this.
that I don't have the progression ability for, right? Like, I don't have the double jump. I can't do it here. And instead, I've actually been like cruising fairly cleanly through it. To
Oh,
which I
thank
had to
God.
be informed by my audience.
I don't have any money.
That is because I am not getting difficulty locked out of the bosses that have
Shit.
the traversal abilities standing behind them.
Okay.
Right? I'm
About one of
actually
these.
waltzing through Morwing or The Last Judge or fucking whatever, and getting the
Oh my
hookshot
God.
equivalent or the double jump, and then going, oh, it's weird. There aren't that many areas that are locked out of my current progression.
And the thing, of course, with these types of with this game,
Thank you.
well,
See, she does that in
anything
fights
of
with
this
her.
nature is failure means losing currency means corpse run, right?
Now the game does something really smart. Early on in the game, I was like, this is stupid. Who is this for? You can go to a merchant.
Mm-hmm.
and you can trade 80 rosary beads,
Yup.
which is your currency, for
And
60 rosary
you don't
beads.
get 80 on the fucking rosary though, do you?
No,
Pat?
you get an item in your inventory that's 60.
And that fucking bug takes 20 rosaries off to roll them up.
Yep.
You
Sure
can
does.
later cash in 140
But it's actually a good
for
because you don't want
bead
to.
of
It's so you don't lose your
That's a better
fucking
rate.
rosaries when you
And I'm
die.
like, why would I use this shit? And the answer is there are areas in the game. There's an area in the game that has the fucking there's an area in the game in the upper left that at the
Oh
door
shit!
has a rosary string converter. And you go, what the fuck is this for? And then you walk into the zone and you go, all right. And you walk back to the converter and you convert all
You
your
put
fucking
'em all-
rosaries
yeah,
and
yeah.
items.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you're gonna fucking
Yeah.
lose
You're
them.
gonna lose them.
Exactly.
going to
That's
lose
why you
them.
use the rosary.
Also,
I've used
and
it
this
for a
is one
few
of those things when we're
things.
talking about shit that takes years, and you're like, what were they doing, right? They were designing rosary beads to roll on the floor off the ledge into your doom.
Yeah, they're like, you know what? No, that
Oh,
that
shit, I
charm
needed that.
sucks
Fuck.
them all up to you. That's gonna have a lot of value.
You want
That's
to
gonna have a lot of value.
choose to put that on, or you're chasing money around on the floor like an idiot.
And it's like,
Yeah,
you
that's
only
what I've
have
been
one
doing.
Spot for a yellow charm. Do you want the compass, which is insanely useful, or do you want the
Yeah,
ability
yeah,
to even
yeah.
get currency at all?
I fucking knocked a corpse of a that I was supposed to retrieve the item off of onto spikes, you know, and it's just like, yeah, nah, fuck
On.
you.
Yeah, I got the magnet
So
on
the
now
difficulty isn't just
for that reason.
the enemies. The enemies are quite strong, and their movesets are kind of all
Wait a minute,
genius.
what's over here?
Like in a way that I didn't
think I've
feel
been over
was
here.
the case in Hollow Knight. There is, you know, you'll fight like Bug Warrior that has like, you know, some daggers and they dash and
Yeah,
go
they
into
suck. The
and then you
ants.
fight bigger Bug Warrior
ant
that just
warriors.
slashes in like a dive kick. And like by themselves, whatever. Fighting
What's
those
this?
two enemies together is like actually insanely difficult.
Yeah.
It's crazy how difficult it is to keep track of multiple different enemies that are all attacking you with different
Okay.
attacks
We
simultaneously.
can't leave.
The entire game feels like the Ornstein and Smoke fight
It's a wasteland
being
out there
reduced
anyway.
in miniature
Yeah,
to
yeah.
normal enemies.
He's right.
Godskin.
He's right.
Godskin.
That's how
right.
the arena rooms are.
It's really, really aggressive.
Like Ornstein and
And
Smoke
on
type
top
shit.
of that, the boss runbacks are really, really mean. in
Yeah,
this game.
they are. Too
They're
mean.
Really mean.
Too mean.
So that's a combination of two things. One is the average expectation of your platforming abilities in this game
Oh,
are way beyond
my
what
platforming.
every
I
other
don't worry
Metroid
about the
game would
platforming.
expect of you.
I'm
It is-
cracked there.
It is a game that is like asking the platforming abilities of Celeste for you, but is also a Metroid game and has like super tough combat.
And it's so interesting how if this were packed at the end of Hollow Knight, it would be an expected upgrade in that progression.
Absolutely.
But because it's packaged as its own
It's
thing,
right at the start, dude.
it's meaning out everybody who's coming in going, the perfect time to join and to play the sequel. And it's not treating it like a mandatory section that you had to get through the base game to get to.
Oh,
So,
fuck.
Wally, don't look
It's-
too closely,
it's
but
filtering.
there's people in chat cursing a very specific runback. There is a runback against a very difficult boss. This is a boss that starts as an arena fight, which means you have to fight every enemy in the zone in like a set of combinations.
Yeah,
and then turns
Coliseum of
into
Fools.
then turns into a boss fight at the end. Like run the arena,
Okay.
then fight the boss, and the boss is
Okay.
pretty tough.
Okay.
If you do not find a secret bench, the run back
A
to
secret
that
bench.
boss is literally the entire zone.
Okay.
And the
Yeah,
zone is really, really mean.
Yeah.
It's really mean. There is a, and so what I can intuit the dev idea, which is if you're going, wow, this is a really insane run back, what would be the solution? Maybe I should explore more
Yeah.
and see if I can
Maybe.
get some upgrades. Oh, there's a secret bench, or that, you know, what have you, right?
Shrine of
But-
Amana, Royal Rat Authority.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the secret bench,
I hated those games. I mean, I hated
really
that
secret.
game.
Like,
I mean, I didn't hate it. I just didn't
really
like
secret. And
Get him as much as the other ones.
it takes the run back from the entire zone to half the zone.
Okay.
There is the Act 1 final
Damn it.
boss has a run back that if you can absolutely crush the platforming is like 90 seconds, right? If you can't absolutely crush the platforming, it's like 10 minutes. If you
Oh
get
God!
there.
Oh my God!
Okay.
It's all these different things that are compounding
That's
on
crazy.
each other to create new
10
levels of
minutes?
difficulty. It's the enemy boss difficulty equivalent of the end result is greater than the sum of its parts.
I understand.
So
Yeah.
the boss run back to the Act 1 final boss is really not that bad. I was doing it in 90 seconds and I fought the boss 12, 15 times and he was pretty tough. And then I beat him.
No, I can't get
But
there
if I
that
was
way.
taking 5, 10 minutes and dying on some of those run backs, that 15 attempts, first of all, they're not going to be as good because I'm going to get fucking frustrated. That's going to balloon out into from half an hour to like 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, right? That boss is harder because if you're not absolutely
Memory
super
lock.
locked in on what you need to do to get him every time, you're going to get there sweaty and frustrated and annoyed.
And we
Nice.
haven't felt this in a minute because Elden Ring all but took it away, right? Elden Ring put your statues of Marika or your bonfire graces right outside the boss doors for like the worst of those bosses.
Well, the other thing is that part of
And then
Elden Ring's
Lies of
core
P.
design was like, wow, this is pretty hard. I should leave and get stronger or go somewhere easier.
See, I'm running out of tools.
That is actually legitimately not an option
or
in
tool
Silksong.
kits.
Every time I was like, wow, this is pretty hard. I should go somewhere easier. Turns out
Those
I
don't.
only found harder areas.
Those don't exist. Yeah.
So
And
Like-
as the massive joke that it
I just
is,
died right now.
health upgrades are really rare. You need 4 pieces of a mask to
Yeah.
get a health
I
upgrade.
know where
not
all the
three.
pieces
Oh,
are
sure,
though.
okay.
It's just one of
You
them's
need
very
4.
expensive.
And
One of them's like
the
$300
health
to get.
upgrade pieces are behind by far the game's hardest content. The hardest boss I have fought in the game so far awarded me 1/4 of a single pip of health.
oh my god. Okay.
Great.
Okay.
It
Worth
was
it.
a arena fight into a boss fight
Into an arena
a
fight.
Metroid escape that was
Oh.
really hard, and
Okay.
it gave me a single quarter of 1 pip of
Nice.
health.
Nice.
So I've noticed that at least again when I came across that bouncing off of the red flowers, that first one I saw, where I was like, oh, you need precision on this dive. It's not going to be nice. There's spikes everywhere, and you either land it or die, and you have a limited number of tries because that's your health. Making it to the end, killing everything, getting the piece or the rosaries or whatever behind there, and then the game's like, good job, now go back. At which point I'm like, or Hollow Knight tech, let me just pause and quit and reload on that bench.
That is a move I have been using a lot.
Fuck you, you're not making me go backwards. I can bench it.
I have a question for you. Did you complete the white flower in Hollow Knight?
2017.
The white flower is a quest that wants you to get from the west end of the map to the east end of the map without taking a single hit.
No, I don't think I did that.
Well, guess what?
You're gonna do it.
What if they threw you a bone and said, you know what, you can take a couple hits? And you're like, oh,
Oh, that's not
that's
bad.
all right.
Yeah.
And then they're like, because it's timed.
That's why.
Because it's timed.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah.
And you know what? It's not like it's a big deal. It only has the single most important upgrade in the entire game locked behind it.
Most important.
It has the nail damage upgrade. Sorry, the
Yeah,
needle
I
damage.
need that. I'm gonna want that. You're gonna want that.
Oh, don't.
Yeah.
You're gonna do it.
Yeah, you're gonna do
are
that shit.
do it.
You're gonna need that shit.
And yeah, okay. You mentioned earlier that there's something that trades off healing for
Damage.
how good is that trade-off though?
So it may so it's really a 50-50. So what it is it trades off the heal for a really strong attack.
Yeah.
That if it hits, it heals per hit. So it's like the same.
That's
wait,
good.
hold on. It's
Oh,
the
that's
same
not bad.
level of healing, but you have to hit all the hits.
That's
And
actually
I
pretty.
miss that shit all the time because enemies are super fast and super mobile. But when you fight a boss and you hit the boss enough times in a row that they get unconscious,
Pop, 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 pop,
not
pop,
only
pop,
not only am I gonna heal up, but I'm gonna do like
both
15
Yeah.
hits of damage.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So it's feast or famine.
That's fantastic.
It
Okay.
also has my favorite moveset, and it has one of my favorite charm allotments. So that's what I'm gonna be using.
like that is also even in situations where it's not practical, I like that challenge like speaks to my soul and says like
Yeah.
you designed this so that this is possible, now I have to do it. You know, that sounds great. Okay
It's an incredible game. It is absolutely astonishing. Its breadth and width is crazy.
Oh,
There are
motherfucker.
like in that interview they said, "Oh, we just kept thinking of new things and then just kept wanting to put it in." The amount of like new mechanical nonsense that you encounter and ideas is so enormous. It's so crazy. As long as you're willing to absolutely fucking fight your ass off through it to get it. Like, it is
There you go.
for sickos.
Yeah.
And it's legacy.
Damn it! I wanted to
as
get
the
that.
Hollow Knight bug game that's cozy, chill, exploit. Is getting a bunch of people into
Yeah,
it
so
who are
cozy.
discovering
Yeah.
that they are in fact not sicko freak beasts.
So the game
Not for
is
normies.
deceptively simple. And
They
always
should have
has
played the
been,
first
right?
game
It looks
first.
like the most basic platform, swing your sword and jump around, hit the boss, move.
Yeah, so
shoot bug
basic.
thing.
You would think. You would think.
But yeah, I did see the compilation of like, this game is rage bait. I'm breaking my
Oh, I already watched
controller. You know, like everyone that like again the cute art style is a lie, yada yada. To it, which I mean makes me raise my eyebrows even higher. Like I'm like,
There's some shit in this that I'm like, you
I-
absolute motherfuckers.
I
You
appreciate who
absolute
you're talking
shit.
to here, you know. But this is kind of the and well, anyway, it's interesting that this comes right after that Shinobi discussion, right? Because
Very interesting.
yeah. However, what I will say is that Shinobi, you're so cool.
Oh,
Right
wait a
away
minute.
that
Oh,
you
I can
be
get there now. I don't have to
distracted
go
by
that
how
way.
Cool you are.
You see the run and
Whereas
jump?
in this game, you have jump.
I got that
swing
shortcut.
heal, and so far that's it. You know.
No, you get to
But
be
then
pretty
you,
cool.
but then you, yeah, okay.
Well, here's the main thing. Once you get the ability to sprint, harpoon, double jump, and air dash, the game's gonna demand you use all that shit all the time to avoid getting killed.
Yeah.
So when you fight a boss and you do like a good attempt, you are way cooler and more impressive than Hornet was in her own boss fight in Hollow Knight.
But I'm also
Like she's
remembering,
zip-zooping.
but like the ability to fine-tune builds in Hollow Knight 2 was really high because things as simple as when you put this charm on, you no longer get pushed back a little bit on each hit. And I'm like, yes.
Yeah, that charm
I'm-
exists.
I'm sacrificing my slot for no pushback, right? Or just that little bit of extra meter, a little bit of extra soul on each slash or whatever the case is, increasing charge time. Like those little macro changes or micro changes rather, made a huge difference. You know, sweet.
It's exactly what they said it would be. It is way larger than it appears.
Of course.
Like that was something with Hollow Knight, but
Yeah.
like now we have Hollow Knight to compare it to. I have already. I'm not done. I have like at least 6 areas I've gotten to and not walked in the door. I am already like 20-30% past Hollow Knight's total size.
Man, Okay.
It is.
Okay.
I
That's a big
got to a
bitch.
point
That's a big bitch.
that there's a room that looks just like the Castlevania inverted castle clock tower room.
Oh shit.
Oh
Okay.
It
god.
looks just like it. It's even got the fucking pendulum in the background. And I'm like, there is absolutely no fucking way we're gonna do an inverted castle. And we're not.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But they did make that room look like that on purpose after all.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, you can't be fucking serious with this shit.
They're serious. They're dead serious.
But
They're dead
I was
ass.
supposed to do a quick late night stream and call it a night.
It's interesting
Yeah, right.
how, like, for
It's not a
character
comfy cozy game.
because Hornet talks, whereas the Knight doesn't.
Yeah, she does talk now.
Damn
She
it!
has dialogue, but it's also like, I mean, so
She's
far,
sassy.
but so far, it's like,
Yeah.
as far as I know, like her plot, backstory stuff wrapped up in Hollow Knight, right? So this is all just
How do you
brand
know?
new world, brand new adventure. Who knows where we're going?
There's a lot
Could
of
be
stuff we
anything.
didn't know about her.
I think I.
Oh,
I
God.
thought so.
You sure about that?
No, I'm not. I'm far from sure. But
I need
that's
a
the impression.
compass.
Okay, well, I'll just tell you this. Hey, who's Hornet's dad?
Okay.
Some guy. I don't know.
Now, who's Hornet's mom?
Well, we know who it's. She's
Now,
a
what's
spider.
Hornet's mom?
Spider.
And what does that animal do? Now, what's the name of Silk Song?
Okay.
Why did I go down?
So,
I do appreciate
It's up
the
there.
quality of the gibberish voice acting.
I love it.
good.
I really like.
My boy Sherma.
I love the singing.
Sherman's cute. Yeah.
The real. It's like you. Have
Sherman's
a,
a
good
dude?
voice and you're
I thought
singing
Sherman was a
gibberish.
girl.
It's great.
Sherman's a boy. Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. No. There's a whole lot that that's just fun to that vibe right off the bat.
Oh, why am I going this way?
Like little.
I don't have to go this way anymore.
Onion Knight equivalent, I guess, like opening the door for the
Sherma.
Sherma.
Yeah,
Sherma's
Sherma.
the one
That's
singing
Sherma.
at the door.
Singing his songs,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's
I was
who that
thinking of the
is.
shopkeep that was singing. Because the
Well,
shopkeep
they
is
both
also
sing,
singing,
yeah.
and that shopkeep is cool.
Oh, Chakra.
But Sherman's
Yeah,
a woman. I mean,
I
but
don't remember yet,
not,
but-
not
Don't worry, you'll get
the
there.
shopkeep.
Very cool.
Her name is Chakra. She's a woman. Can't confuse them.
This poor dog ate too many carrots,
Oh.
so I got him a greenie as a treat. Here you go, buddy.
Okay. Where were you?
Where was I? Oh, I was cleaning.
I
up
forgot I
dog
could hit
star.
projectiles.
In
But,
Oh no.
conversation.
What I was talking about before, I don't know. Yo, that game's good, but it's also for sickos. By
Yeah.
sickos, for sickos.
Yep, sure is.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of tricking on people about how sicko it is.
It's it's kind of funny again, I guess the part where because I've seen it breach containment, right? I've seen the so to speak, I've seen the normie world, whatever, people that are kind of like not really
Yeah, that's what I said. I said normie.
paying attention to indie games be like, oh yeah, Silk Song, heard about that, like jumping in, trying out the first game or picking it up, because the whole
My
big
God.
fever pitch around it taking so long to come out has led to it becoming
Uh-oh. This is here.
massively
Status, yeah.
exactly, and it has thus garnered attention of folks that like definitely missed the first time around, or like wouldn't grab necessarily just a random indie 2D Souls-like thing. But as a result, it's, I think, yeah, it is misleading
Stop
to
it.
some folks in on what they think it is, or
Cute bug game.
and everybody's talking about it. So let's go see what and why, and oh shit, oh fuck, it is.
Oh, they got
It
eaten.
is an
Oh my
interesting,
god.
like,
It's so
relaunch
morbid.
to the franchise. Now that this big build-up has happened, because the first time around it was unexpected out of nowhere. I don't think, like, again, quiet Kickstarter type of thing. People obviously that are like listening to this and paying attention to games and indies and stuff, like know and have heard. But in general, it was more of a word of mouth thing that
So
brought it up
close.
to where it was.
Don't fuck up.
Yeah.
Versus this time around, where it crashed Steam on day one.
Crashed Steam, PlayStation Store, and the Nintendo eShop.
Yeah, I heard about that. I wasn't on there for release day,
And
so I didn't notice.
there's a list of games that all had to clear the way and move move aside for it.
Yeah.
There's a really embarrassing email that I wrote to Humble Bundle because I
Oh
bought
man.
Silk Song from them because they still had keys. But
Where
then
is
they
it?
Didn't have
Oh.
any keys when I went to redeem it. So I sent in a refund request, and the refund request was like a little pissier than maybe I should have wrote. I was like, I just bought this game. How come you have no keys? It's only been out for an hour. And then the lady wrote back, was like, oh, we have keys now. Very sorry for that. Do you still want the refund? And I had to be like, no, I was
Oh,
just
he was
being
mean to her, and then you felt bad about it.
Nice.
That's I've done that. I've
What the
done that.
fuck? Okay.
I hate when I'm
I
mean.
didn't think a human
and
being
it's
was
not
gonna
really
read
their
my
fault.
refund request.
Yeah, you thought a robot would read it.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, that game's incredible, but it is for sickos. There's a part early on in Act 2 where
Damn it.
they start throwing buzzsaws at you. You know, like Hollow Knight does. They start
buzzsaw.
throwing like,
Touch-
okay, no,
touch and
everything in
die.
this
Yeah,
environment
everything will kill you.
will
Yeah.
touch and kill you. And it's like 35-40% through the game, and I'm looking at this going like, people are gonna quit right here.
Oh yeah.
Like this
We'll
is where
see. I'll see. I'm
a
gonna get
not
there.
insignificant percentage of people gonna quit right at this spot.
Are you seeing a line for optional versus mandatory path though?
The mandatory path is still pretty fucked.
Yeah. Okay.
Now there's a bunch of optional ways to get into places, but the optional ways to get into places are to get really, really fucking good at the platforming, which is probably going to be your problem in the first place in the mandatory section.
Why is that there?
Okay. I also
Like if you can freak beast your way all
Oh, a
the way
boss.
up to God,
Nice.
yeah, you can come in the back door. But
I like that.
the whole reason you wanted to get in there a different
Oh,
way
two
was
of
so
them.
you didn't have to
Nice.
freak beast your way to hell
through
on
the
the
front
left side.
on the other side
Yeah.
of the right, exactly. Like, yeah.
Oh my
Good
god.
luck, idiot.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I also feel
What
like
the
it's a
fuck
game
is
too where
that?
I imagine your
I gotta watch the
path,
smoke.
your like non-optional, your mandatory path. You still have to find it. You know,
Damn it.
you still have to wander in the correct direction. And
So they're all the correct direction eventually. Eventually. They've also the game also has a really so there was a couple of moments in Hollow Knight, but there's like 10 of them in Silk Song where you hit a dead end and you're looking at the dead end and you're like, I don't even know what the fuck gets you through this door. Like sometimes it's like, oh, I can't run high enough or jump high enough, but in Silk Song you're looking at a thing and like, I don't know what the fuck would even open this.
well, yeah, the Hollow Knight ones were always when you walk out to an empty cliff and the map is
Oh,
like,
yeah,
this
I
doesn't
love
line up
those.
with anything,
Wait a
and
minute.
you're like, this. The camera has panned over so that the cliff is now 10% of the screen. Why would you do this? And you're like, you know why.
So like,
you know,
I'll give
Damn
you like
it!
a really good example. I think I'll give you the best example of why I think this game is a sicko game for sickos. The game has a double jump, right? It has a double jump. That means it's really good. And a platforming game that has
They're like a-
platforming, double jump can be pretty clutch. It can save you from a million different scenarios. Well, in order to get the double jump, you have to complete, as of right now, the hardest platforming section in the entire game I've encountered. That is also time.
damn. Okay.
And so, like, I got to the get the fucking double jump,
That's huge.
and I went.
Oh my god.
Wow, I got really good during this process. I don't even need the fucking double jump."
Anymore, you don't even need the reward anymore.
Turns out I did, but still, it's like.
Shit.
It's
Okay.
ridiculous. There were people in the chat earlier that were like, I beat the game without getting the double jump because I couldn't I fucking couldn't do the platforming to get it.
Oh, really?
I was
Okay.
like, that's crazy.
Well, I'm going to, at the very least, now that I know this time around,
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
going to approach this knowing that it's never fucking ending, and it's infinitely big, and it just keeps shoving more in there.
I'm gonna
so that
come
I'll
back
just
here.
sample
I'm gonna
chew
come
at
back
it for
there.
a little bit, and then put it away.
That
It's,
place seems a bit harder
that's
than that
pretty
should be
good.
right now.
Because I did describe how the end of Hollow Knight for me
Wait a minute.
was
Where's the train station?
unfortunately like for not any mark against the quality of the game, but it felt like that Okami
Why
thing for
the
me,
fuck?
where I kind of was just like I'm ready, and it won't stop. so
It'll stop. You just gotta be fast about it.
I got off earlier, and there was a lot more to do, clearly, and a lot more to challenge, and a lot more.
I'm gonna go
it
to
as
the
well.
other place.
But I think this time around, kind of like with the Persona games, where I come in going, "Yep," when it starts giving you ending vibes, completely ignore those. Just don't even think about it for a second.
You know what's really funny?
That'll
is that
make you feel a little better.
Has not given me an ending vibe even once at any point. I've even gotten to like an objective that's like, do these things and open up the biggest motherfucking door. And I go, well, that's not
Okay.
the end. There's too much fucking blank space on this fucking map.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know. Not to mention the classic, and then the zone changed.
Haven't had that yet.
Okay.
I've had
Oldest trick in the book.
the zones change in like minor ways. Like there was an NPC that I found that was dead when I got to them because I had gone too far in the main quest
yeah.
before meeting them.
Yeah.
One of those.
I noticed that on
God
my
damn.
second file.
Not a fan.
On
of
this
that.
file.
Okay. Interesting.
I never met him. Darn.
Must be that
But yeah,
thief
game's
guy.
incredible. Game's absolutely unbelievable.
All right. Skong talk.
It's good. It's a good song.
For the fourth time, as we escape
Shit on a dick.
the baby segment. Okay. What else happened? I finished Ragebound, Ninja Gaiden.
Oh, cool.
Went back to clear that off because I was like,
Okay.
yeah, I feel like I'm getting there. And yeah, sure enough, short and sweet.
This is another video. This is called Ninja Gaiden and Shinobi. I've not played either of the new ones yet, so I don't want spoilers. The Palantir puppet? Yes. And Nick Fuentes is a Palantir. I mean, he works for the feds. That's not new to me. He's not a genuine guy. I mean, he's a racist and a Nazi, but he works for the feds. He's not trying to go after the deep state like these suckers who follow him believe he is. Wait a minute, what does this mean? Oh, they're talking about that there's another video those two just released that I was just watching. It's about that League of Legends fighting game. I don't care about that game right now. Nintendo Switch, no. I'm not. I don't want to support Nintendo. Um, I'll acquire them some other way. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Any game I want to play with Nintendo, and I'm not giving them my money. Nintendo's doing evil shit with their copyrights. I don't like it. They need to fail. It'd be nice if they went the way like Konami went, like they started failing. Konami's lucky that they have pachinko investments and shit though, so they don't really need video games, so they won't die. But Nintendo needs to die. They need to go get out of gaming for sure. Nintendo's doing too much right now, and it's pissing me off. I will never buy a Nintendo product again unless they get another guy in there who's like Reggie, and even Tanimura, who's dead. No, not Tanimura. What was his name? No, Tanimura is the guy from FromSoft, if I'm not mistaken. And Yoshi P, I said him. That's Square. How did I forget his name? Like Nintendo pissed me off so much that I forgot some things. Oh yeah, Awada. That's now I remember. Satoru Iwata. Yeah, he's dead though. In 2015 he died. It seemed like it was yesterday. Oh man, I have no fucking what do you call it? Rosaries. That's right. I'm looking at a video to listen to. Oh yeah, yeah. Now I remember. There's this one Silk Song.
Look, I play games like
thing that I wanted to listen to. This is a Silk Song video called "What Silk Song is Like for Someone Bad at Games." Okay, let's listen to it.
Look, I play games like Helldivers, Battlefront, For Honor, Elden.
Those are just online co-op games. That doesn't make those aren't hard. Well, Elden Ring is a different story. That's hard. None of those other games you mentioned are hard though. For Honor and Helldivers are not really renowned for being hard. They're just co-op games or PvP games. In For Honor's case,
Space Marine, FIFA, some
Space Marines isn't hard either. FIFA. You shouldn't play FIFA because that's just a ripoff.
times. So this is not my comfort zone. Welcome to Hollow Knight. It's a 2D side-scroller platformer. Looks really good. This kind of looks like gameplay I've seen from Metroid and Castlevania. Kill this guy. Kill this guy.
It is. It's inspired by all of them.
With the original Hollow Knight. Computer, show them my Hollow Knight 1 gameplay. Right now I'm just trying to get through this starting area. Get a
So
feel
he
for
played the
game
first one
and
at least.
Figure out what's happening.
He played the first one.
What's wrong with the why is the down attack diagonal? Did I download the wrong game? This little rat!
No, that's how she fights.
Okay, my first challenge. Morthog, Eater of Worlds. Yes!
Oh, we got that already.
Moss Mother. Wait, Moss Mother from Andor? So yeah, there's boss fights in this.
Oh, that's a
This
character in Andor
diagonal
called the.
attack, I swear to God. I'm used to like Souls boss fights, God of War boss fights. This is very different. It's not too bad though. Would you look at that? A double jump attack to finish it.
Motherfucker.
I did dabble with the original Hollow Knight. Computer, show them my Hollow Knight gameplay. There is a story. Our character was kidnapped and we were being taken to like the island or something. But Hornet, she just went like... And way down we go.
Juanita,
Everyone in this game speaks
Juanita.
in gibberish. I kinda love it.
me ofende?
Oh, man. I am Hornet. I arrive in your land by no choice of my own. Our kingdom is gripped by a curse. Though some still attempt the climb to the citadel, none return to speak of what they see. And you need to stop the Riddler before it's too late. What?
Okay.
New objective: ascend
Like
through the
Batman
ramps
Arkham?
to reach the Citadel. Wait, the bugs that kidnapped us in the beginning were taking us to the Citadel. Why'd you make us go down then, Hornet? Hello, little one.
Oralo zabo.
Right. Oravo jabo.
Kadastana.
Tomboso.
Toro
Motherfucker.
Palove. It's fun to just talk like them. You should try it. We all must walk the roads. Though most of us
God.
will fall long before we see the grand gates. Damn.
Senta so.
Inshallah. In Hollow Knight 1, it was Bapanada.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bapanada.
I love Bapanada.
Sadiloria. Dalaka Revendo.
Lisan Al-Gaib. I love the art, dude. This looks so good. How they make every bug look cute.
Sakrala Dela.
We will sing together until the great gate opens.
Faridula Simanet. Doni Puana Vorinet.
Yeah, you're not gonna think it's so cute in
Enough of
the
that
bit.
childish nonsense.
Once it
Time
gets
for some
hard.
battle.
Once
I
it gets
haven't
hard, you're not
landed
gonna
a
think
hit
it's
step.
so cute.
I haven't landed a hit step.
This ain't one of them type of games.
Yep, I just did that. I was just being humble earlier. I actually beat the original Hollow Knight. Computer, show them.
Did he?
Ask me anything about Hollow Knight. Go on. Ask me who the final boss was. It was another version of Radahn, if you would believe it.
Yeah, it was. He's right. It's just Radahn 2. Electric Boogaloo. Shit.
Yo, you did it, dude. Your singing worked.
I'm getting wrecked. Just trying to get down here. I'm just trying to get down to this one
Funny if I
path.
could close it again. I think I'm done with the.
I'm not really
grass
trying to
area
fight in there
finally.
or explore.
Sick of it. I'm not going in there. It's over, Hornet. He has the high ground. Oh, shit. Let he who has never died stupidly cast the first stone. Give up. I've beaten Morpho. Gotta be honest, guys, I never actually beat Hollow Knight. Zanny, if you never even finished Hollow Knight, what makes you think you'll like this? Well, the first time I played a Souls game was Dark Souls 1, and I hated it and quit at Firelink Shrine. Then years later, I gave Elden Ring a go, and loved it so much that I beat the rest
You
of
quit
the
at
Souls
Firelink
series,
Shrine?
including
You quit at
Dark
the
Souls 1.
tutorial?
So you never know. I just like to start with the sequel.
You did the tutorial? You just quit when the game actually starts? That's stupid.
Beast, you may have heard of me. I'm the man who first tried me deer. Does that ring a bell? Fuck, I suck with that jump attack, man. No, 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 no. This diagonal jump attack is killing me. Bapanada. Oh, he's the fast travel. Oh.
I'm not even gonna fight them. Fuck.
Thank you
You're too
for the
annoying to
fast
fight.
travel, Fabio.
You're too damn annoying to fight.
Scared.
Oh my
Be
god,
not
you
afraid.
bitch.
Why can't I pet the bell beast? You disappoint me, game.
Ah! There's too many of them.
Wrong, that's not his name, shut up. So at this point, the game's pretty much what I expected. Just more Hollow Knight. Very smooth feeling, platforming game. Looks beautiful, wonderfully animated. A lot better than Star Wars Outlaws. Anyway, I was kind of struggling.
You know what I
here
need to do? I need to
because
change the
was
tool that I have.
kept dying and losing all my money.
If I change the
Alright,
tool
we
and
are
put on
at
another one, it would be fine.
130 beads. Beads! Beads! Oh, no, 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 no. This is how it feels chasing after the beads that roll away. Beads! We can be beads, Mark. We can finally be beads. This is good news. I also kept getting lost. I thought I was good with direction in games, but I can't navigate for shit in Hollow Knight. What's that? It's the Silk Song. That is not how you talk to someone shorter than you. Oh my god, she sells maps. I found the map vendor, thank fucking god.
Yeah.
Chakra, you are my favorite NPC in this game.
Exactly.
Until then, farewell, child.
She helps you
wielding
fight.
needle.
That's another good reason
Chinese sweatshop.
that she's
Fanestre
one of the best NPCs in the game.
Punta Osh. Holy shit.
He called her a
Fine
punta?
writing.
Yanaga Nosuke.
That's funny. I didn't remember that.
What is this? Oh no, no! Oh god, it's a boss in a tiny room. I'm fucked. It's a chair. I'm gonna land the jump attack. And I'm gonna land in lava. What a move. What acrobatics. Fucking move. Jump attack. Oh my god, bro. Strong focus on what I want. Alright. My ass is never making it to the Citadel. The stupid diagonal.
I don't even have
jump
any
attack.
fucking. Yeah, I
The
only got
worst-
one.
The worst shit ever.
No point even getting that cocoon.
Crash
Well, we
Out
got it.
Part 2 incoming.
Oh shit.
You gotta jump attack the red thing to like jump off of it. This is called Pogo Jump.
Yeah.
Pogo! I can't play this game. I fear not the man who has never failed a jump, but the man who has failed one jump 10,000 times.
Oh, that's all that's up here? Really? That's it? I need more than that. I don't even have any fucking rosary. Well, it does rosary on that string, but I need more than that.
Stop moaning. Jump attack this guy, Hornet. What is that jump attack?
I don't have any more tools either. We're running out of tools.
Oh my god, dude.
Could just.
I'm ready! How about you? Ah. Jump attack, bitch. Bapanada. What the hell am I supposed to do there? I just realized every hit he lands takes 2 health.
Yeah.
2?
It's fun.
What?
Fun, ain't it?
Why?
Take double damage.
This is insane! Please, Mr. Ant. Please. Fuck this ant, man. 2 health every hit, as if I wasn't struggling already. Whoa. You see that? Is that a parry or something? Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out! Oh yeah? We'll take this!
I don't know where to go.
That was definitely a parry. That's kinda game-changing, actually. I did it again! Wow. 2 health! 2 health per hit! Sure, his jump attack kills me.
I'm going
my
back to the
jump
ant
attack
area.
kills me. I am 1 jump attack away from a mental breakdown. Is this parry slop? No, no, jump attack!
Going back to Hunter merch.
I'll just let someone else deal with that guy. Well, despite the shocking realization that some enemies deal 2 damage, there was a silver lining. I've been unlocking new movement abilities, which pretty much felt like getting new superpowers or something. Drifter's Cloak. Hold A in air. Flare the... Oh.
Yeah, the floating ability.
Whee! Swift Step. Holy shit, it's the dash, finally.
Exactly.
Whoa!
This shit is so
This
cash.
is a game changer. Whee!
I love it.
Whee!
I love it.
Woo! I thought to myself, maybe this game won't be such a struggle after all.
I'm gonna turn him off though. It'd be better to just watch him. It'd be better to just watch that video instead of just listening to it. I know exactly where he is though, going by what he's saying, but it doesn't make sense without seeing it otherwise. Who the hell is that again? I forgot who Oompaville is. Probably one of them Illuminati YouTubers. The ones who are just, you know, industry plants put into the algorithm. They're like professionally trained actors who were given like YouTube channels and they're like artificially propped in your face. the fuck? Yeah, what's his name from Buffy? He made a movie? That movie looks... Well, in 2016, yeah, he probably would have still looked like that. Looks like Xander from Buffy. This movie called The Ultimate Gift. Yeah, YouTube advertises movies now. It's like they're a fucking blockbuster. This is where old, obscure movies go to die on YouTube. It's just a rental service now. They like you get to rent these fucking movies. That's why it's like Blockbuster. Like just put it on like some Netflix thing. And just stream it and then just have it with ads. No subscriptions though. If we're watching ads, fuck your subscriptions. Otherwise, never mind. I don't have ads anyway because I use AdBlock, but damn it, they really trying to make us watch some fucking ads. That's for damn sure. I'll watch them if you make those movies free, though. I never seen that Miss Chalice video. You're too black for superheroes. Let's actually listen to this.
The phrase I get all the time is I'm always trying to shove my agenda down their throat, which seems sexually charged to me. I don't know.
What if I told you that
This is a black artist, yeah. Whenever you just try to feature, yourself or people like you in your story, you're being accused of having something shoved down your throat because only white people are allowed to exist in anything, any story, any media in this country or in the West in general. It's not even just an American crybaby issue. Like even Europe, a bunch of European countries will whine about this. Like there's so many Nazis in Poland and fucking Germany still. Fucking Finland. Full of fucking Nazis. I've talked to people from there. They talk about, we live in a glorious white country. Okay. And then they talk about women and like, oh, this woman has beautiful German eyes, like a Ubermensch. Like, okay, guy, you realize not everybody's a Nazi over here. There's enough. This country's really going to the Nazi side, but yeah, you're just talking like that out in the open. It's really weird, man.
This man right here created some of the most iconic, legendary black comic book stories ever written, and his influence to this day still affects how fictional black characters are written across all media. A little over a year ago, I released a video in which I detailed the problems and issues that often come with non-black writers attempting to write black characters.
Yeah.
How far too often these writers lack the lived experiences or don't do enough research to capture the myriad of different forms of
one
black.
I'll really point out really quick, and then I'll play more of this. Ironheart. That character was written, at least their debut story was written by a white man. I don't know if they were created by the white man, but they were certainly written by them in that first story because I read it and I looked up who the author. Oh, this is a white guy, and I'm noticing a lot of stereotypes and shit in there, like, and a lot of phrasing they use. Oh, her father committed suicide by cop, and I hate that term, suicide by cop. That is a white supremacist term. That's not a real term that we black people should be using. It's a way to like mask. You're just rephrasing murder. No, he was murdered by a cop. This man did not commit suicide. The cop was not forced to kill him. This is what they use every time a black person got shot. I noticed this was becoming like a popular phrase. Oh, this black man, he just committed suicide by cop. That's all. So we had to shoot him. You had to shoot him? What about all those countries that don't have like guns? Cops carrying guns. Did they have to? Is there a lot of suicide by cop there? I don't hear a lot of suicide by cop incidents in many other countries. Exclusively, it's a thing that's used for black people. Like you never hear suicide by cop when it's talking about like some other race. Like I never heard this term applied to like some white people, even Asians. This is not a thing you typically hear associated with them. It's just a way to shy away from saying you murder black people. That's it. That's what this cop murdered a black person. That's what happened. They didn't commit suicide. I hated that. So you knew a white guy wrote it. When I read that, I gotta look up who this author is. Oh, it's a white guy. Of course. And of course, they had the most stereotypical death for her father. Shot by a cop, and they said it was suicide. Okay. It's like every fucking black character has to be like some fucking cultural stereotype whenever at least when some of these white authors are writing them. I don't know. It's annoying. Oh, it's a robot. Who are you, Lozzie? This is what I didn't like about the Luke Cage show too. It had a bit of too much of that. Like it didn't work at all like how the comics. Like the Luke Cage comics were not like that. But there are white authors who can write black characters well. Like there's some Luke Cage stories that are written well by white authors. And they're not stereotypes either. And I don't know who wrote the Luke Cage show, but they were doing a bunch of like minstrel show type shit to me. So it might have just been some colonized black dudes, for all I know, who wrote that tacky shit. But wouldn't surprise me with some white authors. But yeah, there's some black authors who are just that colonized. They write a bunch of stereotypical shit, a bunch of shit that's just like so typecast for black people. It's just annoying. This is it's like we can't talk about it. Like black people can't be about anything else. Oh, it's just about gangs and drinking. Okay. No, we're so depraved that we'll we like to molest our own nieces and weird shit like that. Like I didn't like that plot point in that show. That's not even from the comics. It's just some weird shit they decided to put in there. Really shaming black father figures for some weird fucking reason. This is racist to me. And Luke Cage's own father was like a deadbeat who had adultery. Like, that's not even the story in the comic, though. It's just something they decided to put in there. Like, why? And then I noticed they had this white guy come into the fucking show, and he was like dunking on the black dudes. So like, what the fuck? And they had him like getting with this black lady who's like 20 years older than him too. It's really weird. She's like a granny. But they turned her into like she was acting all slutty and stuff with them. It's really weird. Like what they were trying to say with that. I don't know. This is stuff from just giving examples. It's like, who wrote this shit? This ain't shit some black dudes really wrote. It's some shit some goofy gooner white dude from Hollywood would write. Some shameful shit. It's above? Okay. I was distracted. I can kill him. He's not that hard. Where you at? Oh, it's one of these rooms. I can't see shit. Like, if I could... It's so damn dark in here. If I could see, it'd be better. What are the... Oh. What's this? A memory locket. I don't even know what you do with these. Do you sell them? If you sell them, I don't know who you sell them to. I ain't found any buyers. I ain't found anyone I can sell shit to. Where the hell are we? We're trying to get the Hunter's March. We need to go there. That's why I came over here. Need to go to a bench. Where's the nearest bench? It's right next to us. I really don't have any tools now. Or I'm not going to in a minute. We're running low. Yeah, and Ironheart said this dumb shit, like... some white guy wrote her to say, well, you gotta say that I will never be like Iron Man. Because she looks up to this Iron Man in the story. She's very, like, race conscious, but they have her looking up to, like, a white man, which is really weird. And that's what she said. She wants to grow up to be you want to grow up to be a white man, which is really an odd thing to write her saying, unless you're a weird white guy. And yeah, he wrote that shit. And then she had a white teacher who was also a white guy, and he said, "Isn't that weird?" But to say, you know, he's have him be the voice of common sense in that exchange, which was written by a white guy, mind you, and she said, "Well, you got to say I won't ever grow up to be Iron Man, so I can actually accomplish it." Because she says it'd be like a Rosa Parks moment, you know. I'm like, does this white guy really think this is how us black folks talk? We just talk like this all the time about, like, just bring up Rosa Parks out of nowhere. Like, it was like that's what really made it obvious to me. This ain't no black folks writing this. Like, this is just shit like a white person thinks we talk. Like, thinks that's what we talk about all day. And we just want to be white people when we grow up. I'm like, what the fuck? No. You're not even the same gender. Like, Iron Man's a man. For one thing. I don't know. It was stupid. Let me go play the rest of this.
Blackness that exist, which in turn ends up with some...
Oh, he showed some pictures when he said that. Characters written by white guys, like Cleveland. Yeah, Cleveland is written by a white guy, and he's voiced by a white guy. Which explains why he does the most corny, submissive shit in those shows.
come with
those Seth MacFarlane shows.
Non-black writers attempting to write black characters. How far too often these writers...
Good Times. Oh yeah, they made that Good Times cartoon show, which is like it's like an even more shameless parody of the original live action show. It's the most depraved crap you'll ever see. It's really bad. It's a white guy wrote it. Yeah, I knew that. It's not surprising. For someone who's not black. Their name is not a common white first name, but they're not black, that's for sure. I'm gonna look them up. Her name was Renata Shepard, which might be a woman to be honest. Renata Shepard. Yeah, it's a white woman. That explains it. Yeah, she wrote Good Times. She might be half black, but I don't know. She don't identify with being black. That's for sure. She wrote that's some buffoonery. That show, that Good Times cartoon show is really bad. Let me look her up. Does she have like a bio page? Black Again is also even the suffix for the TV show, the Good Times cartoon, it's called Black Again. Like, what the fuck is that shit? That's some Uncle Tom shit. I gotta say it. If she's part black, that's just Uncle Tom behavior. That's some Uncle Ruckus type shit. Yeah, fuck that show. Jay Farrow, you decided to contribute to this fucking show? What is wrong with you? Yvette Nicole Brown, I'm not surprised she contributed to it. She was in that fucking buffoonery in that Community TV show. They had her doing some coonery type shit. That show was definitely written by a white guy in the Community. They didn't write her character well at all. They barely wrote Troy's character well, but he ended up being funny anyway, because Donald Glover is just he can make it work. He's talented enough, but yeah, Donald Glover did some sellout shit too. That's what they expected you in Hollywood, though. You got to be like a big old sellout to make it in Hollywood. Otherwise, you'll just be obscure. You got to do some buffoonery. I'm looking up this writer. She don't have a bio really anywhere. Yeah, Renata Shepard and Carl Jones made this shitty show. Who's Carl Jones? He's the only black guy. He should be ashamed of himself. Carl Jones also worked on Boondocks, which decided to go a big fat minstrel show direction. And they tried to endear you to Uncle Ruckus later in the show. The biggest self-hating black character in the fucking show. Like, fuck that character. You're not supposed to be endeared to Uncle Ruckus. He's supposed to be like the example of the sellout, the one who loves massa so much. And it did episodes on like the Katrina flood, and it just tried to make black people look like they don't deserve any help in that episode. And there's more episodes like that. It made it look like we all were like rooting for like what's his fucking name? The singer. Yeah, we just thought he actually had sex with an underage girl, and we liked that he had sex with an underage girl. And the only issue was about getting peed on. Like, nah, dude. We don't fuck with that shit. If some dude had sex with a little girl, that's not shit we down with. If we actually thought, if we actually knew he did that, no, that's not something we support. They try to like lump all those black people in there like to support that type of shit. No, that's what you guys do with your fucking, your fucking what's that dude's name? Who molested all them girls in entertainment, growing when they were growing up, and afterward too. Harvey Weinstein. That's that Harvey Weinstein shit. That's that Epstein shit. That's not what our community promotes. That's what the industry, which is ran by those guys. Harvey Weinstein is influential in all of the industries, or he was. That's what they promote.
Imagine a cartoon.
Yeah, Rashida Jones is like some. I found her IMDb. Let me see what it says. Renata. Not Rashida Jones. Rashida Jones is someone else. Renata. Renata Shepard. IMDb. I'm just going back to it. I found the IMDb, but I wanted to find if there was like another page. 'Cause the IMDb doesn't usually give like a bio. It just shows their career when they started. There's nothing known about this woman. She didn't really do anything before this shitty Good Times cartoon. Yeah, no one liked that Good Times cartoon. They got a 4.1. No one liked it. Not surprised. It's like one of those old minstrel show cartoons. Like those old racist cartoons you used to see back in the Fleischer days. The 20s and onward. At least until the 50s. Okay. Let's play the rest of this.
Lack the lived experiences or don't do enough research to capture the myriad of different forms.
Yeah, Renata Shepard lacks the lived experience. She lives in like some suburb, it looks like. It's like that one woman who wrote The Woman King. Let me look that up. Yeah, that one woman who wrote The Woman King was like... It's like 3 of the writers were white, and two of them were white. There was 3 writers, and one of them was like mixed. But she was raised by white parents in a white neighborhood, so a lot of people took notice of that and wondering if she was trying to do like some weird agenda to try to make black people look bad or unattractive in this Woman King movie. In the story, like, I don't know why they call her the Woman King. That's not what she was called. That's not what these warrior women were called. I don't know. It's like they're removing her femininity. I don't know why. It's like people notice that. It's like, are you attempting to try to remove femininity from black women with a title like that? And then in the story of the Woman King, they have like the only nice men, or the only reasonable men in the movie is this Portuguese guy, and it's trying to portray him as more attractive than black men. So like a lot of people noticed that, and they also noticed that there was a seeming attempt to blame slavery on black people in that fucking movie. Like, people notice it. Is there some agenda to try to like validate slavery in this fucking message? And just say that, oh, it was only the black people that are responsible for why they're slaves. Like, yeah, that looked like an agenda to me. Yeah, it was the black people who wanted to sell the slaves. It wasn't Europe just surrounding the shores and forcing that economy at all. You know, the Dutch, the British, Portuguese, Spain. Although part of Spain. Yeah, after Spain stopped being black, which is in the 15th century, after the purges happened. There were the Crusades, and then there were purges with Cromwell. Well, not Cromwell, but similar purges like Cromwell. Cromwell did do purges of black people in other parts of Europe as well. Gina Marie Prince. Yeah, that's the mixed lady who was raised by two white parents in a white neighborhood. She helped write The Woman King. Which would, frame her perspective to be more favorable toward the white side. Probably. Not always the case, because there are parents who are white who would, be more conscious and class conscious and would try to educate. But this isn't always going to be the case. There's a lot of negligence in this country. So more prone to get a white parent is not going to be that in touch with black history and black suffering, even if they did adopt a black child. I mean, and you got to also notice the motive. Like, what is the motive for why they adopted a black child? Like, they could have just adopted them just to make them do housework for them or something, for all we know.
Of blackness that exist, which in turn ends up with some really shitty and sometimes offensive results. Without that lived experience, you'll never capture many of the small yet equally important nuances that come with being black. You end up creating either a caricature of black people or a two-dimensional character whose only personality is that they're black.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Our only personality that we're black. So we just talk about these civil rights people all the time. That's it. This is a problem I noticed in the Luke Cage show. Yeah, that's the only stories were about. Yeah, it's just that we're black. That's the only story. There's nothing else going on. We don't care about anything else other than that we're black. All right.
Where the main character just so happens to be black. The former involves the character's blackness.
Our blackness only comes up in regard to interacting with people who aren't black so much and they have a problem with our blackness. That's when we typically bring up our blackness. Us black folks already know that we're black. We don't have to remind each other that we're black when interacting with each other. Only in the interaction with some other people who may not be black and due to a bunch of indoctrination and fear about black people, it's typically brought up in interaction with them, and that's when it ever comes up. It's not a common thing we bring up to each other so much.
Being integral to the story itself.
Oh, he showed off Sinners. Sinners did have a little bit of that problem, but given the time period that it takes place, it made sense. The period it takes place in makes a lot of sense for why that would be the case. But the blackness is a big topic of discussion. But at the same time, I guess I understand them, because these are the only movies that we can make about ourselves. Like, any movie a black person is featured in or has to be involved in is always about just our blackness. We can't write anything else. It's just about the main conflict is being black. That's the main conflict. It's the main thing. It's the main story point. And us black folks, we already know that we're black. This is not a message for us. It's like a message for white people, I guess. It's like being black is unique to them or is strange to them, not to us. We should be able to write about things without having to. People bring up the Bechdel test about which I didn't really take seriously either. But let's use that, since a lot of people like to bring that up. Where the Bechdel test is about, okay, if there's a story where women can't have a conversation without mentioning a man or dating, then that's probably not great writing. But this at the same time, that seems to be an issue whenever black people are featured in anything, or there's something black people are attached to in production. Yeah, it has to be about. We can't mention anything that has to do with anything other than that we're black. You don't see a bunch of other movies you don't see a bunch of the white movies don't have to bring up that they're white all the time. Okay, the Chinese ones, They don't have to bring that up. They already know. Okay, Asian movies don't have to bring that up. Well, unless they're made in America, then yeah. Even with the Asian movies, they have to do that. In the Western ones, it's always an issue. Like Crazy Rich Asians, yeah, we're Asian guys, but we're rich. And then, and also in that movie that won an award, Everything Everywhere All at Once. You know, people like that fucking movie, but at the same time, it's about being Asian in America. Like it's in this country. This country, it just shows how white supremacist it is. Like, you can't have a movie be about anyone who's not white unless you're just the whole topic of discussion or conflict is their race. It's the same case in those movies I brought up that aren't black, the Asian movies, Crazy Rich Asians and the Everything Everywhere All at Once. And you rarely see Asians like at the starring role in anything that also features black people or white people. Well, mainly white people. They don't have to be in a like even white movies. Whenever there's an Asian person, they're never the star. You know, mainstream Hollywood movies rarely has like Asian people as a star. You'll have a black person as a star, but they're typically probably going to be a stereotype. Even in a movie that has white people in it, like predominantly white, or they're going to be weak, and or they're just a comedian. Like you'll have a Beverly Hills Cop, which is technically over 30 years ago, but they did make that update, and that update was pretty bad, to be honest. So that's not a great example either. But he was the star. Eddie Murphy was the star, but in those movies, he gets beat up through most of the first movie. The second movie, he doesn't perform very well either. He's the comedian. He's not very strong. He has two white cop friends who are the most competent ones in the fucking movie. He manages to trick them a few times, but they end up being the more competent and capable in the movie. They save him basically. So yeah, whenever black people are the star, that's what happens. So just giving examples. We have one type of exception, like movies like Blade. That's the rare type of exception where that's ever happened. But you don't see too many Blades come out. That's why we're still mentioning Blade as an example. How long ago was Blade? That was like 1998. That's a long ass time ago.
Caricature of black people, or a two-dimensional character whose only personality is that they're black. And this is what separates a specifically black story from a story where the main character just so happens to be black. The former involves the character's blackness being integral to the story itself.
Yeah, exactly.
While this applies to all forms of entertainment media, in comic books this nuance has historically been lacking. Prior to the modern age, there weren't many stories that explored their black characters beyond the surface level. While there were many non-black writers and artists that have made great contributions, these same writers weren't immune to the aforementioned issue. The industry was accustomed to treating many black characters as afterthoughts, sidekicks, stereotypes, or symbols of progress, but rarely full people. Many of these were noble, well-intended attempts at being more inclusive, but were severely lacking with any sort of care or nuance to flesh them out.
What a good example of this is?
Simply didn't know how to utilize the character.
You know what? There are good examples of this even before like the 80s. Like some directors got it. I would say John Carpenter and George Lucas kind of it seemed like they got the closest to understanding how to do it. Because they had good examples. Those are two white directors. But they have good representation of how to do this without making the black person a stereotype or, an awful person. And then not just be referential to the race. Just, like George Lucas in Star Wars, we had Lando Calrissian. He ended up being the biggest pivotal part of the rebels winning by the end of the series. He was competent, capable. You know, nothing about his race was an issue in that movie. All right, it didn't have to be like some conflict in the movie, like it is today in a lot of movies that feature black people. And then you got John Carpenter stuff like They Live, where they had Keith David as the co-star. You know, his race was not an issue in that movie. It didn't have to be brought up. He was as competent, capable as the other co-star, or the main star of the movie, which was Roddy Piper. So yeah, those were good examples. That's how it should be, or you know, it needs to take examples from that. It can be more than that, but that's the good way to go. Just to give examples.
With DC arguably being the worst offender when compared to others. Aside
Yeah.
from a select few, it would be years before many of these black characters were fleshed out.
Yeah, Marvel was better since they had Black Panther before DC had many black anything. Black Panther was actually it bucked the stereotype. I mean, he's from Africa, and there was jungles and stuff, but he was like a technologically advanced. He's been a technologically advanced superhero ever since he debuted in Fantastic Four in the '60s. That's how he was always. He didn't. It's not something that like came later. Like I was having an argument with some comic book nerds about Black Panther. They said, "Well, he didn't used to be all technically advanced. That's just something they made up for modern times because it's for to be politically correct." And I'm like, "Motherfucker, you know nothing of this character. You're just showing it. You're showing you're a fake comic book fan." Because I had the fucking issue. I mentioned the issue where he debuted, and I had that fucking comic, and I read it in a counselor's office when I was in middle school. you know, teachers counts, whatever they call that, teacher counselor. Yeah, they had that in there. They had these old comics in there, and one of them was the Fantastic Four issue that had Black Panther, which is very rare now. Probably would cost a lot of money today. That wasn't that long ago. I'm surprised they had that comic in there. I guess they didn't really value the comics, but they had them to read. But yeah, in that debut, like Black Panther and his the diplomats he was visiting the Fantastic Four with. He came to New York to visit the Fantastic Four, and he was showing off to them his new technology, and he also gave them an invitation to come to Wakanda. And in the thing they were showing like how advanced he was from the start. His dignitaries were using what we noticed today. They didn't even have back in the '60s, but what we call today is Bluetooth. They were using Bluetooth in that fucking comic issue. All right, that's how advanced Black Panther was. More advanced than the white countries before they ever got Bluetooth. That's in the '60s. That's not something that was a modern thing they put in there. I don't know why I'm coming this way. This is not the way to go. I need to go back. So yeah, he was always like supposed to be a technologically advanced dignitary and scientist. He was supposed to be a smart person. He was an inventor, which it kind of that's what bothered me about the Black Panther movie, the first one. T'Challa himself didn't show that he was actually intelligent or an inventor or anything. He's supposed to be like Tony Stark, but in Africa. And yeah, I think he was. I don't know. Yeah, Tony Stark was. I think he did exist before Black Panther. But yeah, they're supposed to be on par intelligence wise. They've even fought before in some issues, and Black Panther's beaten them in a pretty interesting way. But anyway, let me get back.
If you write a black character, he represents blackness, and that's ridiculous. That's way too much, way too complex.
Yeah, we always have to be the ambassadors of every black person in any story. It's like we can't have like any sort of anything else. That's all our message. That's all our story is.
too much weight for any character, any single character to hold. Whereas if you write a white character, he's that guy.
Enter Dwayne McDuffie. In 1987, what began as a humble assistant editor working at Marvel Comics would soon grow into a man spending the next half a decade changing the trajectory of comic books. Not only would he craft stories that broke the mold in how black and minority characters were represented, but would take it a step even further with his creation of Milestone Media, a black-owned comic book company dedicated to crafting characters who weren't just visually black, but authentically reflected black identity, purpose, and lived experience. And this is one of the many reasons why it's necessary to give Dwayne his flowers.
Yeah,
He
Dwayne
understood that
McDuffie's a good guy.
wasn't just about putting a black face in the panel. It was about authorship, voice, and control over the narrative.
Yeah.
Without that, even the most well-meaning attempts at inclusion fall flat because they aren't rooted in real experience. Truth is, the industry never had a problem with blackness per se, as long as it was manageable, marketable, and made by them. We don't have a problem with black characters, just as long as they're not too political, you know? Not too black.
We're okay with Spawn, which is written by a white guy.
And not much about this argument has really changed over the years. Anytime a story related to the medium dares to center blackness unapologetically, it gets labeled as pandering or.
And then you got to think about Spawn.
What happens when you have a
A lot of people didn't even know Spawn was black because his face is disfigured. Unless you know his origin story, you don't know he's black. And then he also wears a mask. So for the longest time, a lot of people didn't even know Spawn was black because they never read his origin until they made that movie, and then the movie. It's not fondly remembered anymore either. At the time, it was apparently a hit. It beat out Batman and Robin, or Batman Forever, whatever it was called. One of those Batman movies that came out the same year. And yeah. And then you look into the... You got to think about Spawn too, because Spawn's not very endearing either. He's supposed to represent this, like some CIA black ops guy, or, some spook who's so good at killing people. He killed so many people, this black guy, that he went to hell. And so many people, beyond any white person ever, that the Satan wanted him to be one of his generals. It's like really trying to foment that black people are the most violent and kill the most. It's like the message of his origin story. Like, what the fuck is that? It's not the fucking black folks running the CIA. That's like a Nazi outfit. They depose and do genocides in a bunch of global South countries. They run the drug cartels. That shit's caused by them to destabilize Latin America and global South areas. That's what they do. They're Nazis. They're Nazi enforcers and corporate assholes. Really, they work for corporate and they work for white hedge money.
White male audience that's been conditioned over the decades to see themselves as the default. Anything outside of this narrow frame, stories about race, queerness, gender, or even just other kinds of people that don't fit this mold, is treated like an attack, a forced political statement that's shoved down their throats.
Shove my agenda down their throat.
It's not enough for a character to just exist authentically. Their presence must be justified, softened, or explained. It's the exact kind of idiotic logic that Dwayne spent majority of his career fighting against, and a fight that we have to continue, as these types of clowns didn't just go away. They've got a bigger platform than ever before.
Only a couple good people in this movie. You had Bruce Wayne, Batman, and you had Alfred. Those are the only two good white people.
Let's swap out beloved legacy characters for diverse new alternatives.
McDuffie's going to turn the Justice League all black. He's getting rid of the white guys.
You had Jim Gordon.
That would be silly to say. Yeah, you only had 3 good white guys in this movie, and the entire movie is white. Where were the black people? What movie are we talking about? Where were the Asians? Where were the Latin? Where was anybody? Where were the Indians?
Who's black in this. You had Catwoman, who's not white in this, and then you had Jim Gordon, who's
Oh, you talking about the newest Batman movie? I never saw that one. Who knows? I didn't see that one. This was a real argument someone's making. This is a real argument. I thought it was a joke. Oh my god. It's about the newest Batman. I'm like, let's compare this Batman to the other Batmans and see how this logic lines up.
black in this.
League all black. He's getting rid of the white guys.
You had Jim.
Like, that's a real argument. He's just speeding up their voice so they sound silly. Because they do sound silly, but that's a genuine argument this white guy is making in this review of the Batman movie.
Gordon, who's black in this. You had Catwoman.
Okay, Jim Gordon is black in the movie. Okay. And Catwoman's black. I mean, it's not the first time they've made Catwoman black. She was black in the Eartha Kitt played her in the old 60s Batman show. Then there was Halle Berry, and then Zoe Kravitz is the newest one. It's not like it's out of pocket. Not a big deal, really. I'm not really a fan of race swapping characters, though. I'd rather they just create different characters who happen to be black instead of just. We don't have to do that swapping of the races. That's not going to please me. But if they're written well, it doesn't matter. But I wouldn't want the inverse to happen is the thing, because that just green lights them to do that with actual black characters and make them white, like later. So I'd rather just not. Just have original black and white characters.
Who's not white in this. And then you had the mayor, who's a black woman. Again, very much on the nose.
A mayor can't be black, though. That's crazy. That's silly. Well, we can't have a black mayor? What is that? Now, that's just a dumb complaint.
Current day Hollywood.
I guess you just can't make some folks happy. There's always going to be people who will go through the most insane mental gymnastics to explain why they think the latest piece of media is ruined by diversity and quote-unquote woke agendas. When examining Dwayne McDuffie's legacy in entertainment, we often focus on his accomplishments, not realizing that his work was never finished. It was a foundation, not a finale. He's an architect that set the blueprint for how we write.
I guess he's not alive anymore.
On screen and on the page, showcasing the myriad of different ways that black stories can be written while still being bold, unapologetic, and uncompromising. So, let's explore what happens when you refuse to play by the rules. What happens when you're too black for comics?
By too black, you mean too,
like the last time you took
not
something that belonged to me. Anything I took was freely offered. Maybe you should.
Too respectable, you know, too competent. That's what they mean by being too black. Well, he's a class-conscious, competent black man, but he needs to be a stereotype, okay? We can't have him looking as competent as white people, all right? Or caring about other things beyond his race.
You should take better care of your stuff.
As usual, before we get started, let's establish some things. This is not going to be a biography of Dwayne McDuffie, nor a full history of Milestone Comics. While we'll touch on both, this video is more about applying both their approach and philosophies regarding the medium to our much wider entertainment landscape today. I feel like it's much more useful to treat their work not as relics of the past, but as blueprints. Like we said, a foundation for how we tell our stories, who gets to tell them, and what those stories are even allowed to say. Because at its core, their philosophy wasn't just about representation, it was about agency. It's about shifting the power to define blackness, identity, and humanity away from the boardrooms and back into the hands of the people living and reading it. If you're looking for a more comprehensive biography, then in addition to this video, I suggest checking out The Color of Comics from Robert Kirkland's Secret History of Comics series. It's about an hour long and features interviews from those behind Milestone Medium themselves. I'll be linking it in the description below. In addition, this video is not claiming that it's impossible for non-black writers to contribute to these kinds of stories. Knowing that some of you goofies love to misrepresent things, even with them being explicitly spelled out for you, I can already hear some of y'all in the comments. Pillboy said I can't write black characters if I'm not black. That's right.
No, you can write them.
Scram.
I don't. Yeah, that's not what he's.
That's being argued.
That's not what he said. Yeah, and I said, yeah, white people can do a good job. Like that's why I brought up George Lucas and John Carpenter.
Instead, what's being argued is that writing black characters authentically requires more than just adding melanin and AAVE. It demands empathy, a shit ton of research, and a willingness to center experiences that aren't your own without turning them into a caricature or trauma porn. The issue isn't who is allowed to write these stories, but who gets the agency.
Oh yeah, another point to George Lucas. Yeah, Mace Windu, another good black character from Star Wars. Which I noticed a bunch of Nazis, closet Nazis, have been trying to retroactively vilify Mace Windu because they're racist. That's all it is. You go look at their other videos. Oh, that's why they're framing Mace Windu this way. They don't like black people at all. They're trying to say, oh, he was just really trying to control the Empire for himself. Like, where the fuck did Mace Windu ever express that? That's not something he ever said. And then you had these dumb theories coming out about, oh, he's Snoke. He's just Snoke. Mace Windu magically became this weird deformed white guy, which made no fucking sense. And I noticed it was coming from those same guys who were already like shitting on Mace Windu and making up these fake stories about him. Oh, he just wanted to run the Empire. He was the real evil guy. He's why Anakin turned evil and slaughtered children. Like, what the fuck? We see who actually influenced him. It was fucking Palpatine. It wasn't fucking Mace Windu. Mace Windu tried to stop the Emperor. He was going to kill him, and then Anakin's stupid ass decided to stop him. Not because he wanted him to go to court, because he didn't really care about sending Dooku to court. He killed him because Palpatine told him to do it. So I don't want to hear this shit about, oh, he needs to go to the court. That was a fake reason. He wanted to keep him alive because he thought Palpatine could save his wife, but he lied because his wife died anyway. Like, Vader was just a sucker. Anyway.
To define them. Are black characters being crafted with intention, or are they just aesthetic choices to imply diversity? Because while anyone can write black stories, black creators should be the ones leading them. Not for exclusion's sake, but because representation without agency.
At least reference it, like get reference from actual black people.
To illustrate this, we're going to begin by exploring the milestone method. Not just how Milestone Comics was able to build such a cohesive,
and I would say more than just one, to be
also
honest,
reach their audience in such a way. What the hell were they even on to cook up something this hard? Can you even do something like this today? Well, yes. You just need the right cookbook.
Oh my god, you shot me.
That's what I was trying to tell you. Only my costume is bulletproof.
Blank Man, I remember that movie. That Damon Wayans movie.
What made Dwayne in Milestone Media so impactful was their ability to craft a myriad of different black stories while still being bold, unapologetic, and uncompromising.
I thought Meteor Man was a better black
superhero
movie.
You can see a clear roadmap in how they were able to do so, and that's by writing with a purposeful lens, expanding the spectrum of black identity, and shifting power behind the scenes. Together, these three pillars don't just define Milestone's legacy, but they lay the foundation for how black stories can and should be told across all media. It all starts with the first pillar, writing with a purposeful lens, where every story has meaning beyond the page. This requires the storyteller to move beyond surface level or performative representation, and instead
got a Street Fighter remix in
the
his background.
realities, histories, and nuances of the culture they're trying to depict.
That's a bop.
This approach isn't just about having black characters in a story, but instead about centering their experiences as complex human beings shaped by unique social, political, and cultural forces.
Exactly.
Without this lens, you risk black characters falling into stereotypical molds. The angry thug, the magical Negro, the sassy sidekick, the hypermasculine caricature stripped of any sort of vulnerability. Lazy tropes that reduce black people to one-dimensional cliches. In comics, this problem reached its peak around the 70s. You'd get black characters, but often only in certain roles or without fully fleshed out identities. You'd see Falcon, but only really when he's sharing a series with Captain America. And it wouldn't be until '83 that he'd get his own 4-issue limited solo series. Luke Cage and Black Lightning both started off as the streetwise vigilante trope that came out of the blaxploitation era. With most of their dialogue being imitation AAVE in an attempt to make them sound more quote-unquote authentic. Hell, for the longest time, Luke Cage's entire personality was just, where's my money? The weird part
Yeah,
is, many
exactly.
of these non-black writers weren't trying to be offensive, they genuinely wanted to represent black audiences. Luke Cage and Black Lightning were intended to tackle more grounded street issues, whereas with Black Panther, writers Don McGregor and Jack Kirby managed to craft a character complete with an Afro-futuristic mythos. Despite this, there was still something missing. For all the racial and social themes these characters touched on, there was still a disconnect created by the lack of lived-in authenticity. Voices that felt like they came from within the community rather from outside looking in. And that's where Dwayne McDuffie and the Milestone crew came in, by writing with a lens that wasn't just about representation, but about intention. Instead of the writer starting from, how can I fit a black character into this superhero formula, it becomes, what would this world, story, and character look like if we built it from the ground up with their lived reality at the center. For the folks at Milestone, this is something they wanted to do from the very start. When the crew first began drafting the first stories, the main focus was on authenticity-driven storytelling. In a March 2010 interview, Dwayne expands on this. I'm conscious of race whenever I'm writing, just as I'm conscious of class, religion, human psychology, politics, everything that makes up the human experience. I don't think I can do a good job if I'm not paying attention to what's meaningful to people. And in American culture, there isn't anything that informs human interaction more than the idea of race. When you write black stories this way, the character becomes a living, breathing product of the world they live in. By anchoring characters in these authentic contexts, their identities aren't isolated traits, but inseparable from their narrative arcs. This depth gives writers the tools to create nuanced conflicts and growth that resonate beyond cliches, and we can see this in their characters. Let's take Icon for example. They could have easily made him Black Superman, despite both sharing similar abilities and origins. Instead, they deliberately shaped him in ways that made his blackness and lived history inseparable from his superhero identity. Instead of landing on a farm in Kansas, he lands on a southern plantation in the 1800s. Instead of being raised by the Kents, he's raised by enslaved black Americans. He ages far slower than a human, and as a result, has witnessed slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, civil rights, and beyond. His definition of quote-unquote truth, justice, and the American way is shaped by seeing America's promise broken repeatedly for black people. That history makes him cautious, favoring assimilation, self-reliance, and incremental change over radical upheaval. Not out of naivety, but because centuries of survival taught him that bold revolutions are often met with brutal backlash. This in turn makes him favor conservatism, often putting him at odds with younger, more radical heroes such as Rocket. It's what transforms him from a...
That means he's not informed at all, because he just ignored all the actual revolutions that happened where concessions actually brought... I mean, concessions were gotten that way. They were gotten through actual revolution, not through conservatism or whatever the hell he's talking about, or electoralism or diplomacy. No, when you're dealing with Nazis, diplomacy is not going to work. You're dealing with Klansmen, racist, white supremacists. That doesn't work. No, the South Africans had to fight the Boers. They didn't win through elections. The Nazis had to be fought. They didn't. Being nice to them didn't work. You know, thoughts and prayers doesn't not work for them. The Soviets had to fight them. The Chinese had to fight the Japanese. Okay, that's how you get revolution. Haiti got independence by fighting the French. All right, and this sparked up a bunch of wildcat sort of slave revolts. The Gullah revolts. All of those were inspired from the Haiti revolt. There was a bunch of wildcat revolts happening, and this is why slavery really ended, and it spurred on the Civil War. Okay, it was becoming too expensive to keep slaves with all these revolts going around. So it, you know, the Union encouraged that, yeah, we need to probably get rid of slaves and do this industrial revolution thing. Don't worry, we'll exploit the Chinese instead. Even though they're fighting us over in their own country, they won't be as dumb to do that over here if we bring them over here. They, you know, have them build railroads and help with the Industrial Revolution. And, you know, we'll get that going, have more automation. And then we won't need as many slaves, okay? All right? And don't worry, we'll keep slavery around. We'll just, turn it into prison labor, and we'll over arrest black people, call them, say they're a criminal just for being black, walking while black. We'll call it jaywalking. Okay, that's how we'll keep slavery around in a legal way, and they'll be under more control in a prison than a plantation. Well, because they'll be on a chain gang. You see, you forgot to put the chains on them when they were in the plantation in slavery, but in prison labor, we can just have them on a chain gang and do the plantation shit that way. They can't revolt because they're chained up.
Superman copy into a character whose every decision is a commentary on survival, justice, and the complicated path.
So yeah, I don't like this black superhero. Whoever wrote this black superhero is some conservative black guy who's like maybe he loves Thomas Sowell or some dumb shit. That fucking sellout.
Towards real change. But we can also see this with Hardware. On the surface level, he seems like your typical genius.
But he said there's like other superheroes that are in conflict with that conservative black superhero. But they're younger though. They represent just because they're younger, they are ergo not for revolution. I mean, they are more for revolution because they're younger, as if revolution's only a young person's endeavor and obligation. No, the Bolsheviks had to do revolution to get rid of the czars, right? They couldn't like legislate. Like this is what Malcolm and Martin Luther King even pointed out. Like yeah, white moderates say you gotta wait on elections to get anything done. We can just vote our way to freedom. Like no, that's not how shit's gonna work. That's not how you get progress. You gotta actually do things, material things, to get concessions. You might have to fight them, or you can hit them economically, or both.
Yes, inventor argument.
Yes, Nazis are not gonna wait on you to do elections. They're gonna steal power. They're gonna kill you.
Uses his intellect to create weapons and technology to aid him on his crusade. Again, the writers didn't want to just create Black Tony Stark or a Mr. Terrific clone, but rather a character whose intelligence, inventions, and worldview were shaped by his lived experiences in a racially unequal America. Instead of starting with genius billionaire builds armor, they started with what happens when a black genius is systemically denied the power his talents should earn him. Curtis Metcalf becomes Hardware because his brilliance is exploited by a corporate system that will never see him as an equal. The same system that uses his inventions to terrorize
that's realistic too. That's happened.
Nemesis, Edwin Alva, isn't just your typical corporate villain. He's a living representation of corporate racism and the exploitation of black labor. It goes from beating the big bad villain to instead dismantling the power structure that gave him power to begin with. Together, both Icon and Hardware show exactly why Milestone was so impactful. These characters weren't just palette swaps of existing superheroes, they were stories built from the ground up to reflect the different facets of the black experience. Icon embodied the long view of history, centuries of living in survival mode shaping his cautious, conservative.
Yeah, but how come he forgot about the Haitian Revolution?
Frustration of a brilliant mind shackled by systemic racism. Neither story diluted its message to fit mainstream comfort. Both leaned into their specificity, and in doing so,
I would disagree about Icon.
Speaking of the different facets of the black experience,
Icon seemed like he was made to make white people comfortable.
Expanding the spectrum of black identity, where no single character carries the burden of representation, and the richness of different black experiences can exist in all their complexity. This requires the writer to break away from a single universal depiction of blackness and instead showcase the multiplicity of black lives. While avoiding the first pillar risks creating a shallow, performative representation, avoiding pillar 2 risks reducing blackness down to a monolith. A character can be as thoroughly fleshed out and layered as you want, but if their identity is framed through the same narrow archetype over and over again, it only reinforces the harmful idea that there's only one way to quote-unquote be black. It's how you wind up with the same recurring roles across media, the no-nonsense stoic, the silent muscle, the stone-faced leader. Playing into a specific archetype isn't inherently negative, but when it's the same archetypes over and over, it flattens the spectrum of different black experiences. You can take two black characters.
We have a bunch of like incompetent black characters though. I don't want that. I don't want the inverse of that. I don't see enough stoic or no nonsense black characters outside of anything black people make so much. It's usually always the some minstrel show or someone who's less. They're always gonna like they can be stoic and all that, but whenever they're with a white person, the white person's always going to be the more stoic one or the most competent one, typically. Like it's only like not so much that whenever like something in Milestone, like a Milestone type of comic, but nothing else.
That live vastly different lives. One is a suburban kid obsessed with Yu-Gi-Oh! And listens to KMFDM and Nine Inch Nails. The other lives in a working class neighborhood in the city and collects soul records and does community work with their spare time. Both are authentic expressions of black identity. The danger comes when writers don't allow for that plurality, flattening identity into one quote-unquote acceptable version. By the time the early 90s came around, mainstream comics had begun making small strides in showing more variation, but it was still a slow drip. Writers would expand Storm, Luke Cage, T'Challa, and Jon Stewart's individual personalities, but not beyond the no-nonsense, always serious archetype. The result was progress, but progress bound by a very narrow mold. Milestone then comes in and directly challenges that. If the first pillar is about depth, making sure a black character feels like a human being rather than a surface-level costume, then the second pillar is about breadth, ensuring there's no single template for being black. They understood that representation couldn't just be one voice carrying the weight, it had to be a chorus. They knew the key wasn't just adding one more serious, noble black hero, but instead building a world where multiple, contradictory, even messy expressions of black identity could coexist. And this couldn't have happened solely with Dwayne McDuffie behind the scenes. Milestone was never a one-man show. Dwayne co-founded it with Dennis Cowan, Derek Dingle, and Michael Davis, all who were veterans of the industry by the time they started up the company. Even in its infancy stages, they had helps from the likes of Christopher Priest, who was already trailblazing through the game and would later go on to do the best Black Panther run of all time. I don't care what anybody says, you can quote me on that. Despite most of them being colleagues for years, and in the case of Dennis and Derek, even childhood friends, none of them lived an identical life to one another.
I say he did a good
had different lived experiences
Black Panther,
as
but
men, and were able to funnel those distinctions into the foundation of Milestone. Dwayne's sharp wit and structural.
Some Christopher Priest interactions in some of the stories, like I don't know if he was told to write that or not, but like I don't know. Some interactions with Blade and Photon are some writing I take contention with, but otherwise, yeah, his Black Panther runs were decent.
Dennis's striking visual language, Derek's business and journalism acumen, Michael's gift for character and narrative. All of these lenses collided, overlapped, and expanded through the worlds they built. Dwayne explains, if you do a black character or a female character or an Asian character, then they aren't just that character. They have to represent that race or that sex, and they can't be interesting because everything they do has to represent an entire block of people. We knew we had to present a range of characters within each ethnicity,
that's very true.
Which means we couldn't just do one book. We had to present a view of the world that's wider than the world we've seen.
But this is different. Like in anime, it's not so much the issue with the Asian character because they're typically most of the characters are already Asian, so it's kind of like. Or sometimes they're not even Asian, but the race is never really. But you already know how it is with you feature white characters anyway, but when the characters are Asian, that's not really brought up so much, and it's not an issue because it's like it's just the default, and that's how you do it though. If it's a story about non-white people, that's more the direction it should be. They're not meant to be ambassadors of their Asianness or supposed to be representing all Asians, just this one character. No, there are facets of many different people who also exist outside of the race. They're not just people you'll find in an Asian community. There's similar type of people everywhere.
Before. Let's start with arguably Milestone's most popular character, Static. Before
Yeah,
we
Static
proceed,
Shock.
I'm only going to say this once. His name is Static. His name is not Static Shock. That's the name of his
That's the TV show.
alright?
I
That's
know.
Like me watching 12 Years a Slave and then calling Solomon Northup 12 Years the Slave. Anyways, Static was more than just Milestone's breakout.
But that's not even his name. And I didn't like 12 Years a Slave because it was just a snuff film. It wasn't really a endearing movie. It's just another movie about black people suffering, and that's all a story. That's all you can have a movie about if it involves black people. It has to be about slavery. It has to be about Jim Crow. It can't be anything else. And the black person, they just suffer the entire time. They just put up with it. There's no solution to the problem in the movie other than, oh, they just stopped being a slave later after white people were okay to let him be free or some dumb shit. Or that he escaped somehow. But it's not under, like, you know, just variations of the story, really, not the movie itself. But yeah, then a black woman gets raped the entire movie by some white guy. It's like that's not making us black people feel empowered either, or very good either. It's not endearing at all. It's like that's not the type of black movies I think people were just waiting for. All right. It's just like it's almost like it's a humiliation ritual. And a bunch of white people like that shit. They like making movies about themselves raping black folks or abusing black folks.
Hero. He was their answer to Spider-Man. Not in a,
Bunch of racist white people anyway.
let's make our own version of Peter Parker sense, but in how he embodied the everyday, awkward, coming-of-age struggles of a teenager navigating powers, bullies, friendships, and responsibility. Virgil Hawkins is a nerd. He's smart, he's charismatic, he's witty, he's a joker, he's a kid with crushes and insecurities. In many ways, he's what many readers and audience members of his show saw in themselves. You take a character like him and juxtapose him with someone like Icon or Hardware, it's a night and day difference. Even when juxtaposed with characters like Rocket, who, despite being similar ages, has a completely different set of circumstances, personality, and outlook on the world. Different upbringings, morals, ideologies, political opinions, humor, sexuality, class. No two characters are the same. Dennis Cowan elaborates. If you only have one black hero, then everything about him is supposed to stand for the whole race. That's a trap. We wanted a world where we could have more than one.
You could have more.
Where we could be an alien, another could be a teenage nerd, another a single mother, another an inventor. That's the only way you get honesty, by showing the variety of black life, not just one example. When you break these singular archetypes, you're able to create stories where black characters don't feel like stand-ins for an entire people, but like fully realized.
Jesus Christ, I need to get rid of the flying
That's
one.
what makes the difference between a token and a character you can actually connect with.
Yeah.
By building a roster where no two characters were the same, Milestone Comics gave black audiences something rare at the time.
There are enough of us
They
black
weren't
people
handed
in
a
this
single
country too
character
that it doesn't
and
make sense
told,
to
"This
only
is what
have
blackness
one
looks
black
like."
person ever
Instead,
showing
They
up.
were presented with a spectrum of experiences, personalities, and worldviews that acknowledge blackness as multifaceted, not monolithic.
I
That's
mean,
what
the
made
U.S. is
stories
not
resonate.
Finland.
They weren't written
There's
to
a lot of
check
us
the
black
box.
and brown
They were
folks
written
here.
to reflect
It don't
life.
make sense that it's
That
only
being
white
said, we
faces
now
showing
move
up
on
in
to
any
the
of these
final pillar,
stories.
shifting power behind the scenes.
Like America is
where
a
the
brown
creators of the
indigenous
stories
country,
are
and then you
given
got a bunch of
agency.
brown
This isn't just about
immigrants
who's writing the dialogue
as well, on
or
top of the
sketching
ones who are
panels.
already here.
It's about who actually holds the keys to the storytelling machine.
It
Who
don't make
decides
sense that
what gets
everybody's gotta be
greenlit, how
white
it's
in America.
marketed, how it's distributed, and what kind of risks
A
are
story
worth
that's
taking.
featured
That
in
power
America.
usually sits with the publisher, the executives, the people that control the money and visibility. Milestone was a rare case in comics history because while their books were published through DC Comics, they weren't under DC's editorial thumb. They had a really unique deal. DC essentially licensed Milestone's characters and creative output for
I see.
an annual fee and a cut of the profits. But Milestone Media itself retained copyright over its properties.
Good.
They had complete control over story
DC would
and
fuck it up.
editorial decisions, and even had the final say in merchandising and licensing.
Warner
This
Brothers
is how
would
you get
definitely
set
fuck
at
it up.
crossing over
They
into
own
the
DC.
DCAU while still being a milestone original character. The only real power DC had was the right to refuse to publish something they objected to. In practice, this meant Milestone's creators had a level of autonomy that was essentially unheard of at the time. They weren't pitching an idea to DC in hopes that some editor got it or understood it. They were setting their own tone, their own rules, and their own boundaries. That's what made Milestone so special. They put black creators in a position to protect their work from being diluted or reshaped by executives who didn't understand their vision. The stories could be sharper, riskier, and more authentic precisely because Milestone controlled the pen and paper. This is what agency looks like in action. It's not just about being allowed to tell stories about black heroes, but building a framework where these stories couldn't be taken away, rewritten, or stripped of their meaning. However, as great as this deal was, it still came with issues. DC still had the ability to refuse to publish content it found objectionable.
He's getting in the way of the
In
spikes.
practice, that meant DC did interfere, but only when they needed to.
Wait, needed to? The hell does that mean? Well, let's ask Dwayne. As Dwayne McDuffie later recalled, there were storylines that made them, quote-unquote, very uncomfortable.
The biggest actual fight that we had was an issue of Static, who was a teenage superhero. And
I'll die.
on the cover, he's making out with his girlfriend. There's no flesh exposed, but they're going at it pretty good. And it came back that DC didn't want to publish this cover. They told me because
Let me
DC
look at it.
Comics doesn't use sex to...
Let me look at it. What's the cover? Oh, I see. I guess it is a bit sexual, but it's not the first time DC's done that. They've had sexual covers. This is Cope and
out with his girlfriend. There's
no nudity or anything. It's not a big deal.
No flesh exposed, but they're going at it pretty good. And it came back that DC didn't want to publish this cover. They told me because DC Comics doesn't use sex to sell their comic books.
Yeah, it does. They're lying.
You know, as I'm
They
talking
do.
to the guy, there's a big rack behind him of
They
all of
they
these
really
people
loved
that are
exploiting
out
Jim Lee for
and
sexual
literally, over his
drawings
shoulder
and
is
covers.
a picture. It's a Legion of Superheroes cover.
Yeah.
With the
Power Girl?
very attractive
Power Girl.
female team member, her ass pointing at the camera. She's looking over her shoulder. Sort
Yeah,
of
they're
coming
lying.
hither and saying, "We're back."
Oh, that's I don't know. Wait, who is this? I was
Very
gonna say Black Canary, but no, they're a different superhero.
Attractive female team member, her ass pointing at the
Yeah.
camera. She's looking over her shoulder.
Exactly.
Sort of coming hither and saying, "We're back."
There's no tits or ass in that cover they're talking about. They don't want to publish. That's for sure. And that this white woman with her ass sticking out is definitely a cover though for the Legion of Superheroes. Oh yeah, the Legion of Superheroes is the space superhero legion or Justice League. Basically, they basically are associated with Superman or Superboy. Superboy met them when he was a teen, or Superman met him when he was a teenager and he was just Superboy at the time.
You know, and I'm and I'm like, yeah, well, you know, compared to kissing.
That's Beautiful
It
Dreamer.
kind
That's
of,
who that
you know,
is.
So
That's the name of that
kinda went back
superhero,
and
Beautiful
forth
Dreamer.
over it, and I said, "Oh, did the condoms make you? Nervous? Because you know some people think raincoats cause rain, so we could take the condoms out." And that wasn't it. And finally, the compromise we came up with was we put the cover on the inside and we wrapped a black heart. It was like a black border that was a heart and just the two faces kissing, so you couldn't see that they were, you know, on a couch going at it like 15-year-olds all over America. You know, that was a huge, huge fight. And I think a lot of it wasn't about sexuality, it was about black sexuality, which makes people really uncomfortable.
And it's hard to ignore the double standard. White heroes could be hypersexualized,
They-
scantily clad on covers, and even have storylines full of implied intimacy.
Yeah.
And it was
He was
just
right
one
about
part of
that.
the genre. But
Double
when
standard
Static
going on.
shows a few barely visible condoms out of focus on the cover, it wasn't received as a PSA or a real.
They don't
life
want
teaching
people to
moment.
see
It was
black
treated
people as
dangerous,
attractive or in a
inappropriate,
sexual
something
way.
that could threaten the brand. For as much
Unless, only in private, though, because that's what they did in private. They certainly liked exploiting black people and sex trafficking. And like that movie I was talking about, 12 Years a Slave.
artistic liberty that DC had given Milestone, there was still an invisible ceiling. How far stories could go before they tripped over corporate discomfort. They weren't trying to be edgy or doing it for shock value, they were addressing real issues for real teenagers. Exactly the kind of audience that Static was written for. But DC's reaction revealed just how much of a double-edged sword it is when it comes to giving black creators agency. You can tell your stories just so long as it doesn't make our wider audience uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And this is exactly why breaking that discomfort is necessary. Because if you can't tell the truth about race, class, sex, or identity without corporate hands pulling you back, then the stories will never evolve past the same safe templates we've been fed for decades. That discomfort is where the growth happens.
Damn it.
Fiction stops being pure
Fucking flying
escapism
enemy.
and starts reflecting the
It's
world.
the only
as
issue.
it
If I get rid of
actually
them, it'll be
is.
fine.
Milestone understood that you can't claim to represent people while erasing the very realities that shape their lives. And by pushing those boundaries, they weren't just fighting for themselves. They cracked the door open for every creator who'd been told that their stories were too much, too political, too risky. Latino heroes, Asian heroes, queer heroes, female heroes, disabled heroes. All of them stood to gain from the precedent Milestone set by insisting on their right to tackle issues head on and tell their stories in a raw, unfiltered way. That's what made Dwayne McDuffie and Milestone Media so impactful. They weren't just creating black superheroes. I mean, plenty of companies had done that before. It was that they built a system of agency where those heroes could exist without compromise. That's why they connected so deeply with audiences. Readers could feel the authenticity on the page because the stories weren't filtered through an editor's discomfort or a publisher's fear of controversy. They were sharp, unflinching, and real, which made the victories, struggles, and personalities of those characters resonate far beyond the panels. That's the Milestone method. Writing with a purposeful lens, expanding the spectrum of black identity, and shifting power behind the scenes. Doing so not just improves black stories, but helps your audience connect to them even more. But nothing good ever lasts forever. Milestone Media came out during a really rough time in comics. The early 90s boom created a massive bubble fueled by speculation, gimmicks, and variant covers. And like all bubbles, it's eventually gonna burst. By 96, the comic industry had essentially crashed, and around half of comic book stores in the US alone closed permanently. Milestone and other independent companies were hit the hardest. By 95, they had canceled all of their lowest selling titles, and by 97, had shut down their comics division altogether. They would remain in a weird comatose state before finally going defunct in 2008. But for Dwayne McDuffie, his story didn't end there. He soon quickly pivoted into animation and screenwriting, where he continued to push the envelope. He wrote for the DCAU with shows like Justice League Unlimited, as well as his baby Static Shock. In addition, he was one of the main writers for Ben 10, not only giving all three shows arguably some of the best seasons ever written, but channeling his views into audiences far bigger than the comic shop crowd ever could reach. Dwayne had proven that the screen could amplify voices the comic shelves couldn't contain, but this success didn't silence his critics. The same forces that once tried to box in Milestone stories, the discomfort with black agency, the pushback against inclusive storytelling. Those culture war reactionaries didn't just stay in the comic. They jumped ship from the page to the screen.
That's it.
What would her Jarvis be called? Jamaica?
No, we gotta be racist about Black Ironheart.
Jaquisha? I think Jamaica works. I'm going with Shanae.
Okay, who's talking? I think I know who it is too. These racist white content creators. Comics with Black Garrett. Oh, QMB reviews. This guy's called Black Garrett, but he's white as fuck. Oh, it's this group, Comics Gate Fuckers. As is a Nazi. He used to be like a big World of Warcraft content creator. It seems to be a trend with World of Warcraft content creators. They end up being Nazis. I don't know what it is. Not that everybody who plays it, but the content creators for WoW tend to end up being Nazis.
Jaquisha? Michael works.
Yeah, Jeremy from that shitty channel.
Jaquisha? Michael works.
Nerdrotic, yeah, that motherfucker. He's a Nazi.
Okay.
As is the guy who also said pronouns. He was screaming about the pronoun choices in Starfield. It was like, who gives a fuck? It had no bearing on the game.
I'm going with Shanae.
He just wanted some anti-woke sort of clicks. He's a grifter. I don't know who these other nerds are. They're all white though. I've seen these guys in that field. They're all. Oh, Rags is another one. He's a Nazi, but he's also a homosexual, and that it's pretty odd. I mean, it's not odd. There's like being homosexual is not really saying much about how racist or tolerant you are. But you think this circle though they're very homophobic, but he likes to hang out with them. Ian, yeah. Just a fucking sea of these white Nazi guys. None of them are black or Asian or anything.
But there were only a couple good people in this movie. You had Bruce Wayne, Batman, and you had Alfred. Those are the only two good white people. The rest of the three other major players that I would consider like overall like moral good people were, you had Jim Gordon, who's black in this. You had Catwoman, who's not white in this, and then you had the mayor, who's a black woman. Again, very much on the nose for current day Hollywood. Did not.
Current day Hollywood? You mean back in the 60s when Eartha Kitt was Catwoman?
I'm so glad we figured out there's a way to write black characters that not only fleshes them out, but avoids cliches and stereotypes. I guess everyone's happy now, right? Oh my god. In our previous chapter, we saw how Milestone broke the industry mold when it came to black characters, with Dwayne McDuffie in particular taking this approach with him to the screen. However, the types of battles he faced weren't limited to just comics. The same forces that resisted Milestone's vision, the reactionary outrage, bias, and discomfort with multicultural stories, permeated into the screen and beyond. This chapter examines how these opponents evolved, how they try to justify their arguments against progressive politics and storytelling, and why their resistance proves exactly why Dwayne's work was necessary. Regardless of whatever your favorite anti-woke flavor is, be it movies, television, animation, comics, gaming, all have the same underlying argument. That progressive agendas are being shoehorned into entertainment, and in the process, the quality of storytelling is
they always say that.
An argument that's often contradicted by the very same media they love to praise.
Star Wars was not a conservative story.
What's important to understand is that this
very
isn't a new debate.
anti-colonialist.
The criticism that forced progressive politics ruins storytelling has been recycled talking points for decades, only wearing new labels with each generation. When Dwayne McDuffie was pushing Milestone's vision, the same arguments surfaced, that these stories were somehow too political and being forced onto mainstream audiences, that he was pandering to black comic readers. This may be more popular with film and television nowadays.
God, why do you have so much help?
Remains the same, an old enemy now playing on a new stage. We can historically see this with arguably Dwayne McDuffie's greatest work, Season 2 of Justice League Unlimited. At this point, Dwayne had already co-written 2 seasons of the show, giving it some of its best work. And while progressive politics had always been woven into the storylines of episodes, Season 2 went full steam ahead. The main story arc of this season is the conflict between the League and Cadmus, a government agency created as a response to the team's growing proliferation, unchecked power, and fear of them becoming authoritarians. The writers used this setup to not
Oh, Justice League Unlimited, yeah. I remember that story. Okay.
only create an amazing political thriller, but simultaneously a direct critique of the then Bush administration of the time. Cadmus is obsessed with the danger of unchecked power, but in doing so, it mirrors the paranoia of post 9/11 America. Just as the Bush administration justified surveillance programs and preemptive wars by insisting liberty had to be sacrificed for quote-unquote safety. The League's freedom to act without government oversight is constantly under fire. Superman is even framed as a potential tyrant, not because he's evil, but because the sheer scale of his unchecked power scares people.
I kind of disagreed with the framing of this. The government and the Justice League were acting in the wrong, I would say. But the way the Justice League, like the Justice League is like a bourgeois private corporation, basically. It's not even in the same, it doesn't have parity with the average person who, or revolutionary who's against a tyrannical government or a fascist government. So, but I can see them trying to, that's what their intention was, to make a message in that way. But it doesn't really line up, because given what the Justice League is, it doesn't hold water.
Again, mirror.
At least in that show, you can have a league of superheroes that are, not a private corporation, who like are fighting against tyrants, rich tyrants in the government, who are, manipulating the government. Ideally, the Justice League would be working for the government if they're a private corporation, because the private corporation probably would have bought stake in the government. They'd just be collaborating. But at the same time, the real issue with this is like a bunch of aliens and people with superpowers, which the government is not ran by a bunch of aliens and people with superpowers. But in a world with people with superpowers, you would think the government would have people who did have superpowers in it, which is weird that you rarely see that. Like the people in the government are never really depicted with superpowers. People running a country are never really depicted with superpowers. But it doesn't make sense. In a world of superpowers, the main people who would be trying to give themselves superpowers, or who would rise to the top, would be people with superpowers. And they would be, they'd be tyrants just with superpowers. So I don't know. They kind of fucked this up a lot. They fucked this up in Civil War adaptation in the movies as well. I didn't like how they did it there either, because it was completely opposite to what the comic message was and how they represented the issue. But anyway, I'll get into that some other time.
During the debates of the early 2000s, when the US cast itself as a global enforcer in the war on terror, acting unilaterally and crossing borders without real accountability. Cadmus creates weapons specifically to neutralize the League, from Galatea to the Ultimate, mirroring how the Bush administration expanded military spending, preemptive war strategies, and domestic surveillance programs in the name of quote-unquote protection. The show even explicitly asks, who's watching the Watchers?
Quiz custodian.
That's a quote from the Watchmen comic.
Who guards the Guardians? We got it covered.
Who watches the Watchmen?
Government oversight, surveillance, abuse of power. Top that off with the real villain of the season being a billionaire who exploits both sides of the conflict for his own.
But the
gain.
hero is
The end
also a
result is
billionaire, and
beautiful
Bruce Wayne,
political roller
who
coaster
funds the Justice League.
disguised as a superhero story, and audiences loved it. Not only is it considered the greatest storyline of the DCAU, but one of the greatest superhero storylines ever told on screen. It's a masterclass in how you can use progressive politics to heighten tension, deepen character stakes, and tell a story that resonates far beyond capes and costumes, proving that good storytelling and political awareness aren't opposites, but partners, especially when it comes to superheroes. But in spite of all the critical acclaim, there was still that loud, isolated minority, a small reactionary group that complained that the show had gone too political. To them, Justice League was supposed to be
I didn't mind the politics. I just,
not a reflection of
I think the framing was not.
Some complain that
it wasn't
felt like
accurate to what he's
left-wing political
claiming.
propaganda that would only resonate with certain certain ideological groups. Others felt it was pandering and inauthentic. They felt that the writers
I mean, it wasn't accurate to the message they were trying to convey, is what I'm trying to say. I'm okay with them trying to do messages,
though. Was about. It didn't matter how well executed or well written it was, some just couldn't shake the progressive narrative. They remained in their own corner of the fandom, clinging to the belief that politics had ruined the show, even as the wider community celebrated it as a masterpiece.
Damn it.
While these corners were far more isolated and less vitriolic than they are nowadays, the underlying argument remains the same, that superhero media should be pure escapism, so long as the escapism never forces them to confront ideas that challenge their worldview. It doesn't matter how well or gracefully done it may be. The second a narrative unsettles the status quo they identify with, it stops being storytelling and starts being propaganda. There's this scene from the episode Clash that these folks love to cherry pick and post out of context, and it's the scene from the beginning where Superman and the original members are chastising Captain Marvel for getting involved in politics.
Holy moly. When you joined this team, you became something more than just a hero. I know that, sir, but you became a symbol that represents all of us. Yes, sir. We don't play favorites, we don't sell deodorant on television, and we don't get involved in politics. Yes, sir. And we certainly don't endorse supervillains for the presidency.
See, even the League members say to avoid politics. But here's the catch.
Yeah,
if you
that's
watch
wrong.
the rest of the episode, it becomes painfully obvious that the League isn't delving into a grand statement about staying apolitical. It's about how being apolitical or naively political gets you used by assholes like Lex Luthor. The League, particularly Superman, is growing increasingly paranoid about Luthor, who at this point is running for president. He then uses that.
You're gonna have to get political then.
Publicity that
when he becomes the president, you gotta be political.
And provoke a reaction
That's for
that
damn
will
sure.
benefit his campaign, including baiting a public conflict that draws Superman and Captain Marvel into a fight.
Yeah,
The
that was
showdown
a
is
that was a weird
visually
episode.
brutal and narratively framed
I
as a
remember.
result of manipulation. Not a
That was a
pure
good episode, though.
ideological clash. The whole story is about trust, naivety, and how easily public perception can be weaponized. Superman misjudges the situation, and Captain Marvel calls him out on it.
Captain, I want no more lectures. I called this meeting and I'm gonna have my say. But my whole life I've looked up to the League. You were my heroes, every one of you. And you were more than a hero. I idolized you. I wanted to be you.
Yep.
Whenever I was out there facing down the bad
Billy
guys,
Batson.
I think, what would Superman do?
Maybe the other one will be better.
I believe in fair play. I believe in taking people at their word and giving them the benefit of the doubt. Back home, I've come up against my share of pretty nasty bad guys, but I never had to act the way they did to win a fight. I always found another way. I guess I'm saying I like being a hero.
They could have tried talking to each other before anything happened. I don't know why they didn't communicate more. All he had to do is say
heroes anymore.
All he had to do is say he's suspicious of Lex Luthor, and to let him follow him and go look at what he's planning. You know, use X-ray vision to look at his apartment complex.
Does it really make a difference?
By the end of the episode, the League comes off as being wrong, because that's the point. The show was exploring how messy it gets when superpowered beings start intersecting with real institutions of power. It wasn't some clean, don't get political lesson.
Yeah.
If anything, it was saying the second superheroes pretend they're above politics,
Yeah, they got political.
that's when they're the most vulnerable to being used by it. But you take that argument and apply it
Yeah.
20, even 10 years later, what's evolved? The language has definitely changed. The cultural flashpoints are different, but the biggest difference between then and now is the internet and how massively it amplified these arguments. What was once confined
The
to
meteor
a few
herd?
niche forums
playing a
and blog
bunch of-
sites now dominate entire timelines, YouTube feeds, and
This just proves that a lot of old video games were like black coded, because he's going through a bunch of soundtracks that I vibed with growing up. A lot of black folks I know vibed with. He's playing a bunch of Street Fighter remixes that I've heard before. He's playing some Sonic music. He's playing Meteor Herd right now. He's playing some other Sonic stuff. Like that, a bunch of old Sonic music is very very black coded. That's why I miss the older sounds of Sonic. But yeah, it's still decent when it wants to be. Sega used to go hard, especially like they really were inspired by like more black urban and R&B stylings when they were in their prime. Streets of Rage, you'll hear that as well. Like so many Sega titles used a bunch of like black culture in their music. Jet Set Radio, Hideki Nagayuma. I think he's still on Twitter too. He's a weirdo on Twitter, but yeah, he's very inspired by a bunch of like black culture in their music.
Algorithm-driven outrage cycles, and with the
Yuzo Koshiro as well, who did Streets of Rage, Shinobi music, a lot of old Sega titles, really.
Popularity of comic book media exploding thanks to the MCU, those arguments have only grown louder. And that's why the argument feels so inescapable or larger than it is in real life. It's not that the complaints are any different, they're the same recycled talking.
No, that's Aquatic Mind, I think. That might be Aquatic Mind. No, that's Meteor Herd. That's Meteor Herd.
Points about agendas and politics ruining escapism. It's that the internet has made them louder, faster, and harder to ignore. What used to be grumbling on the margins of fandom is now packed into YouTube essays, Twitter threads, and headlines, giving the illusion of a massive cultural shift when in reality, it's the same small crowd with a bigger microphone. Do they still use the Brie Larson thumbnails in 2025?
She's gone.
I'm not sure. I thought that was like a 2019.
She's not even doing anything anymore.
They then have to try to justify these arguments. Regardless of how flashy their thumbnails are, they still have to convince you. They gotta back up these claims. Well, spoiler alert, they can't. So instead, they rely on amplifying outrage and positioning themselves as defenders of real storytelling. The problem is, the math don't add up. The claim that progressive politics ruins storytelling has never actually been backed up by the stories themselves, nor how audiences respond. In fact, some of the most successful stories in terms of box office sales and reception were built on the very politics these crowds claim to destroy them. And nobody showed this better than Dwayne McDuffie himself. We're gonna step away from the screen and back into his home turf of comics. Dwayne was no stranger to reactionary fans drumming up outrage whenever a story didn't match their ideas of what superheroes should be. They used the same pseudo-justification. Take one panel, one scene, one character choice, or one storyline out of context and spin it into an existential threat against the media. Let's take his Fantastic Four run, for example. McDuffie put Storm and T'Challa on Marvel's first family
I remember that run.
Reed and Sue's hiatus. Critics accused him of shoehorning black characters into a
that was a funny arc,
lineup.
actually. It was good.
That had been no stranger to substitutes when need be. Outrage posts and
Fantastic Four has always
as
had different members. Even Spider-Man's been on there.
But here's the thing: sales were steady. Critics praised McDuffie's handling.
It was funny.
In Sue's absence, and in retrospect, it's
I
one of the
thought it was a funny run.
roster shifts in Fantastic Four.
It was a fun run.
The audience didn't feel a sacrifice in the quality. They continued to buy the book.
And Storm had been a member before.
The
It's not like a new member.
Story quality. It was about discomfort.
And Black Panther debuted in Fantastic Four.
Of America run. Now this run is pretty controversial.
That's how you know a bunch of these people. That's how you know a bunch of these people who complain about black characters showing up on other teams, like say Fantastic Four. Black Panther debuted in a Fantastic Four comic. If anyone should be substituting in Fantastic Four, it's Black Panther. He started off as a Fantastic Four character, so it makes sense that he should be in there, if not substituting for someone who might be on vacation, like Sue and Reed Richards were. And Storm was also like an honorary member prior to that run. Like, there's so many honorary members of Fantastic Four. A lot of people who don't read comics or just fake comic fans don't know that, though. Like, a lot of these people in the comic gates sphere of YouTube are like grifters. They never really read comics, so they don't know this. They just assume it's always been Fantastic Four. They never had any Negroes in there. Why are these Negroes in here? Like, they didn't even read the early Fantastic Four comics where Black Panther's from. That don't make sense. They're just Nazis, grifting Nazis.
Had heavily interfered throughout the run, changing and omitting things often due to conflicts amongst the staff. Certain characters and storylines were off limits, and Dwayne essentially had to work with what DC would give him. The result was an at times messy run with a few pacing issues and some unfinished plotlines. Many comic fans know how much this editorial interference really hindered the run, but there was still that one sector of fans. To them,
the Nazis.
The plot was messy because DC decided to focus on other things. More diverse things.
I came on to Justice League after a very successful run. And during that run, they had added 2 black members to the team. And it was already planned that 2 more black members would join the team very shortly. So when I came on the book, I was told right up front, bring the Black Green Lantern in, and bring in Firestorm, who's a kind of a young Spider-Man-ish superhero who's a
and they ruined him.
College kid.
They ruined him now.
Oh, great, okay. And
they
before I knew
some
it,
racists
I had
at
broken
DC ruined
what
that
I
character.
call the rule of 3. And that rule is, in popular entertainment, if there are 3 black people in it, it is a black product. You know, you can have 2 black guys, although it's a stretch. If you have 3, it's a black show. And suddenly it was a black show. And somebody, I think the artist did a pinup with all the black characters, and somebody leaked it and said, that's the cover. McDuffie's going to turn the Justice League all black. He's getting rid of the white guys, you know.
There's always got to be an attack of black people to
But
feature.
it freaked people out, so they're reading
Or any
stuff
other race.
looking for proof.
McDuffie made Vixen, a black woman, the field leader of the team during this run. That
Good choice.
leadership decision drew fan backlash,
That's interesting.
with forums at the time calling it political correctness gone too far. McDuffie was so busy trying to make the league black that they sacrificed the story quality. Only
That's an interesting
this
choice,
wasn't
though.
True. Despite its issues, the run still did well, and sales were extremely
Yeah.
strong.
Oh, yeah, I
received
read that
probably
run.
the
Oh,
most
now I
development
remember
as
it. That was a
character
good
than
run.
she ever had before.
That
It
was
had
a good
decent
run.
performance both financially and critically.
Yeah, I read that run. That was one of the better runs, man. I had it. That was so good. He wrote that. That was excellent.
Again, the outrage was amplified, but the actual comics, they held up. They don't have the data to back up that general audiences are as fringe as they are. So they rely
That
on
was the
applying
last
their
time
own
Firestorm
outrage.
was a great
If they're
character,
loud
too.
and obnoxious
They
enough,
ruined
then
him
maybe they'll
after New
convince you that
52.
This is an opinion that everyone shares.
Or no,
Despite
no.
streaming, box office numbers, sales, and reviews from casual
Black
and
Lantern, of
serious
course,
fans
after
alike
when they ruined
saying
him.
otherwise. Again, a big megaphone to
But then they got rid of
for a
him.
tiny voice. I mean, you talk
As
to
well.
somebody in real life that's not on the internet about this, and when the outrage alone doesn't stick, the fallback is always the same. We don't have a problem. We just care about the quality of real storytelling. It sounds noble, right?
Bullshit.
But here's the catch.
The story was
Quote-unquote
great.
Real storytelling is a throwaway.
I read it,
These
man. The
fans
story
do
was
talk
great.
About storytelling, but not
There was
in
nothing wrong with
genuine
it.
sense of the craft. They use the language of narrative analysis as
Like, I don't know what the people thought was going to be happening in the comic. But they thought, like, what? People going to be drinking gin and juice or something in the fucking comic book? None of that was going on. Okay? None of those stereotypes were happening in that run. Right? It was a fine comic. It's just there were some black characters in there. It wasn't only white folks.
It's kind of a gotcha weapon. Terms like character development, plot holes, or internal consistency get thrown around, but not to deepen the understanding of the work. Instead, it's about stripping context and ignoring subtext until they can frame something as a failure.
Subtext.
What kills me about it is when they're writing about it, they're always hyper rational. You know, look. The fact is there are more white characters, and if you picked randomly, you would end up with all white teams. And the fact that there are 3 black people on this team is statistically ridiculous. I mean, it's obviously a quota. And the quota arguments on fictional teams crack me up. Because who's actually? I'm sorry, somebody losing a job here? Which fictional character is losing a job?
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah, there's no-
connection. You know, they're trying,
It's not like they're
not
gone.
talking about what's going on in the comic book.
They're not going to miss a
They're talking
paycheck.
about what they think is going on in their lives, and that's not really going on either.
They're more than willing to suspend disbelief.
It's not like they
and
retired
follow
the
a story's
characters either.
internal logic
They're
when it
showing up
suits
in
their
other
narrative.
comics.
If the character or plot beat affirms what they already like, suddenly context and subtext matter again.
Sometimes-
Nuance is allowed. Complexity is embraced.
Like, it doesn't even matter
But
who's
if they
on the
perceive
team, 'cause
something as
the white
forced or
characters
woke,
that they want on the
generosity
team show up
disappears.
anyway.
Suddenly the same
They're just
tools
not
they
on
use
the
to
main
praise one
team, but
story
they show
are
up in the
flipped into
story.
weapons against another. When Dwayne wrote Vixen into JLA, he gave her one of the run's most layered arcs. Her powers malfunctioned and absorbed other team members' abilities.
Yeah, that was
Trust
pretty cool.
issues. She clashed with Black Canary over leadership and wrestled with whether or not she was chosen for her skills or as a diversity pick for optics. These threads made her one of the most complex characters in the run. Yet these same critics dismissed her with buzzwords and phrases such as poorly written, not JLA
Bullshit.
worthy, one-dimensional, or she doesn't belong. On the surface, these sound like valid critiques of the way she was written, but none actually engaged with her struggles with loyalty, identity, or moral responsibility, problems that were central to her story. Hardly any could elaborate on what made her written so poorly within the context of the story. Instead, these
She wasn't
phrases
written poorly.
work as rhetorical shields, masking bias under the guise of literary standards. Fans never
her
demanded
arc
this
was
level
so
of
good.
justification from characters like Red
I liked
Tornado
it.
or Plastic Man, who, despite sharing the stage, had much thinner and much less fleshed out arcs.
Yeah.
Only Vixen had to clear that impossible bar, and it makes you wonder,
Exactly.
was the real discomfort with his storytelling, or who was
They're just
being
racist,
written
that's
into
all.
the spotlight?
The discomfort is that they were
The
racist.
sort of the fundamental thing that we're getting out of the genre, which is our heroic image of ourselves. You know,
Oh my
it's,
God,
it's
dude.
very
What
much
the
a power
fuck?
fantasy. It's very much a male power fantasy. It's very much a white power fantasy.
Yeah, white power.
So
emphasis on
if
that.
I write, as I have many times,
Emphasis on the white power.
a
Fucking
story
Nazis.
where Daredevil, who doesn't have power,
Who are mad about it.
gets the drop on Thor, who has unbelievable powers. People go, "Oh, that's so cool! Daredevil was so clever."
Yeah.
If I have the Black Panther do the same thing,
Yeah.
that's impossible.
He's right. He's right.
It's like, yeah, it's impossible.
And Black
with
Panther's
Daredevil
stronger
too,
than
man. It's
Daredevil.
like, I write Batman all the time. In Justice League, where he's hanging out.
I've seen so
with
many
7
dumb
guys who, by any
copes.
logic, should be.
Well, Black Panther's way weaker. He can't do any of that. Well, you don't mind if Daredevil does it, who's even weaker than Black Panther. What are you talking about? And the Black Panther's whole gimmick, especially after the vibranium suit upgrade that he gets in his story, yeah, is to absorb power and send it right back at you. It makes sense that he could be able to, at least, do something to Thor to stand up longer to him than fucking Daredevil.
Be able to, eat his lunch without even working up a sweat. And he's constantly outmaneuvering them and outfighting them and outthinking them, and we think Batman is so cool.
Exactly, yeah.
But
Batman has
black
no fucking
characters
powers.
do much less relative to where their positions are. It makes the readership uncomfortable because they're not used
T'Challa
to
is
seeing
like
it.
Batman.
The end
He
result
uses
is a lazy,
tools.
bad faith way
and
of
a
consuming media. One that not only weaponizes storytelling
high-tech
language,
suit.
but also hides personal
But he
bias
also
behind
has
the facade of
enhanced
quote-unquote
strength,
objective
and
critique.
enhanced
By
speed and
tossing out
agility.
terms like forced
So it makes
or
sense that he should be able to do the stuff that
one-dimensional
Batman
without
does, if
ever
not
engaging in
better.
actual text, you create the illusion of thoughtful analysis while sidestepping the real conversation.
Like,
Why
Batman's
certain
been
stories
beaten
are
by a
denied
black
the same
character in his own
suspension of
comic,
disbelief and
who's
narrative
not even
generosity
nowhere near
routinely
Black Panther. He's been
grants
beaten
to
by a
others.
bronze
But at the end
tiger.
of the day, regardless
He's from
of
St.
how long
Louis.
this anti-progressive argument has existed,
I admire
or how it
Bronze
tries to
Tiger
present
'cause he's from
itself,
St. Louis,
One thing remains
and I'm from
certain.
St. Louis.
It proves that Dwayne was right, that black and other marginalized stories would always be treated as intruders in superhero spaces, no matter how well they were written. Because the pushback wasn't about storytelling quality, it was about who was being given narrative importance. He knew that the second you give a black or minority character depth, agency, or narrative centrality,
Yeah.
people would invent reasons why it quote-unquote doesn't work. He called it years before this current culture war garbage that we have today. The belief that diversity in media will always be read as political, while the endless
Yeah.
recycling of white stories will always be read as neutral. That's
Yeah.
why his work wasn't just about representation, but exposing the bias built into the very reception of these stories. on both an audience and corporate level. Audiences love Dwayne's work, even his most politically charged stories. They love the clever plotting, the fast-paced action, the layered character interactions, but the moment he struck a nerve, the moment the story forced them to confront perspectives or realities they hadn't been in
This is the
agreement
hardest
with,
boss fight.
that love started to evaporate. The same readers who praised the intricacies suddenly claimed it was too political or overly agenda.
I didn't even know anybody
Complexity that
complained
fit their
about the
comfort
Justice
zone
League run,
aligned with their
because that was one of the better
celebrated.
ones.
Complexity that challenged
He
their
said it sold
assumptions
well,
was
so I don't know.
weaponized
Maybe this
against
came
the story.
after.
On a corporate level, the pattern was eerily similar.
Yeah, I didn't
Editors
notice any
and executives
complaints
embraced
when I read
Dwayne
it.
when he delivered stories that filled their pocketbooks, whether it be sold-out books or viewership records on TV. It didn't matter how progressive his politics were, so long as he brought the dollars in. That is, until he challenged them directly. The minute Dwayne challenged DC themselves, whether it be in his work or in interviews, he too saw
would've
the
had a better
consequences of what happens when you're
chance
too
at Marvel.
quote-unquote political. Remember that infamous Justice League of America run from earlier? Yeah, well, in May 2009, Lying in the Gutters, which was a comic book rumor forum, ran a compilation of 2 years worth of Dwayne's answers to fan questions on the DC Comics discussion boards. Throughout it, he details how stressed and frustrated he was with DC's editorial interference when working on the title. From comments about how certain storylines had to be scrapped and abandoned last minute to accommodate other writers, to him being unable to use certain characters for no reason other than them being unavailable. He even details how he responded to their interference. The Anansi storyline he wrote was about him not having control over the stories in his
The
book.
Anansi
While
story
the
was
column
good.
itself no longer exists, multiple secondary sources quickly reported on the remarks, including DC's response. They fired him. Dwayne was fired from Justice League of America, citing that he quote-unquote revealed sensitive information regarding their creative process.
Bullshit.
Dwayne states, "It was my own doing. I was fired when Lying in the Gutters ran a compilation of 2 or so years of my answers to fans' questions on the DC Comics discussion boards.
Some
I'm
Nazis.
told my removal had nothing to do with either the quality of my work or the level of sales, rather my revelation of behind-the-scenes creative decisions." Yep, that's right, creative decisions. Detailing about how your higher-ups gave you the runaround and essentially wasted your time and resources is revealing creative decisions. They had no problem with him being a poster boy. They had no problem with putting his name on the marquee when Static Shock and Justice League Unlimited was doing so well. They had no problem with letting him be the guy they pointed to whenever they needed to show off how progressive they were willing to be. But the second he pulled back the curtain, the
So he
second
wrote that. He
spoke
wrote for Justice
honestly
League
about
Unlimited,
what it
which was
meant to work
excellent.
within the machine, the
That's why it was so
compromises,
good.
The arbitrary restrictions, the systemic barriers to telling the kinds of stories he believed in, suddenly he was disposable. And the irony here is that his firing didn't happen because the stories weren't selling, or because fans weren't responding well, or even because his peers
Because a bunch
disliked
of
working
racists
with
are
him.
running
By his own
things.
account, the sales were fine. The work was strong. The problem wasn't the art. The problem was the honesty. The problem was that Dwayne said the quiet part out loud. Corporate tolerance works exactly like some of these fans' tolerance. It's conditional. They'll let you be progressive so long as that progressiveness either doesn't hit too close to home or flies under the radar. They'll let you write about systemic issues so long as it doesn't point back to them. They'll let you tell the truth so long as it never becomes their truth. The minute it does, you've crossed that invisible line, and suddenly you're too political. But here's the thing, when Dwayne spoke out, it wasn't because he couldn't take criticism or was being petty. It was because he knew exactly what was being lost. Every time an editor softened a character, cut an arc short, or killed a story that pushed too far, they weren't just interfering with his work. They were setting precedent and erasing the possibility of stories that mattered. Dwayne understood that interference is never neutral. It always protects what's safe, what's comfortable, what's already been done. And when you're a black creator pushing for authenticity, every note, every suggestion, every maybe not this time, is just another way of saying you can exist here, but only on our terms. Decades later, those same structures still stand.
There we go.
Studios,
I can do it now.
networks, corporations, they'll greenlight
I can do
black
it now.
stories, but only if they don't rock the boat
Fuck.
too hard. They'll put a black creator in charge, but only if they don't lead too far. And if you do dare go that far, you'd better bring in the profits to justify it. Dwayne knew all of that. He knew comfort is a cage, which is why he fought so hard to demand better. As much as Dwayne McDuffie fought, as loudly as he called things out, as much as he stood his ground, he never got the chance to see just how much the world would prove him right. On February 21st,
Damn it!
2011, Dwayne McDuffie passed away suddenly from complications after emergency heart surgery.
Oh,
The industry
no.
lost one of its sharpest voices, and Black Comics
Yeah, he
lost a
died.
leader who had only just begun to scratch the surface of what he was capable of. He didn't live to see the streaming boom, the superhero takeover of Hollywood, the so-called diversity wave, the Gamergate nonsense, and the ensuing culture war bullshit that followed.
Yeah.
He didn't get to watch the same studios that once sidelined him for being too progressive scramble to prove how progressive they were. And that's where his story leaves us with the question.
Like, the whole Gamergate thing
What
didn't even
next?
start
Because
off like
Dwayne's
that.
death wasn't
That's
just
something
an
that
end
came
to a
after.
career, it was the beginning
The
of a
Gamergate
void.
thing was not
A
about
void that
diversity.
Every black creator still feels when they're trying to push past the limits of what the industry
That had something to do with some journalist and this woman who was cheating on her boyfriend. That wasn't even about black people or anything. That's a whole some white people drama is basically what that was. That turned into some weird controversy. And then later on some conservatives, like, what's that guy's name? Bannon, decided to co-opt those spaces, those nerd spaces where a bunch of white young men, stayed and, proliferated to make it about race and all this other shit. Turned into some right-wing grift. Well, it's like that because of the blacks. That they cover for this white woman's infidelity because of the blacks. The blacks are why that's happening. Like, what the fuck? We have nothing to do with this. But dumb people fell for it.
says is acceptable. His legacy is...
And she didn't even cheat on her husband or boyfriend with a black person. It was all white guys. So we definitely had nothing to do with that story. But, they decided to make it about other races and being progressive and all this other dumb shit. It's about them communists. Because, Bannon's a right-wing grifter.
Isn't just about the stories he told, but about the fight he picked, which means the
Dave
real
Bannon,
challenge
Steve
isn't
Bannon,
in
whatever the fuck his name
remembering
is.
Dwayne McDuffie alone, but carrying that fight forward that he started. Well, how? How do we continue to support creators who, like Dwayne, refuse to settle for what's comfortable? And most importantly, when is that fight actually over?
What are you supposed to do when you have the weight of the world on your shoulders?
Plant your feet.
Yeah.
14 years ago, the entertainment industry not only lost one of its boldest comic book writers, but a screenwriter who refused to water down his vision for anyone's comfort. He believed stories weren't just meant to entertain, but to challenge us, to inspire us to take action in the real world. And with his passing, the question of legacy
even
becomes
stuff that doesn't have black
what
people in it
happens
has
to a
political
movement
messages.
when its loudest voice is suddenly gone. Well, someone
comics
else
have always
steps
had
in.
political
Someone
messages.
else has to carry that
Since
torch, because
inception.
everything he and his peers built wasn't just groundbreaking, it was a blueprint. Like we said earlier, everything Dwayne did not only created a roadmap for how to tell black stories, but how to do so without compromise. And that torch is carried in different ways. A decent chunk of this video has been about Milestone Media and how they managed to accomplish so much before going defunct in 2008. Well, what if someone carried on that torch as well? What if writers saw the blueprint that was laid out by them and built on top of it? Well, that's exactly what happened.
Damn it.
In 2020, Reginald Hudlin,
Why is he
along
not
with original
dead?
co-creators Dennis Cowan and Derek Dingle revived the company with Milestone Returns. It takes the same characters from the original Milestone
This is the
run,
only thing
only
stopping me.
reimagines them in the modern day instead of the 90s.
I wanna
The
kill him.
characters were already loosely assimilated into the mainstream DC multiverse, however, they now have their own designated universe. Earth M. At their core, the stories that took place in the original
Earth
Dakotaverse
Milestone.
were never just about capes and powers. They were about survival, resistance, and the lived realities of being black in America. Static wasn't just another black kid with electricity powers. He was a teenager navigating gang violence, police profiling, and the weight of systemic neglect. Icon and Rocket weren't just black Superman and his sidekick. They were a direct challenge to respectability politics and the idea of what a black hero should even look like. Crazy part is,
those themes haven't aged out. The same conversation Milestone was having in the 90s, mass incarceration, systemic inequality, economic exploitation, those exact same conversations are happening today. If anything, they've only become more pronounced and amplified in black media.
Because things are becoming
One, due to social
more
media,
Nazified.
and two, black audiences are far less willing to
Things are becoming more Nazified in the Western countries, like the U.S. especially. So those discussions aren't going away because of that. Like, the Nazis are having a resurgence. There's no actual progressive timeline for racism. This is why I wish people would stop this cope about, just wait for time to progress. People will stop being racist. No, that's not how this shit works. It's an artificial sort of position anyway. It's something that can proliferate through some artificial means. It can come back. It's not something that people grow out of. It's something you have to police. Just like stealing will never go away, or any other crime will necessarily go away. Racism is not something that it goes away and people just outgrow. No, it's something that needs to be policed and needs to be challenged.
accept watered down.
Like waiting for time to progress. Oh, waiting for all the racist old people to die. Well, there's new racist young people being created. It's not going to go away that way. It needs to be addressed.
Versions of the truth. Let's start with Static Shadows of Dakota by Nicholas Draper Ivey and Vita Ayala. They could have easily just retold the same story from the original run, you know? Look guys, it's Static, but now he has an iPhone. No, instead they took the original core themes that define the characters and sharpened them. The struggle of being a teenager dealing with superpowers is still there, but it's now layered with a harsher, more modern look at the violence and systemic neglect that shaped Dakota. It explores just how easily those same destructive forces can consume you if you don't have a strong support system in the form of a community. The same can be said with Hardware vs. Icon. The writers use time travel as a plot device to explore the nature of social progress, specifically asking how slow or rapid is it supposed to be. We can see Icon's slow, methodical approach to issues clash with Hardware's steadfast, direct way of fighting systemic issues. Again, same themes, but new compelling stories. Rocket, Zombie, Blood Syndicate, Shadow Cabinet, they're all back. They just wrapped up year 4 of a multi-season storyline that's been running since the pandemic, and when you actually read them, you see that the spirit of Milestone never left. However, there is one big problem, one with the audiences that goes unaddressed every single time we have this conversation. That being, you guys can be some pretty big hypocrites.
I'm like, what do you say fuck me for?
There's a common trend where comic book fans of underutilized characters will beg and complain about their favorite characters not being utilized, and then literally proceed to not buy the book when the publisher finally gives them a shot, not realizing they just defeated the whole purpose of their complaint and shot everyone in the foot. One step forward, 2 steps back. And we have examples of this. Remember we discussed Vixen? Y'all did the exact same thing when y'all complained about her being underutilized, but then later let her solo rebirth series flop, despite it being well written and
I never
avoiding
read
the
that.
issues we discussed.
I don't remember
the
that.
same thing happened with Cyborg, Blade, Black Lightning. The hype was loud on social media, but when the actual issues hit the shelves, the sales didn't match the noise. And that's the reality. Publishers look at those numbers. If you don't support the book, it tells them the audience
I didn't even
doesn't
hear about
exist,
them.
and the cycle repeats.
If I don't know about
And
the
feel
book,
like
I
a
can't
big
support
reason
them.
why this
I never heard
happens
about them.
is we keep forgetting that superhero fans
They need to advertise
are
them.
not the same as comic book fans. You have people out here that are huge
Well, yeah.
MCU fans and will have seen every movie and show, but have never picked up a comic.
Yeah, a lot
They're
of people
essentially
don't read
isolated
comics.
from the
People who
source
enjoy
material
Marvel
and
movies don't
only
read
expose
comics.
themselves to these stories when they're in an adaptation. And look, that's fine if film and TV is your preferred medium, but it stops being an excuse when you're the same people crying about these characters being quote-unquote wasted in comics while refusing
They
to
mean they
support
want
the
to see them
exact
in the
books that
movies
keep
and the
them alive.
cartoons.
When a lot of people say we
But they
want
don't
more
even read
Static,
comics.
let's be real, most of y'all are just talking about Static Shock, which honestly makes the excuse of not supporting these new comics even worse because those stories already borrow so much from the show. Ebon, he wasn't even in the original comics, he was made for the cartoon, but he got so popular they gave him the Harley Quinn treatment and pulled him straight into the Dakota.
Comics don't sell well at all anyway. That comics are kind of outmoded. Like the paperback comics aren't really the way to people. I mean, at least in America, like Manga is a different story. People don't buy paperback mangas anymore either. Usually, they're usually reading them online. But people will buy collected volumes of manga, but they're not buying individual issues of manga. They'll buy like omnibus and shit like that. This is just a problem with comics in general, though. Nobody's buying single issue comics. Put a collection of comics together, yeah, they'll buy them like that. But usually, people are reading online. They need more of a subscription service. Shonen Jump's gone to a subscription service, even though they have like a collection of different comics. But they have a online subscription service. You can just read them that way. And of course, there's pirating sites, but that don't necessarily mean if you're reading it on a pirate site, that means you were going to buy it anyway. Like a pirated item is not a lost sale necessarily. And I've even bought stuff even after seeing it, on a pirate site. I've done that with many video games, comics even. I want a collection that I can just take with me. Like even in, what if I don't have electricity? I want to be able to read something on a plane. Like I can't use my phone on the plane, so I'm going to just read a comic,
Photoverse. I know people are typically
read a paperback comic,
against that synergy between comics and the screen, but this is one of those cases where it actually works. When you hop online and run off with claims like we want a static movie or an icon movie, but then don't support their current stories, it gets us nowhere. If Warner Brothers doesn't see enough dollars being generated from the comics and the material that already exists, what makes you think they're gonna give him another show or movie? Nostalgia can only get you so far. You have to support the current material. Go buy the books. Hell, you can't even use the excuse of not having a local comic shop anymore. Most comics have had digital releases for the past decade.
Digital
Stories
releases
are back and
so it's on digital
than ever before.
Where do you go
Giving
see it though?
Exactly what you've been looking for. Why wouldn't you want to go support them? And that support has to
Where's
leave
the digital?
page and onto the screen.
That's the way to do it, but I don't know about it.
Was not limited to just superheroes, but
I didn't know
all
DC
formats
did digital
and visual
comics.
mediums within entertainment. As critical as I am of Hollywood and the studio system, it'd be foolish to pretend that it's completely impossible for creators within said.
That's why I haven't been keeping
to
up with
tell
DC
authentic
since
Black stories. After
shit
all,
like
some of
Black
our favorite works,
Black
8 or 9
Lantern.
times out of 10 are made by creators navigating said system.
Black Lantern
There's
Corps.
countless Black creators out there, both independent and within the industry, literally begging you to support their work. And here's the thing, they're not just sitting around pointing out the flaws we all complain about, the endless parade of flat, performative, two-dimensional characters. They're taking steps to fix it. They're fleshing out Black characters and reimagining what they can be, and this extends far beyond superheroes. It's film, television, gaming, animation, every medium where stories get told. The same themes Milestone was wrestling with 30 years ago. Systemic racism, cultural erasure, exploitation, survival are being wrestled with again today, just in new forms and new voices. The question isn't whether these creators exist, they do. The question is whether you're willing to support them before the corporations swoop in and tokenize the characters and sanitize the message for you. That's what all of this goes back to at the end of the day. Continuing to pave the way for underrepresented storytellers that don't fit a safe, comfortable mold. Whether they be
I don't even
Black,
read anything
Latino,
DC though.
Asian,
I'm not
queer,
supporting
disabled,
anything
any
DC.
identity. That's what Milestone stood for.
So I
It's what
wouldn't have gotten that
McDuffie
comic
stood for.
either way,
And
'cause I don't-
hopefully
I
that
don't
same
buy anything
ethos
from DC
inspires you as a creator
anymore.
to do the same with your own story. So no, the fight never is truly over, no matter how easier or accessible it may be to see these types of stories. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether it's on the page or
I
on
used
the
to buy
screen.
from
There
DC,
will always be
then I
those
stopped
in
because they
the
started
audience
sucking
and
ass.
in the boardroom that'll push back at their discomfort. But as long as that story has a mouth or a pen willing to tell it, it will never die. That was Dwayne McDuffie's greatest gift, showing us that our stories don't need permission to exist. And if those stories are deemed too Black, then so be it. Because that's exactly
I don't think we need to be relying
why they
on
need
predominantly
to be
white
told.
corporations anyway. I think we need to do more indie shit. We need to be more like One, who did the One Punch manga.
Everybody loves you now. Your obit got a quarter page in the Times, more in the LA Times. They even ran something about your passing in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. No joke, I googled it.
What is this?
Is Sugar and Spike,
Is
Little
this-
Lulu?
Is this the same video? Oh, it's the same video. It's the end of. He's reading a panel. I think this is the static comic.
My point is, everyone loves you now because you're no longer a threat. Folks who ignored and belittled your work in life are anointing you in death.
It's like Dr. King.
I was going for Philip K. Dick, but the same principle applies.
Yeah, Philip K. Dick, the guy who wrote what became Blade Runner. Do machines dream of electric sheep? Is what it called. Robots. Yeah.
Just when the fans figured out you were deep too. I mean, the giant subway token in John Tower's trophy room? Too subtle? Wow.
Worst of all, people who despised you get to tell your story. They will add and subtract to suit their own purposes. Nothing.
Yeah, this is a panel that was dedicated to the death of McDuffie that he was just talking about.
Nothing we can do about that.
That's just what happens to legends. You're one of us now.
Yeah. Welcome to Dakota.
$1962, huh? Okay. He died in 2011. That was a long time ago. Yeah, he missed out on the big YouTube grifter scene. Although YouTube was around by 2011, but yeah, it wasn't like it is now at all by 2011. I'm really dying in Silk Song. Like this arena is really bad. This is a bad one. This is the Ornstein and Smo fight I'm doing right now. Like they weren't joking when they said like some of these are like Ornstein and Smo. A lot of them are. And that's one right there. Got a fat man and fast man, but he's not just a fast man. He's also a flying man. He's even throwing spears. It's fucked up. What can we listen to? Made in Japan. Chinese movies made in Japan. I haven't been keeping up with modern movies so much that are. Like I used to watch a lot of HK films. I'm trying to get back into Chinese films that are made in China. But that was the closest to Chinese films I used to watch was Hong Kong films. But I need to see what they're doing nowadays. Let's see what I can listen to. I'm gonna sign into my other account. I can't end my stream until I beat this right here, this abomination right here. So I'm trying to beat them before I get out of here. It's still early, so I got time to beat them. But I don't know if by 2 o'clock I can't beat them, I might leave. And I'm getting hungry. I need to leave to go eat. So I don't have any food here. I need to go buy some. I mean, I do have some, but it's like, it's shit I don't really want to eat right now. And I'm going to have to cook it. It's the problem. Oh, since this has been all over my feed, I guess I'll listen to this reaction. It's called...
In the end, Charlie was going through his...
There's her sold out ass. Candace Owens sending a eulogy to this dead Nazi on TikTok.
In the end, Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation. I don't think it. I know it. He was going through a lot, and
yeah, spiritual transformation to the afterlife.
And there was a lot of pressure. It's hard for me to watch the people who were pressuring him say the things that they're saying. There's something about it that just feels really fake.
So when I got the news today was definitely a sad day because of course we lost you, a true legend.
What?
And a hero to many. Your legacies and your life will not be forgotten.
Why is that a white? Is that a black woman?
Only ones getting on TV.
Oh, she's making fun of something. Someone said.
feels really fake.
I see.
When I got the news today, today was definitely your sad day because, of course, we lost you, a true legend.
She's making fun.
And a
Okay.
hero to many. Your
Good.
legacies and your life will not be forgotten.
Why are y'all always the only ones getting on TV crying over
A Nazi.
people? Like, you never see them doing that for us. Like, you never see it. The minute something happened, they making up all these reasons why that person was like, it's never no sympathy.
UFT prof is on leave after shooting comment over Charlie Kirk's death. Religion and political science prof Ruth Marshall posted this tweet on X, which was later deleted after online criticism, leading UFT to announce that the prof is now on leave and the situation is being further looked into.
I told you, and now I'm seeing prominent conservative accounts saying, I want screenshots. We want to know who these people are who have been celebrating what happened to Charlie Kirk yesterday. We coming for all of them.
I want to
Bitch, I wish you would.
And his incredible family.
Bitch, you're gonna get off my lawn if you come to my place. I'm gonna make you.
He knew that you loved him too when I got home last night.
He's nothing to celebrate, to be honest. We're not celebrating. I'm just not. I'm laughing at his ass.
I missed you. I said I missed
I don't give a fuck about him. Don't ask me to do a eulogy.
What do you tell a 3-year-old? She's 3. I said, baby, Daddy loves you so much. Don't you worry. He's on a work trip with Jesus. So
No, he
can
isn't.
afford your blueberry budget.
He's burning in
As
hell.
a person who does nothing
Jesus
but
don't fuck with him.
rage bait MAGA for engagement. For
Jesus
career,
cared about children
and
being bombed.
basically
He
tell
didn't.
oppressed people that they're
He cared about the
wrong
children.
to feel relieved that there's one less oppressor in their community. It's very strange to get on the internet and place yourself on a self-made moral pedestal because you think you're better than other people who feel relieved that there's one less person who's openly anti-trans, anti-black people, anti-women.
Yeah.
Since we want to bring up
That's the guy we gotta
husband.
feel
As
sad
I've been
about.
seeing around many of people saying
They tell
a
us
bunch
we
of
gotta feel sad about
disrespectful
that.
and disgusting things about this man after he done lost his life, all
Fuck
because
him.
it seems that he had his own opinions and his own mind, and just because y'all disagree with him, people feel like it's okay that this happened to this man. And not only that,
I didn't do it. It's
what really
okay.
got me to do this
Because
video
I didn't fucking do it.
is
Why?
when
I ain't
heard
gotta feel guilty about
that
it.
his wife and his child was there to see this man.
You know who else had a wife
The
and
same
child?
guy
Hitler.
who said if his
I'm not gonna
10-year-old
feel
was
sorry for
raped,
him
he
either.
would let her carry the rapist baby because it's God's will. This same guy that said empathy's not fucking real. This same guy
Yeah.
that said if the cost of the Second Amendment is people dying, then they just have to die. That's the same person that we're talking about.
You gotta feel sorry for evil people
And it should
because
tell us
they
even
have
more
children
so as
too.
humans here in America how much this
he don't care about
division
other people's
has really
children being
gotten to
killed.
people around our country, and how much we truly
I don't
need
give
to
a fuck
start
about
standing for each other, coming together with each other, regardless of
That
left,
stupid
right,
ass
up,
excuse.
down, religion, political views, sexual preference, orientation, skin color. It does not matter.
Just because you want to constantly place yourself in this aspect of
Good
being
God.
a bigger person doesn't mean that you are any more righteous in your actions than somebody else. Like, I just can't believe
There's
it.
nothing
I just
to it.
honestly, I can't
We
believe
don't
the take.
like him. That's all it is. It's not about
Because,
being
I don't know, It
righteous.
just feels a little bit performative, I feel. The crying on live.
But yeah, we are more righteous though.
This
To be
take that
honest,
has
we
now
are.
garnered
But
millions of likes because it panders heavily to.
we don't need
both
that as an
sides.
excuse.
It's
We just don't have to like him.
It's just strange. I would never get on this clock app and openly tell people that they are less than me and I don't support them and I don't want
That's
their
what,
support.
that's what Charlie Kirk does.
for
Or
feeling
did.
relieved
He's dead.
That there's one less Nazi/Nazi sympathizer roaming around the earth.
Yeah, that's great.
But that's just me.
That's great though.
Martin
Yeah,
Luther
you
King
should celebrate
Jr. said
that.
it best.
You should celebrate
An
that.
injustice anywhere is a threat
Not
to justice.
He's not
everywhere.
worth celebrating, but yeah, that's a good thing to
That
celebrate.
means
If
if
you're
it could
gonna do
happen
it.
to Charlie Kirk, it could have happened to you and or somebody else that you love, or
Well,
somebody else.
they already
whose
want to do
opinions
that
you
to
agree
people
with.
like us.
It has
They already
taken
want to.
Charlie Kirk passing away.
That's not nothing new to us. That's not new to us black folks.
I'm seeing so many people coming on the internet, on TikTok, crying, bawling, and shock.
Chucky died.
Black people mourning over
Chucky's
Charlie Kirk's
dead.
death. It's the equivalent to Stefan crying over his master.
The hatred in this.
It's his own fault that he decided to hang out with the Epstein people. Like, they're dangerous people to hang around. They're the ones who killed him.
And I'm hoping
That's who actually killed him. Wasn't us black folks? No leftists.
I know there's nothing I can do personally other than what
It was
Charlie
Epstein
tried to
people.
do.
He kept pushing the issue on
He was
Epstein. That's why he got killed.
a calm speaker. He just had he was an apologist. You know, he had a reason for his faith. He had a reason for his politics.
His faith.
I have never seen so
What faith does he follow? Mormonism? That's the only one that says black people are inferior.
Over a racist man. Are you serious right now? You should be ashamed of yourself. I'm ashamed because I know when black people see me, they see you, and I'm not you. I will never.
Like Moses married a Cushite. That's a black person.
This is insane.
God didn't hate
Not
black
only was
folks.
all that going on. So around midnight, I was like, I need to go to bed. I need to cleanse my mind. I'm meditating. I'm chilling. I'm relaxing, trying to just make sense of everything that's going on in this world. And
Only modern Nazis hate black
I'm like,
folks.
what was that? So I get up thinking the dogs did something in the living room. Bam, bam, bam.
And nothing to do with
No.
faith.
Somebody got shot and died where I live, right outside my door, right outside my freaking door. Cops everywhere knocking on people's doors, wanting to know what happened. What did we see? What did we hear? And we're crying over a man who spreaded hate everywhere. he
Exactly.
went. Can I have empathy for his children?
He said we have too much
Absolutely.
empathy. Why should we give empathy to him then? He wouldn't want that. He says there's too much empathy.
I guess that's up to God. I don't know. That's not the answer. I can tell you that much. Gun laws need to be changed. This world needs to be changed. You need to learn.
Yeah, the gun laws should
everyone.
be
not
for like
people who look like
Nazis. If you want to do your Nazi parade,
I
you're not
haven't
allowed to
spoken
own a
about
gun
the
anymore.
murder
You're
of
allowed to do
Stephen
Nazi
Kennedy.
marches, but you can't carry
And
guns.
since my channel
You
was
can't
created
own
not to
guns.
report the news, but to make
Ever.
sense of it,
You're banned for
I felt
life.
like the only responsible thing to do was to wait until there was more information. It now
I think
appears
that should be
the
a new-
person who
a new
shot and
law.
Killed right-wing political commentator Charlie Kirk was like the majority of shooters in America, a young white male from a conservative pro-gun religious background.
It's still not clear what those messages fully mean or how investigators.
Well, he's pro-gun, so he died the way he lived. Who
To
cares?
the death of Charlie Kirk, but one of those messages
He would be
found
proud.
on one of the unspent cartridges, along with that bolt-action rifle, said "Hey, fascist, catch!" with an exclamation point. You heard Governor Spencer Cox say the intent of that message seemed clear as day. Other messages were a bit more
Motherfucker.
obscure, including one that said, "If you read this, you are gay." Again, these shell casings and the gun have been taken to the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia, for analysis.
Oh, that's the FBI
Have more to say
boot
on
camp
the meaning
too.
of these inscriptions
Quantico.
a bit later.
After being told for 2 straight days that the left had declared war on America, that the shooter was most likely trans, or in Congresswoman Nancy Mace's words, pro-tranny.
Yeah, that
After
wasn't
the Wall
true.
Street Journal published an article that
No
had to later
basis
walk
for
back
this.
that the bullets had a pro-trans message because it turned out to be just the markings of one of the world's biggest ammunition factories.
Yeah, that's all it was.
They were wrong. We still don't know
They
the
were
motivation for the killing, but
talking
we'll
out of
find
their
more
ass
in
with
the
that
coming days.
that
But here's what I'd like to do.
trans
I'd like to
bullet
put it in
bullshit.
context,
That don't
because I
even
think
make
the biggest
sense.
takeaways
How
we
would they
have
even
right
put
now
that
are
on
the
there?
following. We
Did
have
they
a gun
manufacture the
problem.
bullet themselves? The
People
trans
who are unhappy
person?
have easy
That don't
access
make
to
sense.
high-powered firearms to take their unhappiness out on others. The 2 children who were shot in school the same day Kirk died were shot by a 16-year-old who had been radicalized online by white supremacist groups and had easy access to a handgun. After years of being told by our own law enforcement, including the FBI, that the majority of domestic terrorism is perpetrated by white extremist groups who are the greatest threat to our national security, we have done absolutely
Yeah, they should all be
nothing to
banned
allow
from
those groups
owning
to
guns.
flourish and grow. Charlie Kirk
White-
himself was one of the people who grew that.
White
movement.
supremacist
You only
groups
need
should
to
be
talk to the
banned
black women
from
and
owning
minority
weapons.
Groups and marginalized groups or immigrants.
The
who
marginalized
personally
groups should be
targeted
allowed to own
get
guns
a
because
first-hand
we're
account.
surrounded by
Or
you
look back on
Nazis.
any of his speeches
So
or
we
comments
should be
he
able to
made
own
see
guns.
that white Christian
We're
misogynist
not the
in
ones
him.
doing a bunch of the public shootings
Now
either.
that does not mean that Charlie Kirk
The only
deserves
time you
to
ever
be
see
shot.
us involved in
No
any
one
like
deserves
mass
to die in
shooting
such
or
a
public
violent
shooting,
way.
it's
But we
it's
should
something that
question
the
why this
feds
one
are
death
involved in.
resonated so strongly with the same people who know
Like the
school
feds are
children
the
die
ones
in
who
the
ran
same
drugs
direct way
into
every
our
day that they
neighborhoods.
care.
That shit not
I want you to
organic.
take what
That's
happened
not something
to
black
Charlie
people
Kirk
did
and imagine that
themselves.
as a 6-year-old boy in class.
That's
or a
something the
7-year-old
FBI
grandmother
set
at
up.
the grocery store, or a mother of 4 at Walmart. What is the difference? Is it that you saw it happen? That he felt like one of yours? That the event was so visceral and vicious that it shook you up? I understand that.
Something the
But
CIA
then
did.
let's take that as a lesson.
CIA
that
mainly.
This kind
They're
of
the ones
violence
who
should be
did
unacceptable to our country.
Operation
and we
Iran
should be doing
Contra.
everything we can to stop it. And speaking of stopping it, everyone from our president to members of Congress to media outlets and personalities chose to blame this event without evidence on their political opposition. Not just for one person's actions, but for violence and radicalization in general. It should feel ludicrous to blame one half of the country for a
Like,
single person.
I say go the Germany
Not only
route.
that, but to
Germany's not
demonize the
allowed to
political party
militarize.
who has done
Do the same with
everything
our
they can for decades
with these
to
white
limit gun
supremacists.
violence. The party who begged you to
They're not
care about
allowed
your
to
fellow
own
Americans
weapons.
being slaughtered at the movies,
They're not allowed
in
to
churches,
militarize or even
concerts,
have
and schools, but were met with nothing but thoughts and
organizations.
prayers
You
and
can't have
prayers
Nazi
between the
groups.
lapel pins. How is it possible that
You
the
will go to
party
jail.
of common sense gun legislation and the Office of Gun Violence Prevention could be the party being blamed for someone getting shot? And if we're talking about political violence, then we need to remind people that historically, it is the left who are the targets of political violence. It is the people who seek equality
Mainly.
and change and justice and fairness who are most often assassinated.
But I think we need to, like,
everyone from Lincoln to
start
JFK, RFK, MLK,
adopting the,
Malcolm X,
armed
Gabby Gifford was
revolution
shot in the head on stage. Minnesota
position,
Representative
not this
Melissa Portman was
nonviolent
executed with
resistance
her husband
bullshit.
and dog in their
That's
home
a
this
trap
summer, and she
by,
was only
the
one of
feds.
70 people on a list of Democratic
Armed revolution is
lawmakers
the only way.
targeted for death. So I refuse to sit here while the Democrats and left are painted as the party of war. The Republican president
was talking
himself
about it
just
earlier.
changed the name of the Department of Defense.
How did
to the
Haiti get
Department
free?
of War and
How did the
threatened to
Soviet
invade
Union
Chicago.
become the
It was
Soviet
right-wing
Union?
agitators who stormed
How did we
the US
defeat
Capitol
the
looking
Nazis?
for lawmakers to kidnap and kill. It is the right wing who spent the past 2 days creating a false narrative, blaming an entire
Wasn't through
group of
nonviolent
people for a violent
resistance.
execution with no evidence. The
How did
right wing
India
who is
actually get
using
free?
another American
Hence.
family's tragedy with gun violence as an excuse to start a war they already wanted to
Hence,
start.
India did not get its independence because of nonviolent resistance. It's a revisionism with the Gandhi shit, you know. But that's not how it happened. There was actually militant fighters who resisted British imperialism. That was really why the independence happened. But then they came in with some milquetoast diplomat to offer the independence and have do an independence, but keep the infrastructure the same. The British will leave, but the infrastructure will still be the same, and they'll still be profiting off of these Indians and their resources. All right, they'll still be abused, just from more of a distance and with some puppets instead of the British directly. Which Gandhi was one of them. This is why he pushed the nonviolent resistance bullshit. But there was actually militant operations going on that were challenging the British. Armed resistance was going on. That's what happened.
Cancel culture, and we refined it. Now we're going to finish.
I'll just die.
So unlike everyone on the right who tried to capitalize on Kirk's death to spin some narrative to their own benefit, and everyone on the left who felt the need to lionize the man for free speech who did more damage with that speech in his lifetime than most people could ever dream of, I'm just going to stick with the facts. And the facts are this country has been deliberately divided and set on each other to the benefit of a small group of people in power, and we keep helping them. We are fighting each other when we should be putting all of our attention on them. The people crashing our economy and taking our healthcare and bankrupting our farms. The day Charlie Kirk died, the Republicans in the Senate voted not to release the Epstein files, something Kirk himself had called for them to do. But so many people don't even know
it was the
that
Epstein
happened
files.
because their news and
That's
social
what got
media
him killed.
feeds were filled with a call to bring war and death to the Democrats. Sometimes things aren't as complicated as they seem. Ask yourself who benefits most from something, and then see who tries to capitalize on it. The Democrats didn't do this terrible thing, but an entire political party and industry went into overdrive trying to make you think they did. Why? And what did we miss while we were dealing with that?
Yeah, they really try to make it look like it was some leftists or some even brown people who killed Charlie Kirk, or in a trans person, which was goofy. No basis for this.
Them making this man a martyr and idolizing him is scary for a myriad of reasons. From the president saying he's awarding him the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
No basis for anything they were saying.
We'll soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
To the constant news coverage of
Give him the
people
medal
warning
of death.
grown men and
He's
women
free
crying.
from this mortal coil. That sounded like an actor. I saw that reaction. That guy had to be acting. I love that guy. Sure you did, guy. You loved him so damn much. Let me look at this. This guy's really red, though.
To grown men and women crying.
He's some guy from Utah. He's really red, though. Maybe he's really mad. It could be makeup. He's also out in the sun. Probably can't handle the sun.
Holding vigils around the country.
Good God. Yeah, these fucking vigils.
The president ordering the flag being at half.
He wasn't even popular either. Like, he was not really...
Actually,
Charlie Kirk was not that popular. So it seems very...
And I fear
very
we're seeing
phony mass marketing
the
for this fucking
embodiment
figure.
of white nationalism and conservatism.
Like, even Nick Fuentes is more popular than this motherfucker. He's banned from some platforms. And Nick Fuentes is a Fed too, but you know,
I think this man
he's more popular than Charlie
represents
Kirk.
far more than most of us are really understanding in this country, and they're going to use this stuff as an agenda, and we can see it with how much they're mourning a man who basically hated everyone who wasn't a straight white Christian male, but everyone loves him. You have all of these liberal political pundits and lying online and telling us we should mourn him. Why should I mourn someone who hated the very fabric of my existence? Comparatively to the response the president and the country gives when school shootings happen, there have been 2 school shootings this month. I didn't see grown men crying. I didn't see the flags half-staff. I didn't see the president give a speech.
Because the feds like school shootings. Probably involved in orchestrating a lot of them, to be honest. After I saw that Uvalde school shooting, that made me very suspicious. Oh, the cops just stood outside and let it happen, huh?
The fact that a MAGA supporter,
who gave that call? The FBI?
Went and assassinated Vance Bolter, assassinated these people. So why is it that
they're not saving anybody? That's for
one
damn
man
sure.
who espouses
Fucking
some of the craziest polarizing views on women, gays, blacks, people of color, non-Christians, why is it that we're treating this man like he actually helped America?
He didn't do anything.
He didn't help America, because I'm American.
Promoted hate. That's
I
it.
felt threatened by him, by his very existence. He has been utilizing political violence.
I never
for
felt
over
threatened by him
a
because he's
decade.
not popular,
Left
but
college, dropped out of community.
he certainly promoted hate. Why should I
The responses
like
to
him?
this are alarming. It's alarming.
Although he did have influence in the office, so yeah, that would make you scared.
Medal of
He had
Freedom?
influence
For
in the
what?
this Trump
What?
administration.
Why are you crying? Why are you crying, Paul? Why are you crying, Brendan? Go back to your farm. Go back to work your farm that no workers are at because you supported ICE. Makes no sense.
Hurtful to me, but I don't want today to be about anything other than you guys knowing that Charlie really was an amazing person. You know, he was like, we were really close.
What's
And he
amazing
was-
about him? Let's hear it.
He was
Let's
my
hear it.
best friend and my brother.
While Charlie Kirk was alive, he devoted an awful lot of airtime to demonizing black people, blaming us for everything, and stoking white outrage against us. Then somebody makes him finally lean to the left. And then his MAGA supporters decide to blame it on black people and start
He leaned to the
sending
left?
in
When?
kaboom threats to
When did he lean to the
historically
left?
black colleges and universities. And then, shockingly, for an assassination that happened in Utah, turns out it looks like it was a white dude named Tyler.
Tyler.
Okay?
Hey, Tyler.
So what you're going to find as you fart around...
I don't think it was him, to be honest. He's just a patsy. But it was done by some feds. It was a white guy who did it, most likely. Some white sniper in the feds.
Have had a particular issue with not only Mr. Charlie, but for some of these progressive influencers.
I don't think a
who've been
22-year-old made that shot.
doing one of these.
That was a
for
professional
him,
sniper.
like the Dean Withers. and lack even kind of the good trouble.
Some
not so
normie
much
22-year-old made that shot. No,
but
that was a professional hit.
You understand that what you saw happen with HBCUs receiving kaboom threats and a bunch of people with this shade and darker being put
And he
on
had
this
signalers
weird
behind them
website
too.
that's
So like
designed to target
those guys looked older than
Charlie's
22. I'm pretty sure the shooter was probably around their age,
it
if
had
not
a
if not older.
disproportionate number of us on it, despite the fact that we had nothing to do with this, and most
Yeah, I ain't
of
have
us
nothing to do with
don't
it.
know who
I wasn't really
he is, and
he wasn't really on my hit
couldn't
list,
distinguish him from Ben Shapiro,
which I don't have. But
okay,
he wouldn't be the first
you're
choice
gonna
if it
notice
was
us
hypothetically.
having a particular one of these reactions to the
But
progressive.
I'm not going to
types
mourn his
that-
death.
that
That's
are
for sure.
Doing one of these for the recently departed CK, whose words and actions are the reason that his supporters were threatening and executing violence against us for something we had nothing to do with.
Yeah.
Stop crying for him, you prick. He spent his career dehumanizing us and encouraging stochastic terrorism against black people.
Yeah.
Stop crying.
And they wonder why we don't feel bad for him. They're weird.
I don't get involved with politics.
Weird guy.
But can someone
Weird
please
people.
explain to me how the people who don't want violence and preach to stop gun violence and are so peaceful and anti-hate and all that shit are the ones who are celebrating somebody getting shot? And it's all because they disagree with the things he said or has said. I'm the type of person to where you can be my friend and have completely different opinions than me. Or I can
Well,
like
you can say that. This is a white boy. Okay. Okay. He's got a zoomer haircut too. It's very funny. But I'm not anti-gun. I'm about owning guns and armed resistance. I take the Black Panther position. So yeah, I'm very consistent with my answer. I don't think school shootings are good, but I think that's it's predominantly done by white folks and probably the feds.
somebody, even if they don't agree with everything I agree with. I always see both sides, and if somebody don't have the same opinion as me, I never take it personal. So like, this is just crazy to me that the person who did this had that low emotional control or that low emotional intelligence that they had to go ahead and lash out like this, all because of a disagreement on an opinion. Charlie Kirk never put his hands on nobody. The whole situation is fucked up. Losing your life over having a different opinion, it's completely against what America is supposed to stand for. If you have no emotional control, it can't prevent yourself from acting out like how this person did, who did this to Charlie Kirk. You should not be around firearms or should not own a firearm. Like I said, I don't really get involved with politics. I find the whole shit
I'm not
stupid,
political,
and
but
I'm
let me talk about this
anti-government, but
political
at the same
situation.
time, I'm pro-America.
That's for the fascists, conveniently enough. It always takes the fascist position. The non-political people are always political toward the fascist.
No guns.
They have
no
the sympathy toward the
violence, don't be mean
fascists.
to people.
This is
Like,
why
know,
you
shit
shouldn't
like
be
that. They're
apolitical,
celebrating
because you
somebody
always
getting
lean
shot
toward fascist
because
positions.
They didn't agree with the things he said. That don't make sense to me, bro.
I find
Overall,
sympathy with
be
the
you,
fascist
say what you want
when I
and
want to
live your
talk
life.
about
Don't worry about
politics.
nobody else.
Y'all would have mourned Hitler too.
Yeah, they would have.
The
They
amount
would have.
of Latinos and Latinas that I have seen.
That's
mourning,
terrible.
Crying for this man.
A lot of them voted for Trump too. So
I'm not
you got some
surprised
self-hating
that- 'cause
Latinos.
there's Latinos for Trump,
Latinos.
but I'm also very, very disappointed.
They're like some
There
people
are
who hate
too
communism
many
too.
people mourning
They're like
a
refugees from
Nazi,
Cuba and
okay?
Venezuela
This is
who
why
sided with the rich
we
people
have
who were working for
who we have
Americans,
as president. This
and they
is
got
why
kicked out after the
we have
revolution.
a criminal
They're mad
taking
about
away
that.
our rights. The amount of people that I've seen on their stories posting about RIP, posting about my condolences, he didn't deserve this, crying. Not a single
He deserved
post
it.
have I
He
ever
got
seen
exactly what he
in a
deserved.
row talking about the people that have been unalive.
I mean, not for the reason he died, but he deserved it.
Not a
I don't think he
post
should
have
have,
seen.
like, him dying over
Not a post
Epstein,
have I
asking for
seen.
those files. That's not a reason to
the
get
children
killed, but that's why he got
and
killed.
the innocent people
But
being unalived in Gaza.
He did deserve to die for the other stuff, you know, being
Now,
a
all of a
hateful
sudden,
person
y'all want to bring out your
and
poverty.
supporting deaths of other people in the gun
All of a
violence. And he said
sudden,
he likes.
you want
He
to
says
force
public
people
shootings are worth it.
to
Public
feel
shootings are worth
bad
it.
for a
So
bad person. And
you
it's
know,
crazy
that's
to
just
me
karma to me.
that this is about gun control, and not a single post do they post about gun control. And if they really cared about no one deserves to be shot at, then your next post should have been about the Everdeen kids
Yeah.
that were shot by another kid in their high school, and about the, I don't know, thousands of other kids
Not
that
Charlie
go through
Kirk.
this every single year. Because why should a kindergartner be carrying a bulletproof backpack?
Silly. Okay.
I don't hear y'all talking about that. And a lot
They're
of y'all have
hypocrites.
kids. And don't talk to me about we should be united. Da, 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 da.
Bullshit.
Bro.
The ununited
the
states.
bro literally created this division. The bro literally said empathy is not a real word.
Yeah.
Because if Trump kicked rocks tomorrow, you think I'm gonna be crying? Talking
No,
about,
I'll be celebrating.
I need a day off. This is too much. This is too much.
I'll say I have a sick day.
You know what's too much? You know what's too much? The fact that I see Miss Rachel care more about the kids in Gaza than you.
Not that I'm saying, you know, somebody should go do a hit
The fact that I
on
have
him,
to see
but yeah, I'm not gonna
kids
cry if he
be
dies.
blown up into pieces.
He's not the only one who's the problem though in our government. It's like it's a whole
Focus
hive
on
of fucking
gun control.
evil ass
Go
motherfuckers
vote
in that
for the damn
administration.
change, and don't force people to cry over their oppressor. Be so for real.
There's a reason why the nation is so divided right now. There's people literally making fun. There's people happy
So what? Yeah,
at what's
good,
happening.
good,
At what happened.
good.
There's
I
people
don't care.
justifying
Finally got his bitch
the
ass.
unaliving of a man. And then on the other
Well,
end,
he was
there's people
celebrating the
that are
unaliving
literally
of other
crying
people and children
and
even.
grieving as if it was their own brother, their own friend, their own husband.
Y'all
You're not
out here
mine.
praying for a motherfucker who basically said he don't.
I'm
care
too
if
black
you
to be his
die,
brother.
As long as somebody gets to exercise,
He
their
would
Second
hate me.
Amendment right.
And if you applaud this and you condone this, then that means you would have to applaud and condone it if somebody turned around and did it to somebody that you love, that you
No,
Oh,
shared
no, that
opinions
doesn't
with.
mean that at all. It's a false
As I've
equivalency.
been trying my best to hold
The same
back
way,
tears as
the
I'm
same way
doing
you don't have to do it when we were fighting the Nazis and fighting the colonials. No, you don't have to feel sorry for them getting dead, getting ice. You know, you don't have to feel bad about that happening. You know, and I celebrate our Haitian brothers and ancestors stomping the skulls of those evil French colonials. I celebrate our Soviet brothers and sisters and and our Chinese brothers and sisters stomping the Axis powers, shitting on their grave, pissing on their grave. I celebrate it. That's why we have Victory Day. So you can celebrate it.
this video. It's truly sad and fucked
This
up.
country doesn't celebrate Victory Day. Every other country does. Well, every other non-Western country. You know, Russia still celebrates it. China still celebrates it. You know, because they don't. Because that's not a Nazi-ran country. Unlike the West is. The West is ran by Nazis. So they don't. That's not really a holiday on our calendar. Our holiday is the closest is July 4th, which is a holiday about a war that was started because the colonials were mad that the British wouldn't let them genocide occupied spaces quick enough. That's the real reason why we had the Revolutionary War, or not we. These white colonials decided to do that war. They were mad that the British back home were stifling them from genociding occupied spaces. Okay, there was a treaty that was passed by the British Crown to not do any more expansions into this occupied space and don't go killing a bunch of people here. And that made the colonizers over here mad. They decided to go to war with Britain. With Britain, to the point that they even teamed up with the French colonizers and the Portuguese colonizers as well to fight the British. Just because they couldn't genocide quick enough. They wanted to really be able to genocide as much as to their heart's content.
See how human.
That's the only holiday they allow us to celebrate over here, not the Victory Day. It's supposed to be so against the Nazis over here. They pretended that we saved the world from the Nazis when it was actually the Soviet Union and China. But we don't have an actual holiday dedicated to Victory Day over here.
Behaving towards each other. Because if humans don't start to change the way they
Hey, shut up, dude. You some fucking sellout, fucking Uncle Ruckus motherfucker. Shut your ass up. Go ask for more butter biscuits, bitch.
Empathy for a dog getting shot than they would a human life. I'm a
Yeah, they would. A lot of these,
I will feel sad.
these dusty ass, nasty ass, fucking Nazis will feel more sympathy for a dog getting shot than some black folks having any reprisals or getting killed. They don't care. They don't care about no children in Palestine getting bombed or shot in the head or starved to death. They don't give a fuck about them. They're brown. Gives a fuck. We gotta be having sympathy for this Nazi, this rich, bougie Nazi who served in the Trump administration.
for having his own opinions.
You know it's bad when more people would cry or have empathy for a dog getting shot than they would a human life. I'm a conservative. I didn't care for Kamala.
Oh, she's not saying that though. She ain't talking about black folks. She's talking about we need to have sympathy for Charlie Kirk. She's a conservative black woman. We need to have sympathy for this Nazi who hates you. He says black women are not intelligent. You think he deserves your sympathy?
If something happened to her, I would feel bad for her husband, her family.
I'm not.
I'm a human being that has a heart, regardless.
Her family might be okay. I mean, his family might be okay. I mean, I'm not gonna ever shit on children for the evil that their parents did. But their spouse is probably another story. I don't think I could trust their spouse. But that doesn't mean anything. You know how many bad people have family, and how many good people have family. You don't care about a lot of the good victims that have died in their family. You're not making a TikTok about that. Making it about this Nazi.
If I agree with their opinion or not.
Look, who are these fucking sellout buccooneries at the end of this video? Like, there's a bunch of these sellout dudes. Like, they're not even white. They're just some black folks saying we need to coon out for some Nazis. Nah, bitch. Shut up. That motherfucker didn't even respect you. You gonna cape for his ass?
And I hope they look in the mirror.
We've had so many instances this year of children getting killed. Like,
This is a different woman. I hope she talks some sense. She's another black woman. Please don't embarrass other black women like that other black woman before you. She was stupid.
Many things happening. Children get.
I mean, they don't speak for all black people, to be honest, but damn. That's pretty fucking bad. That woman before her, anyway. I don't know what she's gonna say.
So many.
Pray for them
this year,
and I hope they look.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm trying to rewind.
So many instances
There we go.
this year of children getting killed. Like, just so many things happening, and it never occurred to you that at that time that the world was evil.
Yeah.
But this
You should have realized earlier.
tells you that the world is evil.
A dead Nazi tells you that, huh?
I don't understand this kind of empathy.
Nah, me neither.
I don't.
Me neither.
I think empathy should be offered to everyone, and we don't have to wait for like
Not everyone.
figures
I don't agree with that.
to pass away for you to say like, "Oh, this world is evil."
I don't think we need empathy for everyone,
This
honey.
is terrible.
That guy don't
If
need
this is
empathy.
the only time you come in on the internet to say that, then something is wrong. If you not realizing that this world is evil because of Charlie Kirk passing away, then
I wouldn't say this world is evil. This
I don't know
country
who
is
your
evil.
God is, but I
This
think God
country
hasn't shown
is
that
evil.
This world is evil for all of
Because not every fucking place is going to be caping for Nazis. A lot of them are going to lock them up, if not execute them. So don't say this world. Right? The shit that we tolerate over here is not necessarily tolerated everywhere or happening everywhere. There's a better way. There's always a better way.
People are grieving
over a man
Oh,
that they
what the
have
fuck?
never met. Not just posting online saying, "Oh, so sad, thoughts and prayers," like every time that some celebrity dies that no one
Oh,
knows.
shit.
People are really grieving. People like you and me have felt real pain from Charlie Kirk's death. That's because this is spiritual warfare.
Now I can use
This
it.
is actually in our spirit. We, the body of Christ, are connected. And when this happened, when a messenger of Christ was killed in broad daylight for sharing his opinion,
Well,
we
he's
all
a messenger
felt
of
it
Christ.
in our souls.
Okay.
God has never
This
been
is
closer than he is right
this is
now.
some bougie white guy, so I can understand him saying this stupid shit. I don't know why those two of the black people earlier were saying this. We're caping for this motherfucker. Yeah, this guy even looks like a Nazi. I'm not surprised he's caping for Charlie Kirk. Oh, actually, he's making fun of them. Never mind. He's making fun of them. That's what. Yeah, that's what everybody should be doing. I'm reading his captions. He's making fun of them. Yeah, this guy's cool then. Wait a minute. I don't know. I might be wrong. Let me listen to the beginning.
Thousands of people are grieving over a man that they have never met. Not just posting online saying, "Oh, so sad, thoughts and prayers," like every time that
Yeah.
some celebrity dies that no one knows.
Yeah.
People are really grieving. People
Some
like
channels
you
I
have
follow
felt
dedicated a message to
real
him when I'm
pain
unfollowed them.
from Charlie Kirk's death.
It's pretty bad.
That's because this is spiritual warfare. This is actually in our spirit. We, the body of Christ, are connected.
So, yeah,
And
he's
when
a
this
Nazi.
happened,
Never
when a
mind, he's a
messenger
Nazi.
of Christ was killed in broad daylight for sharing his opinion. We all felt it in our souls.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk is Christ now.
God has never been closer
Hitler
than he is
Messiah.
right now. If you haven't given your life to Jesus, now is the time.
All right, some of y'all might not like what I have to say. I really give.
Yeah, that guy's a
No fuck.
Nazi.
I normally don't get on and talk about this shit because that's not really my platform. But at the end of the day, bro, it is September 11th to remember the lives that was lost back then. That happened years ago in a plane crash.
Yeah, the planes that the
So,
U.S.
why is
made
everybody
crash.
talking about Charlie
That was done by the U.S. It was no fucking Arab
Ooh, thoughts and
terrorists.
prayers,
That was made up. The
What's
U.S. did it.
crazy is, it's
It was
cool
an
for him to
Operation
say that
Mongoose. Go
when
look that up.
it's
That's what
other
it
people
was.
that is happening to.
Operation Mongoose are like
Unfortunately, it
planned
happened to
terrorist attacks
and y'all want the
to
world
blame
feel
on
sorry for
other
this shit.
countries. They're
Y'all
planned
want to stop everything to remember this man.
planned false
Like,
flag
he made
attacks to
some
blame
type
on
of
other
difference.
countries.
Bro, don't nobody get fucked, bro. Don't nobody get fucked, bro.
We got to pray for divine healing.
I talked over him. I'm
For
gonna
God
rewind
to
what he said.
raise him up, whatever miracle. It did not.
At the end of the day, bro, it is September 11th to remember the lives that was lost back then.
Okay.
That happened years ago in a plane crash, right?
Guess I'm done here.
So why is everybody talking about Charlie Kirk? Nobody gives a fuck, bro.
Yeah, fuck him.
Ooh, thoughts and prayers though. Thoughts and prayers though. What's crazy is
No.
it's cool for him to say that when it's other people that it's happening to. Unfortunately, it happened to him. And y'all want the world to feel sorry for this shit. Y'all
Nah.
want to stop everything
Nah.
to remember this man like he made some type of difference. Bro, don't nobody get fucked, bro. Don't nobody get fucked, bro.
We got to pray for divine healing. For God to raise him up, whatever miracle. It did not look good. Let's just pray right now. God, we just pray right now.
There's a reason why you feel so grieved
God's not listening.
from Charlie Kirk's death. And it's not only because
Oh my
he
God.
was a great man of God, seemingly great man of God. He spread
What was godly about
God's
him?
word, the gospel of Jesus Christ, with 10 toes down. He wasn't perfect, but he was unashamed. And that's what the Bible calls us to do. But regardless of any of that, it wasn't, you don't feel
I don't remember the part of the Bible where
so-
God says women of your background are unintelligent, subhumans, which is what Charlie Kirk said about you, people, your gender, and your race. This is a black woman speaking. Some really sold out black woman.
so much grief because he was a man of God. It's not only because
Yeah,
of that.
so
He feels
godly.
so
His-
much grief
he
because the
spoke-
Holy Spirit within you is grieving.
When the fuck was he like doing sermons or something? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Thank you for watching Great Minds Blacks.
What sermons he did that were so fucking great?
I have warned you before, and now Donald Trump is saying it.
It's some
He wants
Nazi
to be a
grifter.
dictator. Representative Jamie Raskin is here to discuss. Well,
Yeah, what a idiots, man. I'm about to leave, but I'm gonna go sit down and collect my souls first. I did what I was trying to do. Now we gotta go back and fight that other boss and this other. Oh, actually, no. There's another boss I found yesterday that I'm trying to get back to. Is the problem. Where the fuck were they? Actually, yeah, I'm trying to get back to that boss, and then I'll end the stream. Yeah, that flying boss. Where the fuck were they, though? I don't know where they were. I hate these little ants. Just these ants. I mean, they're cool. They're actually a decent. I mean, they're a difficult enemy. You know, I respect the craft. I understand what type of game this is trying to be now. It's not a fluke that they're like that. I thought it was like, oh, they're just doing stalling mechanic. No, they just want to make the game hard. That's all it is. They wanted to make this a Dark Souls game for real. Now that they've actually finally played Dark Souls, they've literally played it by now. They played Bloodborne, going by where I ended up yesterday on my other file that I might abandon. I'm gonna kill you. I need energy. Give me energy, bitch. Yeah, fuck Charlie Kirk. He's in hell, burning, rotisserie. How many souls do I got now? Or I called them souls, but I mean rosaries. 300 and damn, we got a lot. We can buy. What else do we need? Oh, we can buy that heart piece now. I do need to buy that eventually anyway. Might as well buy it now. I guess we'll go to town and buy it. They're like Zelda heart pieces. Which were always fun to find. We're in the map. Where's the train station? Damn. Why the train station gotta be all the way over there, guys? I'm gonna go up top. Be quicker to go that way, I think. Yeah, straight to the left. I am getting very hungry, though. I gotta go down? I guess I gotta go down, yeah. Oh, the sound's not on either. I'm gonna play something else. Because depending, I might fight that boss. I might fight them too, and it might take a while. Well, not a while, but I don't know. I'm gonna fight them. No, here's another. This is a Bad Empanada video about Charlie Kirk. You know, I don't like everything Bad Empanada says, but he's right about a lot of things. At the very least. I think he says he's better than Hassan on a lot of takes, at the very least. Let's hear. The title of this video is called Charlie Kirk Killed. And then there's also a little caption on the thumbnail. Charlie Kirk won't be president. Because there used to be I guess there was a thing about, oh, he was going to be president. We were priming him to be president. But not anymore.
Hello. I'm going to discuss what was probably like the 50th most important news item coming out of the world in the past week. That is the Charlie Kirk assassination. This was a week in which, to name other much more important stories, the former president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, was sentenced to 27 years in prison for attempting a coup, and Israel once again massacred hundreds and hundreds of Palestinians, including hundreds of children, countless of which, as we have been reminded as if this somehow makes Charlie Kirk a more worthy human being, were husbands and fathers. Charlie Kirk was an odious individual who
They had
supported precisely
children.
that. He spread the exact sort of rhetoric that has contributed to the Israeli genocide in Gaza, to racial hatred in general, to anti-LGBT hatred, particularly against trans people. I mean, just look at how his fans are presently somehow trying to pin this on, like, trans people having, like, something wrong with them that makes them want to shoot
Yeah,
people. I don't even
they
fucking
said
know
that
what the
it
idea
said
is
it
of
was a
that, man,
trans
but just look
shooter
at
they
it.
claimed
That's 'cause
earlier.
of Charlie Kirk. He literally died spreading that narrative. Those were his last words. Basically, he was a terrible, odious person. Once all the people up in arms about Charlie Kirk's death show even an ounce of that level of sympathy for every single individual Palestinian massacred in the genocide that he enthusiastically supported, then perhaps I myself will deign to show a little bit of sympathy for him and his family. The idea that just because someone died, you can't say bad things about them, you can't point out that
Bullshit.
maybe they are not the saint that they are being painted as, is one that the people crying about his death
I
very much
celebrated when
understand, given that they did the same thing with George Floyd and pretty much every other black man who was
Henry
killed in the
Kissinger
US by
died.
cops,
And the Queen.
basically every single Palestinian
Evil
who's ever been killed by Israel. Fuck your crocodile tears. The guy was an odious piece of shit, and I quite
Yep.
simply do not care what happened to him. Like Charlie Kirk, a TikToker and campus debater with some of the most abhorrent and hateful views you ever seen in your life, is being talked about like he was Nelson fucking Mandela.
No, it's
There's, like,
stupid.
wall-to-wall coverage.
Fucking dumb,
It's being
dude.
treated like it's the most important political event in like 20 years.
I'm gonna buy
It's
her maps.
absolutely fucking nutty. There's wall-to-wall mainstream media.
I hate having
coverage,
not,
even
hate not having
international
being able to
media.
find her.
Like, what the fuck is going on here? Random
I
corporations
know, it's
are releasing
it's
statements like
boggling the
mourning
mind.
Charlie Kirk, and people are getting fired for not like sufficiently eulogizing him. What the fuck is going on here? Why is everyone suddenly
my God.
pretending that they all knew who this person was and they all loved him? What the hell is this? That said, you also have to think about this from the angle of what exactly was the point of this? Charlie Kirk, while he was a significant political propagandist, was not yet at least a politician or a member of government or anything like that. The guy who killed him appears to be a young person who was addicted to video games, who became poisoned by internet irony, and just decided to go and kill someone who they didn't like. Someone with no real political project, no real goals in mind, no real sense of strategic thinking, just someone driven by a pure sense of moral righteousness. And this is the sort of action that can only ever have negative consequences. I've seen a lot of people basically just reacting to this like children, like they just see this as like a moralistic thing with no broader consequences, no potential for anything bad to happen as a result of it. It's just bad man get killed. That's good. That's basically how their opinion of it goes. But you have to think way more strategically, way deeper than that to be considered even remotely anything resembling someone with an ounce of political aptitude. And that's why I think that most of you are sadly just kind of children who do not perceive of political actions as really resulting in anything. For you, this is all just sort of a game to laugh at on the internet. There is literally nothing to be gained from killing Charlie Kirk, and there's a whole lot that could be lost as a result of it. The main result
I
of
already
this
knew
killing
that
so
there was an
far
agenda
has
behind
been
it. That's why I
Israel's
said
genocide.
it was likely staged. It was a staged thing. They'll be able to foment more police state bullshit. But yeah, I'm not gonna feel sorry for him. I'm gonna make fun of him because that's the one thing we're gonna be able to, at least, that's the only thing you can say that's positive about this. Shitting on him. His life was worth nothing, but they're gonna try to make his life worth something with their fake, phony excuse to do a bunch of more police state shit. If it wasn't him, it would have been somebody else. They were gonna try to do that anyway. But that's why we can't just vote, and that's all we got to do. No, we got to do more than that.
In Palestine being pushed out of the news cycle.
Just saying, we just got to vote for the right guy. That'll fix everything. No, you're dealing with Nazis. Nazis don't care about fair play. They don't care about honest elections. Okay, they're gonna try to cheat. They're gonna try to take power, whether people like them or not.
And the whole Epstein files thing, which the Trump government has been trying to keep on the down low.
Yeah, I brought
also
up
being
the
pushed out
Epstein files being the main reason for why he was likely popped.
News cycle, and also concerns about Trump's health being pushed out of the news cycle. And there's
Yeah.
also this new wave
He's
of
obviously
mass
suffering.
doxing and like social media policing on behalf of the American right wing.
Yeah.
Where anyone who has ever said anything that is not like totally gushing over Charlie Kirk is
Yeah.
being targeted and doxed and having like their employer contacted and they're getting fired. and
Contact
stuff.
my
It's
employer.
fucking ridiculous.
I dare them
All
to
these
contact
same
my
people who,
employer.
of
That'd be
course, have
funny.
been celebrating the Israeli genocide.
That'd be
in Gaza
hilarious.
for the
We'll have a
last 2
laugh.
years, by the way. But this is what has gotten them enraged. This is what has finally pushed them over the edge. Like, give me a fucking break. But hypocritical and stupid as that may be,
but I'm not even putting it on social media. I'm just talking about it right now.
And as of yet, we have not seen how this killing might be utilized by the Trump government, by other people with power, to justify doing.
I made some retweets they might not like. Who gives a fuck?
Given the fact that this kid was
these
basically
fucking
a moron
Nazis. I'm not
like
here to please any
playing
Nazis.
too many video games and using too much social media. They use it as an excuse to, for example, clamp down on social media, especially on left-wing rhetoric on social media, which would be very easy for them to do, given the fact that the vast majority of the most popular social media companies are all American. They're already desperately trying to link this to supposed trans ideology, whatever the fuck that means, for example. And it wouldn't surprise me if they try to link it to like the pro-Palestine movement and use that as a justification for even harsher clamping down on pro-Palestinian people, not just in the US, but everywhere. You know, the tentacles of the US reach everywhere in the world, and they have the ability to put pressure on people and movements no matter where they are, just as they've been doing recently with like the sanctions they've put on ICC officials, for example. And hey, your favorite streamer, Hassan Piker, has a target on his head now as a result of this. People looking for
revenge. It's not my favorite streamer.
To him and others like him. If you don't see the can of worms that has been opened here...
Yeah, I already talked about Hassan on my other stream. Like, well, you know what? You're not really taking your job that seriously then. If you're afraid to say the truth or even shit on Charlie Kirk because the threat of political violence. I mean, you're a political speaker. You should have already expected political violence. And I would say you're not obligated to even stay in the U.S. You should go back to Turkey, where you'll probably feel safer. Go do your... He doesn't have to stream from the U.S. He can go to Turkey to stream. He's rich. He can go back. You can go to any country, really, to go stream. If Turkey don't like it, go to some other fucking country to go do your streams and make money there. Unless he's being paid by... Which I'm assuming the guy's probably paid by some people in the establishment, like in the DNC. That's the only reason why he even stays here. This country isn't great. There's nothing to like miss here. Like, he noticed that other countries are better than the U.S. Like, so I'm wondering, why the fuck do you even want to stay in the U.S.? I would move. You'd have lower costs too. Like, why are you staying in this multi-million-dollar mansion and paying fucking mortgage on it? Why don't you just fucking move and go, live someplace cheaper and probably bigger? I don't know.
Targeting what was basically like a prominent TikToker for an individual terrorist political assassination, then I think
I guess Dr. Martin Luther King should have stopped talking about what he was talking about because of, threat of political violence. And Malcolm X, Huey Newton, So, I don't know. I mean, what's the message here? Oh, we can't be too mean to Nazis, or else there's threat of political violence. Like, fuck off. That's the whole point behind doing political speech. You signed up for that. You signed up for this being a possibility. All right. You've been too coddled with the content creator space where it's so gentrified. You don't expect any uncomfortable sort of scenario ever. But this is how real political speakers, what they always have to deal with. So I'm not shedding tears for being under threat either. You could always move anyway. Like, Hassan doesn't have to be in the U.S. He can stream from anywhere.
Is just kind of mush. I've had no respect for a lot of you for a very long time now, and I have even less respect for you as a collective now, because you quite simply do not perceive of this as an adult should, as a sentient person should. For you, this is all just memes on a computer screen. It's all just a fucking joke. A political action that is already having clear political consequences that are negative for the politics and people that you pertain to be on the side of is being treated as...
He's talking to Hassan heads. I'm not a Hassan head.
You might want to check yourself, because it's probably not going to seem quite as funny when you hear a knock at your door and the FBI asks you about something you posted online about Charlie Kirk or whatever. And I think the dumbest thing these people have been saying is like, this isn't going to affect anything. They were already going to do everything anyway. And what a joke that is. None of you believe that. None of you believe that you can't do politics and affect change on anything. None of you believe that there's no such thing as cause and effect. All of you throw out manufacturing consent practically like it's a buzzword. Yet right here is like the perfect opportunity to use a real action to manufacture consent to do things far worse than what Charlie Kirk ever would have been able to do if he was alive. Everyone feels the need to maintain their little safe little bubble where it's just jokes on the internet. And honestly, I feel like the internetification of
his little fear mongering has no power over me. The FBI has been fucking with the black community since forever. This is a ballless, dickless sort of fear mongering towards a person of my background. And I would say to any of these bougie content creators, they just need to leave the country. He doesn't even live in America, so this motherfucker, he should shut up. No, you should lay in. For someone who could lay in on Charlie Kirk, he should be doing it. He doesn't live in America. He doesn't have to worry about retaliation. He's the perfect person to lay into. Fuck Charlie Kirk.
Politics has been disastrous.
Just point out why he was killed. We know why he was killed. He wasn't killed by any of us. Killed by them Epstein fuckers running the country. All right? They're blowing up children. Those people who blew up children killed Charlie Kirk, okay? Nothing we have to feel guilty about. It's what these motherfuckers need to feel guilty about. We need to make them scared so they stop doing that shit.
People, my audience included, do not really engage with politics beyond reading thumbnails, memes, and shit like that. Posting about it as if it's a joke. It's not a joke. It's pretty much the farthest thing ever from a joke, actually. Might be time for some of you to realize that. And, well, possibly the only good thing that could ever come out of what happened here is you being made to realize that in a very confronting way. I hope that doesn't happen, because that would be pretty bad. But they could easily use this to affect you and yours in ways that you
they've already been doing that.
In spite of how obvious it is that they could.
That's the entire black community background.
I feel zero sympathy for Charlie Kirk. I shed zero tears for Charlie Kirk. As I said at the beginning, he was a terrible, odious human being. But individual.
I think he's talking to bougie white people, though. He's not talking about us.
Nothing positive ever really comes out of them. At best, they're neutral. Charlie Kirk was not a major political leader nor figurehead. He was a billionaire-funded pawn in the conservative media apparatus. Someone else is going to replace him, and they're going to do exactly the same amount of damage. The fact that I've seen some people talk about how this is comparable to Netanyahu being assassinated or something like that, for example, is probably the most comical thing I've ever seen. If Netanyahu were assassinated, that would be the immediate downfall of the Israeli government, a massive crisis in Israeli society.
No, because the people behind him also want the same shit that he does.
Versus a TikTok propagandist, a college
they wouldn't
debater
stop.
Who was killed.
They just have more reason to. They didn't use that as more reason to do more genocide.
Newsworthy, at all notable.
You need to get rid of more than just Netanyahu, but him being gone wouldn't be a bad thing.
Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of them, in fact, have been murdered with Charlie Kirk's enthusiastic stamp of approval. So the fact that I'm even talking about this in the first place, that I feel compelled to talk about it in the first place, speaks of the injustice of the world that we live in. Nonetheless, you guys might want to think about how you talk about this.
He's kind of naive with that Netanyahu take now.
In the future. You need to have a broad political strategy.
Israel would not be taken down because of Netanyahu being gone.
To assess how
sadly,
reaction helps the
it would be nice if it was that easy, though.
This action could ever have done here, if you are at all left-leaning in any way, is to get you further away from that.
New candidates are launching campaigns in Texas this week, and some of them are running in congressional districts recently redrawn by Texas Republicans. Now, a poll is shedding light on how some voters feel about those controversial changes. Joining us this afternoon
what are they talking about?
Those results is Joshua Blank with the Texas Politics.
Some local news, some local KXAN news. It's called a poll, looks at how Texas voters feel about Republican redistricting. Well, I don't like it, but I'm pretty sure the majority will, because this is a red state. I mean, our elections are rigged anyway, so I'm not really depending on electoralism. This country's ran by Nazis. I'm fleeing this country. I'm tired of it. I'll go collab with my buddies, my revolutionary buddies, especially after I get out of the country. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? This is a weird ass video. I think Hassan begged Bad Empanada to make that video because he fears for his life. But I wouldn't do any favors for Hassan. I would say, Hassan, get the fuck out of the U.S. You don't need to be there. You're rich. And it's too expensive to live there anyway. Go say what you need to say from another country. He's from Turkey anyway. I don't know why he loves this country so fucking much, especially now. I would have stayed in Turkey or gone to another country. Oh, really? There's something on Seinfeld. I hate this channel, but they're talking about something Seinfeld said about Palestine. This channel kind of pissed me off a lot, but sometimes they say good shit. They've been at least good on Palestine discussion.
So you might remember that, God bless them, a lot of the kids at the graduation ceremony at Duke University last year walked out when it was announced that Jerry Seinfeld would be a speaker.
Jerry is also serving as our commencement speaker today.
Great. What is this? Another. Yeah, fuck him. Boo his ass. Boo this man. He's a Zionist.
Good for
That's
them.
why they're booing him.
This is May 12th, 2024. Graduating students walked out of Duke University commencement to protest Zionist speaker Jerry Seinfeld and to call attention to the ongoing genocide of Gaza. The students then held their own alternative commencement on the quad. Good for them. So Seinfeld is back to wreak havoc and terror on the Duke University students. Jerry Seinfeld says people who say free Palestine are worse than the Ku Klux Klan.
Okay, calm down, Jerry.
Now, this should not
calm the
be
fuck down,
any
Jerry.
surprise to see Jerry Seinfeld connecting pro-Zionism to
That's why I don't fuck with
anti-Semitism.
Jerry anymore. Fuck that
That's
guy.
kind of his stock and trade. He recently did
I used
it at
to
a
like
concert
that
in
show
Australia,
too. I
in
watched
which
reruns
he
of it.
gleefully anticipated
Never
the
again.
protesters being punched.
Do you hear how well I'm doing? This is what you want. You want to do well like I am. Look at the people here to hear me. Look at what happened to you. Here's the other thing I think you need to go back and tell who's ever running your organization. We just gave more money to a Jew. That cannot be a good plan for you. That's not what you want.
Netanyahu?
That's the whole problem. You got to come up with a better plan.
That sounds like he's. Where is this from? This isn't from that. This is from a different thing. Okay. How old is this? This might be an old. No.
These are the jokes, people. So if that wasn't enough, so
You got to come up with a better plan.
these are the
That's the whole problem.
No, he's saying that this is what this is what Palestinians. He's saying this is what people who are pro-Palestine are saying. We don't want to give money to Jews like me. Okay, fuck Seinfeld. Good God. So he's conflating. That's the only issue we have with Israel, is that they're Jews who get money and not because they're committing a genocide against people in Gaza. Fuck this guy. I can't stand him.
You got to come up with a better plan.
He's really old too. He'll be dying soon.
These are the jokes, people. So if that wasn't enough, Jerry Seinfeld has gone to the, yes, this is really a
He's
thing,
an old man.
IDF fantasy camp and brought the kids. Jerry Seinfeld at Caliber 3, an IDF terror camp for chuds like him to role play killing Palestinians. Group packages are available, which is good since he's there with his kids.
What?
For
The
everyone
fuck?
ages 4
That's a
and
real
up,
place?
Under 16 uses a paintball.
He goes
gun.
there?
The 360 shoot house is an extra charge. So this is their actual advertising material.
What the fuck?
The IDF Shooting Adventure is an exciting, one-of-a-kind program that puts you, your family, and friends in the boots of a combat soldier for 2 hours through live demonstrations, training, shooting, and learning about the most moral army in the world.
Yeah,
the soul
so moral.
of Israel.
Most moral army in the world. Yeah, I don't know if there are for-profit fantasy camps about the most moral army in the world.
Probably not. Adults and children train side by side, making this a fun activity for the whole family. You really can't make this shit up.
No.
We also offer an
It's a real
option for
advertisement.
people who want to watch the demonstrations without participating in the shooting.
It's a real advertisement. This is
Dude,
sick.
Like, how can you run around arguing that everyone who critiques your politics is a hater or hateful or murderous or genocidal when you would pay to bring your children to a place that celebrates what in the end is the slaughter of people? Like, you want to say this is what they have to do to survive. Obviously, I don't agree with that. But any way you slice it, you're celebrating murder, right? And you're bringing your kids to that, and then you're gonna play the victim on stage, like people who protest that are by definition anti-Semites. So this is some video of this fantasy camp that he went to.
He went to it.
I ran it.
Oh.
Experienced a suicide bombing in a Jerusalem market and a stabbing attack. Military tourism in Israel is a booming industry. These camps are mainly located in occupied Palestinian territories. Between 15 and 25,000 tourists visit these facilities each year. A majority of them are American Jews. Other tourists include Chinese and Brazilian nationals. All right, so he's kind of been trolled a few times on the street. Here's a couple of those.
Selfie? Sure. Free Palestine!
I don't care about Palestine.
That's sad.
I don't care about Palestine. Here was another case about a month after that. This was in April. The first one. This one's May.
I stopped following a streamer who's responded with that too. I'm like, well, fuck off, man.
Only you.
Free Palestine! Fuck you, Jerry Seinfeld! Support the genocide of Palestinian children! You rabid fucking dogs! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Fuck you, Jerry. You are not sponge-worthy. No, no.
Also, his wife and Bill Ackman, if you remember those protesters who attacked the pro-Palestine protests at UCLA, they were being funded by Jerry Seinfeld's wife, Jessica Seinfeld.
Another
Bill Ackman. They've been funding counter-protest groups at campuses.
Jerry Seinfeld is another Epstein type.
So back to the article.
He was dating a girl in high school.
Spoke at Duke University in Durham, North Carolina.
You know, he would have liked Epstein.
Former Israeli hostage Omer Shem Tov when he made the remarks, according to the university's student newspaper, the Duke Chronicle. Quote, "By saying free Palestine, you're not admitting what you really think. So it's actually, compared to the Ku Klux Klan, I'm actually thinking the Klan is actually a little bit better here. Because they can come right out and say, we don't like blacks. We don't like Jews. Okay? That's honest."
Yeah. This is some dumb shit he said.
Seinfeld said. Representatives for Seinfeld did not immediately respond to a request.
I'm pretty
for
sure he would
comment.
get along with Ku Klux Klan members for real,
all of these,
because that's who's running Israel.
These,
Some fucking Klansmen.
Have an interesting
I'm not
thing in
surprised he would
common.
say that.
It's very weird how so many people who are Zionists also like to go out with children. It's very weird.
He brought it up.
Here, a reminder that Jerry Seinfeld is a fan of the playground who dated a 17-year-old child when he was 38.
Yeah, and she
He
was in
broke
high
up
school.
with her because they were getting too much attention from the press.
Uh-huh.
And this person claims to
Yeah,
have
it was
been in
weird,
her
guy.
class. When I was in high school, 38-year-old Jerry Seinfeld was dating a girl in my year.
Yeah.
And he picked her up from class during fourth period.
Yep.
And she got to skip Mr. Solinsky's calculus exam.
Solinsky.
I got a 93. Still remember
Wow.
the score. This is pretty funny. 50 Shades of Grey.
That sounds like a
posted this.
Seinfeld episode for
Jerry
real.
Seinfeld dating a girl less than half his age should have been the end of his career.
Yeah,
You
should have.
think? So this is pretty funny.
Talking to you, but I gotta run. I gotta go to the high school. Oh, to like pick up your kid or kids? No, I'm there to pick up my girlfriend. Obviously, by that you mean you're dating a teacher or a faculty member. Definitely not a student, which would be a minor. Minor? I hardly know her. No, but I am. I'm dating a 17-year-old girl. How old are you? 38. That is heinous. You are more than 2 times her age. You could literally be her dad. You don't get it, all right?
Kinda,
she's
yeah.
super mature for her age. We talk about it all the time when she's doing her Algebra 2 homework. So you're like creepy. You're like a shitty person. Hey, watch your language. I'm a clean comic. All of my comedy routine.
Yeah,
in
I
my
don't
entire life
cuss.
Has been clean. Okay?
I don't swear in my comedy. I'm a good guy.
You are a 40-year-old man dating a child. But sure, you do clean comedy. You're a saint.
Yeah, fuck Seinfeld.
You notice how if you're a Zionist, you can be forgiven everything. This is the funny thing. Most of these Zionists, most Jewish American Zionists, they're liberal Democrats. I mean,
These two hosts are also Jewish, so they're just speaking from their own personal lived experience. They're two Jewish hosts.
almost to a person, they were all #MeTooing a few years ago. But Jerry Seinfeld, he's a Zionist. He's a Zionist. He supports.
Yeah, there were a lot of
IDF.
pro-Zionists in my
surprise
school too.
that he wants to join the world's most moral.
It's pretty
army.
bad. I had a
I'll
guy
let, Bree
I was
close it
friends
out.
with. He was
Seinfeld shouldn't say.
Not only was
anything
he a
that Larry
Zionist,
David has it scripted for him.
he ended up being
Yes.
racist.
Agreed.
He was really racist when it came to black people, even though I was his friend. I was a good one apparently because I don't know. He didn't know I was black, even though I'm not light skinned at all. But I guess I didn't talk black to him, so he thought, oh, well, he doesn't count as a real black. I'm on the movies and TV shows I watch, they talk all jive and shit. So he must not really be black or identify as black. So he thought he could be racist and say a bunch of racist shit about black folks, and I stopped being friends with him because of that shit. Like, what the fuck? You think you can just talk this way around me, dude? You see what color I am. Yeah, he was a Zionist and a Nazi. Like, it's never not a separate sort of position. I've not really met a Zionist who also isn't just generally racist, They're Nazis. They're just Nazis who want a quote unquote Jewish state. This is the white settler colonial state is what they want. Right. There's a boss I'm trying to find, man. I found them before. One second. I gotta get up and get a drink. I'm gonna find them before I leave this stream because I'm about to end it. I gotta go. It's still kind of early. It's 3 a.m. or 3 p.m. But I'll be right. 1 second. I'm typing something too before I get up. I'll be right back. Right, I'm back. It's getting hotter. It's still don't like the weather still don't want to make up its mind on whether it wants to be summer or fall. I mean, it hasn't really stopped being summer, so yeah, it's kind of making up its mind in regard to which one it wants. It's summer still. It's still fucking hot as shit. Hot as a bastard, really. I guess I'll go back to Hunter's March. I think that might have been where I was before. Where we found them. I got too much money, though. You know what? Oh, I might as well buy... Yeah, actually. Let's go back. I want to buy that heart piece. So we've technically beaten one boss today, which is didn't really lead anywhere, but it's still a boss. Usually a boss will lead somewhere. So like an upgrade or a path. I'm going here to go buy the heart piece. I know where the other piece... Well, I remember getting it, but damn, I forgot where it was. I did get it on my other file, though. I could always go back to that other boss if I can't find this boss. But I found this boss yesterday, and I wanted to kill him before I go to a new boss. This is not right. Yeah, I'm going to end it. It's late. We'll come back. Maybe tonight. I'll finish. Or find it. Anyway, take care. For anyone who might see this.